Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 3. The morning appointed for the election of the Council of State was passed by Elvira in the most intense anxiety. For herself, she had no wish to be a queen. Nay, perhaps she trembled at the thought. But when she saw how earnestly it was desired by her father, and thought of the bitterness of his disappointment should she be rejected, her eyes filled with tears, and she felt ready to make any sacrifice to promote his happiness. Thus, trembling with agitation, yet fearing alike every change, the fair Elvira sat, leaning her head upon her hand, whilst Sir Ambrose, whose rank did not entitle him to a vote, Dr. Coleman, who had followed his friends up to town, and Henry Seymour endeavoured to console her. "My dear young lady," said the good doctor, indeed, I think you distress yourself quite unnecessarily. With such supporters as your father and Lord Edmund, I do not think you can fail of success." "You quite mistake me, doctor, I assure you," returned the princess. "I think not of the crown. Yet it is not possible to express what I have suffered during the last few hours. Ere my father went to the council this morning, his agitation was so excessive that I feared it would destroy him, and my impatience for his return has become almost agony." "Let me entreat your highness to be composed," said Henry Seymour. "You torment yourself with vain terrors. I cannot suffer myself to imagine for a moment that the Duke can be otherwise than successful." "My dear child," observed Sir Ambrose, "exert your own good sense. Nothing can be more foolish than to let imaginary horrors usurp any influence over your senses. You thus suffer doubly. Nay, often the pains of anticipation exceed those of reality. Oh, but see, here comes Father Murphy, and my little lively niece Clara. Well, father, what news? Will the princess be queen?" "Och, and there can be no manner of doubt of it," returned Father Murphy. Elvira turned pale. "God in his mercy grant you may be mistaken," said she. "Oh dear!" cried Clara involuntarily. "Why do you exclaim, fair lady?" asked the doctor, smiling. "I am so surprised, so astonished," said the blushing girl. "At what?" resumed the doctor inquisitively. That, said Clara timidly, that the princess should not like to be a queen." "Alas, alas," said Elvira, smiling languidly. "You are too young, Clara, to know the awful responsibility such a situation would impose. The Queen of England must devote herself to her people. Once elected, she is cut off forever from all the happiness of domestic life. She must form no ties. She must indulge in no attachments. She can never feel the happiness of devoting herself entirely to promote the welfare of one adored object. She can never know the transports of a mother." And, sighing deeply, Elvira cast her eyes upon the ground, whilst those of Henry Seymour were fixed earnestly upon her. "Yet all this," said Sir Ambrose, "is rather imaginary than real. The subjects of a good queen ought to be her children, and the glory of contributing to the happiness of thousands and ruling nations by a nod may well compensate for the humbler comforts of a domestic fireside." "I do not agree with you," rejoined Dr. Coleman. "I think the situation of a queen is both one of trouble and responsibility. We all know how difficult it is to give satisfaction even in the most ordinary occurrences of life, and how much more must that difficulty be increased in such an exalted station. Besides, it seems cruel to condemn a young and beautiful woman to the miseries of celibacy. Woman naturally seems to want support. She is to man what the clinging ivy is to the majestic oak, its loveliest ornament. But take away the standard tree, and she falls forlorn and unsupported to the dust. Do you not think so, Mr. Seymour?" The youth started at this appeal, for his thoughts had indeed wandered far from the scene before him. "Yes," said he after a short pause. Sir Ambrose laughed heartily. "Upon my word," said he, "I congratulate you, Dr. Coleman, upon your happiness in having such attentive auditors. The princess looks as if she's not heard a single word that you have said, whilst Mr. Seymour, when you appeal to him for his opinion, only starts and says, yes." "You are quite right, Sir Ambrose," returned Dr. Coleman, smiling good-humouredly. "And I begin to discover that the reasons are quite useless when the feelings are interested." "Ugh," said Father Murphy, "and my opinion is that we all have reason to be interested, for I should not be surprised at all, if the King of Ireland was to take advantage of our troubles to make a descent upon us. There is no time so fitting for throwing everything into confusion as when nobody knows what he is doing." "There may be much justice in your remark, Holy Father," said Henry Seymour, smiling. "But for my own part, I own I do not apprehend the King of Ireland has any such bloody-minded intentions." "Report speaks highly of his son," observed Elvira. "Not more highly than he deserves," cried Dr. Coleman enthusiastically. "The youthful Roderick is brave, noble, and generous, possessing every quality to fit him for a hero, and he is quite incapable of anything bordering upon meanness." "Is he handsome?" asked Clara with infinite naivete, looking up earnestly at the doctor as she spoke. "As Achilles of the ancients," replied the doctor. "Dear me, how I should like to see him," said the little beauty with the utmost simplicity. "Should not you, Mr. Seymour?" "I cannot say I have any curiosity," returned Henry Seymour, having infinite difficulty to help laughing. "Dear me, how very odd," said Clara, looking at him earnestly. "I do believe the doctor was only quizzing us, and that he's very ugly and disagreeable. Is he, Mr. Seymour?" The air and manner with which she put this question quite destroyed the small remains of gravity Henry Seymour had, till now, with so much difficulty preserved, and, bursting into a violent fit of laughter, he rushed out of the room. Everybody looked astonished, and Dr. Coleman embarrassed. After a short pause, however, he seemed to recover himself. "It is very strange that the Duke does not come," said he, looking at his watch. "The council must be chosen before this, and they seldom stay to deliberate long at a first sitting." "I am miserable," cried Elvira. "If he should be ill—" "Shall I seek him?" asked Dr. Coleman, and, reading her assent in her countenance, he quitted the room. "The doctor is very obliging," said Sir Ambrose, "and seems devoted to you, Elvira. But he never did like Rosabella. He hated her father, and when Duke Edgar—oh, but I forget. His history is a secret which must rest forever in my own breast." "Do tell me, uncle," cried Clara coaxingly. "I should so like to hear it. And everybody says you know all about him." "And what can his history have to do with such a little chit as you?" "I don't know," said Clara with the utmost innocence. "But I am sure I should like to hear it." "Why?" again asked Sir Ambrose. "Because everybody says it is a secret," replied Clara, clinging round him and fondly stroking his face. "So do tell me, my dear uncle, pray do." "You are a coaxing little witch," said Sir Ambrose, patting her long silky hair. "I would tell you anything in reason, but the history of the father of Rosabella—" "Rosabella!" cried the Duke, bursting into the apartment with the fury of a maniac. "Rosabella! Who speaks of Rosabella? She is a wretch, a vile, insidious wretch. She has destroyed me. She has conspired to destroy my child." And as he spake, the agonized old man sank into a chair, fainting with exhaustion, whilst a sanguine stream gushed from his mouth and nostrils, a blood vessel having been ruptured by the violence of his emotions. Elvira shrieked in anguish, and, dreadfully terrified, threw herself upon her knees beside him, imploring him to speak to her, whilst Sir Ambrose, even more alarmed than herself, ran screaming for assistance. Dr. Coleman and Henry Seymour were at hand. The Duke and his daughter, who had fainted, were conveyed to their separate apartments, attended by Clara, Sir Ambrose, and the doctor, whilst Henry Seymour and Father Murphy were left together. "Oh, beauty," thought Henry Seymour, as he watched the lovely form of Elvira, looking like some fair flower drooping on its stem, carried past him. "How omnipotent is thy power! Even the savage monarch of the forest, tamed by thee, has crouched beside a maiden's feet. How heavenly she does look! Pure as the immortal spirit when, ere his breast was sullied by the grosser passions, man first conversed with God." "And sure if it's the princess you're thinking of," said Father Murphy, tired of being so long silent, "you've reason to look so sadly after her, for it's all over, and she'll never be queen." Henry Seymour started. The voice of the Holy Father sounded harsh and discordant in his ears. It had dispelled all his fairy dreams, and with a movement of impatience he threw open some folding doors and walked into the garden. Father Murphy followed him. "And where is it that you're going?" asked he. "I would be alone," said Henry in a commanding tone. "And so ye shall be," returned Father Murphy, "when I'm after leaving ye, and that I'll do in a whiffy, but be gone," said a peculiarly low and hollow voice next to the friar's ear. He started, and as he looked up, the withering glance of Cheops fell full upon him. He screamed wildly and fled, uttering shrieks of terror. Cheops looked after him with a scornful smile, and then, fixing his superhuman eyes on Henry Seymour, he waited for him to speak. Few were the human beings who could have met that scowl unmoved. Those wild eyes, shaded as they were by the thick dark brows above them, always seemed to sink direct to the beholder's soul. Henry Seymour, however, shrank not from their gaze. A long pause ensued. "You wish for help," said Cheops, "and it is in my power to assist you. I know you well. You are not what you seem. But fear not, and all your hopes shall be fulfilled." "Alas, how can they?" said the youth, "when I know them not myself?" "Hear me," returned Cheops. "You love Elvira. You would fain become her husband, and would yet not deprive her of the crown. Even now you were revolving in your mind a scheme to reconcile these two apparently incompatible objects. But, besides innumerable minor obstacles, one great one destroys your plans. You have a father." "In the name of heaven," cried Henry Seymour wildly, "who and what art thou?" But ere he had finished speaking, the mummy was gone. "Fiend! Demon!" cried the youth. "What means this unreal mockery? But thou shalt not escape me thus." In the meantime, the Duke had somewhat recovered, and, by permission of Dr. Coleman, Lord Edmund and Sir Ambrose were admitted to his chamber. The Reverend Fathers Morris and Murphy were there already. "I believe it is quite against the rules," said the doctor, "to allow visitors to a patient in the Duke's state. But he is so irritable, I fear keeping him in suspense might occasion a relapse." "I am sorry to see you thus, my dearest friend," said Edmund, pressing the Duke's hand warmly. "You've always been a second father to me, and God knows I love you as myself." The Duke fervently returned his pressure, but he could not speak. "My dear, dear friend," said Sir Ambrose, the tears trembling in his eyes. "Come, come," said Dr. Coleman good-humouredly. "I must not let you agitate my patient. Lord Edmund is only come, my Lord Duke, to take leave. He is going to join the army to try to exert his influence amongst the soldiers." The Duke shook his head. "I must not have you despair," said Sir Ambrose. "We shall beat them yet. Not but that we must fight hard, for Rosabella is as crafty as a fox, and you see what a party she has made. Besides, she is as selfish as her father." "No," said the Duke feebly, and speaking with great difficulty. "Edgar was not selfish." "The influence of natural affection is astonishing," said Sir Ambrose, "since it makes you speak thus of one who has so grossly injured you." "Edgar's faults," replied the Duke, scarcely able to articulate, "were rather those of circumstance than of feeling. I am convinced of it, and forgive him. Nay, if he were alive, and I could see him, I would clasp him to my heart." "Och," said Father Murphy, "and that's said just like yourself, for there's nothing so like a Christian spirit as forgiving our enemies, and so may heaven prosper and bless all that love ye, and send all that hate ye to the devil." "But how does that accord with the Christian spirit you were talking of?" asked Dr. Coleman, smiling. "Och," replied Father Murphy, "and it's clane another thing, for none but the devil's own brats could hate the Duke, and he's a right to his own, surely." Dr. Coleman, though not quite convinced by the sophistry of the Holy Father, did not attempt to controvert it, and the party, fearing to fatigue the Duke, soon after separated. "Julia, Julia, surely thy blessed spirit would rejoice, if angels can still feel for mortals, at my repentance. Oh, if one fatal act could but be recalled, and one fiend be satisfied, I might still be saved." A few hours after this conversation, Father Morris was walking in one of the shadiest parts of the garden of Mr. Montague, where the thick trees spread over his head, and by their umbrageous foliage almost shut out the light of the sun. In the very center of this gloomy grove, a funereal urn had been erected by one of the former possessors of the mansion, over which hung a weeping willow. The monument had once been gaudily adorned with bright colors and gilding, to mark the armorial bearings and dignity of the dust that mouldered below. Now, however, damp and neglect had hastened the work of time in that secluded spot. The once white marble was stained with a dirty green, and moss had grown round the crumbling monument of former greatness. The plaster effigies of the arms had cracked and peeled off in places, whilst wildflowers had taken root in the fissures and reared their blooming heads and twined their fantastic wreaths round the mouldering stone, hanging in wild, luxuriant festoons over this emblem of decay, as though to mock the feeble efforts of man to perpetuate his name and assert triumphantly the supremacy of nature. Father Morris was struck by the effect produced by this apparently simple circumstance, and he stood with his arms folded on his breast, attentively gazing upon the urn. "And for this," thought he, "yes, even for such perishable baubles as these does man risk his immortal soul. For this, for honours that decay even whilst we gaze upon them, for fame, which the slightest breath may blow away, light as the thistle's down, for wealth and power, which, past a certain point, pall on the senses, and for ambition, we sacrifice all the mind holds dear to it. And what is ambition? What real happiness can fame, wealth, or power bestow? I will repent. It is not yet too late. For worlds I would not harm that poor old man. Yes, he has still a heart. I am not wholly lost. Oh, how his look, his voice thrilled to my inmost soul and awakened feelings I thought forever dead." And, overpowered by his emotions, even his firm heart was softened, and he leant his head against the mouldering urn, and hiding his face in his cowl, he wept. Blessed were those bitter tears, and sweet were the sensations that stole over the mind of the monk as they flowed, for they were the first fruits of human feeling that had long touched that savage breast. Soothed by their healing balm, and half forgetting the cares that hung about him, Father Morris still reclined against the tomb, whilst mild and pleasing images floated before his fancy. The fairy form of happiness rose again upon his sight, and though dim and indistinct by distance, seemed once more to beckon him forward through the mist of time. Lost in these meditations, the most delightful he had long indulged in, the father remained unheedful of the lapse of time, till he was startled by a tap upon his shoulder, and, turning, he beheld the giant form of Cheops. "Fiend! Demon! Devil!" cried he passionately. "Avaunt and tempt me not!" The mummy burst into one of his frightful laughs of derision. "What?" said he. "Have you forgot your friend, your confidant, your confederate? And is it thus you treat him? Have you forgot our compact and your oath, which, if it were necessary, was to be sealed with blood?" The friar shuddered, whilst Cheops continued, "Pshaw! Pshaw! Talk not of temptation. The passions in that breast defy its power, for demons scarce could credit them. Fear not temptation, then, most pure and most immaculate priest. For know, I can read thy heart, and I, yes, even I shudder at the wickedness it contains. My feelings are changed. I repent." "Impossible. Your repentance is but as a passing shade before a glowing fire, which, even if not removed, would be soon devoured by the flames. I tell you my purpose is changed. I will no longer plot against the Duke, and Elvira, if she will, may be queen." "And do you think a crown so enviable then," said the mummy, repeating the friar's own words once addressed to him, "that you think you would injure her by depriving her of its cares?" "Devil!" cried the father, unable to resist the feelings these words had conjured up. "And these are mortals," said Cheops. "They sin and they repent, thus adding hypocrisy to guilt and doubling their crimes by the knowledge they have of their enormity." "Demon!" returned Father Morris. "The words of that old man wrung my heart, and I would sacrifice all the world can give to throw myself upon his breast and obtain his forgiveness." "I believe you think so now," said Cheops maliciously. "But when Rosabella shall be queen, and wealth and dignities shall be dispensed by Father Morris, when nobles shall humbly bend before him, and hanging upon his smile beg favors from his hand, then—" "Curses on thee, fiend!" cried Father Morris, rushing from the grove and pressing his cowl round his head with both hands, as though he feared the horrid laugh of Cheops should echo in his ears and sting him into madness. "Weak, feeble worm!" exclaimed Cheops with a scornful laugh, looking after the friar as he darted from his sight. "And yet this man boasts of his intellect, aye, and rules his fellow men almost to his will. Degenerate wretches! O powerful Osiris, if from thy dread abode thou deignest to look down upon thy votary, pity him now, condemned to waste his days amongst this hated race. And thou, fell Typhon, dread avenging deity, say, will thy awful wrath accept of victims such as these? Alas, I fear vengeance like thine will not thus be appeased, and that thy never-dying fire will still gnaw my vitals. Oh, these mortals think they suffer, but what are their torments when compared to mine?" As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth in fury, whilst again the expression of passions, too tremendous to be conceived by mortals, darkened on his brow. The end of Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon.
Volume 2, Chapter 4 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 4. "I am really glad we have left the house of my uncle," said Rosabella to Marianne, the morning after her removal to the palace of Lord Gustavus; "for though there is something revolting to my feelings in being dependent upon a stranger, yet as it may soon be in my power to repay any obligations I may receive from him, it is better than the treachery I was obliged to practice towards the Duke. There is something so mean in treachery. We are always apt to feel most disgusted with those vices most repugnant to our nature," said Marianne, smiling, "whilst we are merciful to those we practice. However, I can't say I think there is much difference." "What!" cried Rosabella indignantly, "do you class those vices that spring from a noble though mistaken spirit with those which are the natural offspring of base, grovelling minds?" "No," returned Marianne, "for I think the latter preferable, as the mind that produces them is incapable of making nobler efforts, whilst the others, by degrading their possessors, show forcibly the monstrous depravity of the human heart." "I do not understand you," said Rosabella. "Nor is it necessary you should," rejoined her confidant. Rosabella was not quite satisfied with this summary manner of dismissing the argument, and was proceeding to question her confidant's maxim, when a tap at the door announced a page from Lord Gustavus, who came to know if the princess would honour his master with an audience. "Certainly," said Rosabella, and in a few minutes Lord Gustavus entered her boudoir. "I hope your serene highness has rested well," said the noble lord with his usual pomposity, "and that you feel better this morning." "I am perfectly well, I thank your lordship," returned Rosabella, "and the relief I have experienced by having the weight that has so long hung upon my mind relieved by my removal to your hospitable mansion has proved an excellent soporific." "That being the case," said Lord Gustavus, "perhaps your highness will have no objection to indulge the noble lords who have already declared themselves on your behalf, as also some others of their friends who are anxious to enlist under your banners, with an interview; for thinking as I think, and as I am convinced every reasonable person in the kingdom must think, no time ought to be lost in a matter of so much and of such infinite importance." Rosabella, thinking par Merville exactly the same as the noble lord, instantly gave him her hand to lead her to his library, where the illustrious personages he had spoken of were waiting to receive her. It has been already said that Rosabella was beautiful, and now that her recent illness, and the agitation natural to the novelty of her present situation, had softened the usual pride and haughtiness of her demeanour, she looked perfectly lovely. It has often been allowed that a beautiful woman never looks so well as when in affliction, there being something in the appearance of a timid, helpless female, looking up to man for protection and support, that rouses every generous and manly bosom in her behalf, whilst that wretch must indeed be lost to every sense of feeling and humanity who could be deaf to the prayer of beauty in distress. Thus the appearance of Rosabella caused a general sensation in her behalf, whilst her usual pride and haughtiness, which were well known, only made her present diffidence and agitation, her downcast eyes and trembling voice, appear still more interesting from the strong effect of contrast they produced. The persons collected in the library of Lord Gustavus were all affected by her manners, and though perhaps it would have been difficult to find a group of individuals more various in their usual habits and modes of thinking, yet upon this one point they were agreed. The personages who composed this worthy assemblage were Lord Maysworth, the Lords Noodle and Doodle, Dr. Hardman, and the young Prince Ferdinand of Germany, who had been taken prisoner by Lord Edmund, and was now upon his parole of honour till the conditions for his ransom could be arranged. He was at present the guest of Lord Maysworth, who, having in his youth received great obligations from the German Emperor, was now glad of an opportunity to show his gratitude to his son. and who had now brought him to Lord Gustavus to introduce him to the Princess Rosabella. Prince Ferdinand was ardent and romantic, and he was just at that happy age when all appears bright and blooming, before reality has destroyed the flattering dreams of hope, when we are ready to believe all we wish, and imagine human nature without a blot. Alas, why are the delightful moments of life so transient? And why can we never partake of pleasure without having our relish for it destroyed? Confiding, however, and unsuspicious as Prince Ferdinand was, he was certainly excessively astonished to hear Lord Maysworth, the advocate of freedom and equality, eloquently plead in Rosabella's behalf that her father was the elder brother of the present Duke, and that consequently her claim was strengthened by all the magic powers of primogeniture, and he was still more surprised by his assertion that the present Duke had rendered himself unpopular by advising the late Queen to rebuild the late palace at Richmond, by which several hundreds of workmen were kept in employ during the whole of the preceding winter and saved from perishing. "Good heavens!" cried Prince Ferdinand, "can you blame that? Was it not better than suffering them to die with cold and hunger in the streets?" "No danger of that, your Highness, no danger of that," returned Lord Maysworth. "Nobody can perish of cold in our streets, because, you know, we have always pipes of hot air in them to make them quite warm. And as to the palace, it is really quite melancholy to think how many thousands of the public money were expended upon it. Oh, I assure you, it is quite impossible to find a man more deservedly unpopular than the Duke of Cornwall." "Oh, quite impossible," said the Lords Noodle and Doodle, shaking their heads. "Thinking as I think, however, and as I am confident everyone here must think," said Lord Gustavus, "it will be imprudent to depend entirely upon the Duke's unpopularity. Lord Edmund is beloved by the army, and as he is decidedly upon the side of Elvira, we cannot be too cautious." "Oh, no, certainly not, we cannot be too cautious," echoed the two repeaters. "It is a glorious circumstance, however," said Dr. Hardman, "that the choice of the Queen rests entirely with the people. Their voice alone will decide the glorious struggle, and their free unbiased opinions alone give the monarchy its future Queen." "Yes," said Lord Maysworth, "it is true, it rests with them alone to decide the question. And for this reason, do you not think it will be as well, my lords, for each of us to repair to his country seat, and endeavour, by his influence in the neighbourhood, to procure the election of such deputies as may be disposed to vote favourably to our wishes?" "The plan is excellent," cried Dr. Hardman. "Excellent!" exclaimed Lord Gustavus. "Excellent!" echoed his attendant satellites. "Then it only remains for us to put it in execution," said Lord Maysworth. "If the Princess will excuse my absence," began Lord Gustavus. "Oh, my lord," interrupted Rosabella hastily, for she dreaded his long speeches beyond the power of description, "think not of me. I must be, indeed, unreasonable if I could complain of your absence, when it is for my service you will be employed." "The Princess speaks like an oracle," said Dr. Hardman, "and I think we cannot do better than put her wishes in execution." "Farewell, then, my friends," said Rosabella, her voice trembling with emotion as they parted, "and may success attend you. For the present, my poverty, in all but gratitude, prevents my wishes, but the time may come when you shall find the powerful Queen will not forget the favors conferred upon the dependent princess." "Oh," cried the noble lords and Dr. Hardman, "do not mention reward. Patriotism and the disinterested love of our country alone dictate our actions. We think of nothing else." "'Twould be treason, and worse than blasphemy," said Prince Ferdinand, "to mingle the thought of self-interest with such purposes. Who indeed can see the Princess Rosabella and suffer the paltry thought of self to interfere with his devotion to her interests?" Rosabella smiled graciously upon the youthful speaker, though she did not speak. "If, however," said Lord Maysworth, "the interests of the state should require a general more experienced than Lord Edmund, I have served, and I would willingly forego the transports of domestic peace to devote myself to the welfare of my country." "Or if the state should need a minister," observed Lord Gustavus, "thinking as I think, and as I am sure every one who hears me must think, or at least ought to think, she has a right to command the services even of one so devoted to retirement as myself." "For my part," said Dr. Hardman, "I wish neither place nor pension, but if my humble services in a medical capacity—" "Fear not," returned Rosabella, "but that all your wishes shall be gratified, for, if I should be queen, I shall only regard myself as an agent to dispense my power to the hands of those most worthy of it." As she said this, she withdrew, having the rare happiness to leave all her auditors perfectly satisfied with her conduct. In fact, such was their delight, that each stood for some moments after her departure lost in contemplation, indulging in daydreams of the delightful anticipations her words and manner had excited, till, like Farmer Ashfield and his dame in Speed the Plough, they were in imminent danger of running foul of each other in their abstraction. The entrance of a servant, however, roused them from their reveries, and, feeling somewhat ashamed of having so far begotten the dignified sentiments they had been professing, they retired to their respective homes to take measures to put the scheme that had been suggested into execution. "How I hate that Lord Gustavus!" exclaimed Rosabella, when she reached her boudoir. "Even if he makes a sensible observation, he adds so many explanations to it that the spirit evaporates." "Yes," returned Marianne, "he has yet to learn that to tack explanations to wit is like adding water to wine. You diminish its strength and spoil its flavor. But even he is preferable to Lord Maysworth." "Oh, I don't think so," cried Rosabella, "for a ridiculous fool is always better than a prosing one. I can laugh at Lord Maysworth, but Lord Gustavus sends me to sleep." "When an important enterprise is undertaken," said Marianne, "it will not do to be very scrupulous about the tools one employs to accomplish it. It is the part of a man of talent to discover the weaknesses of the human beings around him, and make them each subservient to his purpose." "At any rate, that is not difficult in my case," rejoined Rosabella, "for my good friends are so eager to show themselves off, that, I must do them the justice to say, they neither give me the trouble to find out their weaknesses, nor the way to win them. Prince Ferdinand is the only one who possesses a single spark of noble feeling." "And he, I think you say, seems struck with your appearance." "He appeared to be so. We must improve that prepossession. The alliance of Germany may be invaluable to us. You must encourage the hopes of the prince, and do all you can to fan his infant passion into a flame." "But I love Edmund." "Pshaw! How can you be so childish? I do not wish you to love Prince Ferdinand. If you can contrive to make him love you, it will be all that is necessary." "But do you consider the cruelty of trifling with his feelings?" Marianne laughed. "I did not imagine you so romantic," said she tauntingly. "Do not alarm yourself. The rage for dying of love is gone by. Therefore, notwithstanding the power of your charms, you must excuse me if I presume to doubt their murderous properties." Rosabella was too much mortified by the manner in which her confidant treated her scruples to wish to continue the conversation, though the reasoning of Marianne produced its full effect upon her mind, and even, in spite of herself, influenced her conduct. In the meantime, the family of the Duke experienced considerable uneasiness on account of Clara, whose health gradually declined. "I cannot imagine what is the matter with Clara," said Sir Ambrose one day to Dr. Coleman. "I wish you would talk to her a little. Here, Clara, my dear, do just step this way. You will be quite shocked, doctor, at the change in her appearance. Poor girl, I don't think she has ever properly overcome the fright she experienced at the first sight of the mummy, for she has never seemed herself since. But here she comes. Clara, I sent for you to speak to Dr. Coleman." Dr. Coleman was excessively struck by the alteration in Clara's appearance. The beautiful, lively, blooming girl was changed to a pale, shadow-like being, whose existence seemed to hang upon a thread, and whose fragile form the first ungentle breeze would annihilate. "What is the matter with you, my dear child?" asked the doctor. "Nothing," said Clara, sighing. "And I don't know anything that can be worse," said Father Murphy, who happened to be present, "for that's the speech a young lady always makes when she's in love, and I don't know any disease that's harder to cure." "In love!" cried Sir Ambrose, roused by that ill-omened word, which generally grates so harshly upon the ears of parents and guardians. "In love!" repeated he, looking earnestly at his niece. "Who can she possibly be in love with?" "Aye, that's the question," said the Duke, "for I'm sure, since she has been here, I have never trusted her from under my own eye, and I'll defy her to fall in love without my knowing it. No, no, she cannot be in love." "Och, and that's no reason at all," cried Father Murphy, "for I never knew of watching doing any good at all in such matters." "Well, Clara," said Dr. Coleman, "you hear Father Murphy's opinion. Do you plead guilty to the charge?" Clara's blushes became deeper, and her agitation so excessive, as Dr. Coleman fixed his eyes upon her, that, finding she could not bear his looks, she burst into tears, and hurried out of the room. Poor Clara! The fangs of the most cruel of passions had indeed pierced thy heart, though thou wast unconscious of it thyself. It may be remembered that, on the day of Edmund's triumph, Clara had been forcibly struck by the fine figure and noble appearance of a youth, who had walked as prisoner in the procession. It was Prince Ferdinand, who, having formed a strong intimacy with Lord Edmund, had been an almost constant visitor at the house of the Duke ever since. Clara was just at the age when the human mind first begins to feel the want of something to love. In her own family her affections had been thrown back upon herself, and, being driven to the regions of fancy to find an object to occupy her heart, she would often wander for hours together in the garden, picturing to herself adventures which she would paint in all the vivid colors of imagination, till, lost in creations of her own, she would almost forget the tame, cold realities of life. Of course, all these imaginary adventures could not exist without a hero, but Clara could never fix upon any definite form to bestow upon him till she had seen Prince Ferdinand. Then all her dreams seemed realized, and the secret god of her idolatry appeared to stand before her in propria persona. Clara was now perfectly happy, and as, from the prince's frequent visits to her cousin, she now often passed whole days in his society, though he perhaps scarcely saw her, or at most regarded her but as a pretty child, yet she was satisfied. She saw him and she heard him speak. What more was wanting to complete her dream of bliss? Lord Edmund's departure for the country, however, broke this magic charm. Prince Ferdinand came no more to the Duke's, and Clara heard of him only as the devoted admirer of Rosabella. Jealousy till that moment had been scarcely known to her, even by name, but it now shot its fiercest pangs into her heart. She had never been accustomed to conceal her feelings, and they now destroyed her. The climax, however, was still to come. One day, as she was mournfully pacing the terrace in the garden, she was startled by the appearance of Prince Ferdinand himself. Her agitation was excessive, her lips trembled, and she panted for breath. But he passed on without noticing her. Yes, it was he, the cherished idol of her thoughts, the hero of her dreams, and he had passed without seeing, or at least without seeming to behold her. Was it possible he could have seen her and passed so coldly? Was it possible she could be so totally indifferent to one who was all the world to her? Oh, there was madness in the thought. She could not bear her own reflections. What would become of her? She knew not, she cared not, and, in an agony of despair, she plunged into the thickest grove of the garden. Though it was summer, the day was cold and chilly. A drizzling mist fell fast, and a thick fog from the river wrapped the grove in gloom. Heedless, however, of the weather, Clara hastened on to the spot where stood the marble urn, but as she approached it, she started back, for close behind it stood the hideous figure of Cheops, dimly seen through the gathering gloom.
"Fear not,"
said he, in a softened, though still hollow voice.
"tell me your woes, and, if I can, I will assist you."
"Alas, it is in vain!" cried Clara, in an agony of despair too profound even to admit of her feeling the fear generally experienced by all who saw the mummy. "No one can relieve me. I have no hope." Cheops smiled.
"Poor child,"
said he.
"it is always thus when Eros first creeps into the soul, covering his arrows with roses, so that they are not seen till their barbed points rankle in the heart. I cannot tell how much I pity thee, so young and lovely too. It is hard that even thou shouldst not be exempt from the common lot of mortals, yet do not despair."
"I do despair," cried Clara, darting away from him. "I am truly wretched." From this moment Clara saw the mummy almost daily, and her mind acquired new force and energy from his society, though her health visibly declined. It was not, indeed, possible for human beings to hold daily intercourse with Cheops without feeling their souls withered. The glowing tints of youth and health faded rapidly from the cheeks of Clara. She became pale and spiritless, whilst she appeared to have lost all interest in the common affairs of life. Her fits of abstraction, however, her dejection, and her solitary wanderings, at length became so evident as to excite the attention of her uncle, and the scene we have just described was the result. Nothing could be more painful to poor Clara than the questioning she had undergone. She rushed from the presence of her friends to her favorite garden, to think over what had passed, and implore the assistance of the mysterious being with whom she had associated herself. He was not there, however, and though she repeatedly called upon his name, he came not. The weather was now delicious. The autumnal tints that had just begun to change the lovely verdure of summer into a glowing brown gave richness to the landscape. Since the abolition of coal and wood fires, the air of London had become pure and bright, though it still remained soft from its vicinity to the river, and it was thus highly favourable to vegetation. Whilst, as no house was permitted to approach within a certain distance of the Thames, the sumptuous gardens that bordered its banks were beautiful in the extreme. That of the Duke, which has been so often alluded to, was in particular laid out in the greatest taste, and its grateful shade and delicious fragrance calmed poor Clara's troubled spirits, and soothed them to repose. Nothing, indeed, could have a more lulling effect upon the harassed senses than the scene before her. The air was perfectly still. Not a leaf was agitated, nor a flower stirred. All nature seemed to repose, but Clara alone felt restless. The questions of Dr. Coleman and surmises of Father Murphy had created a variety of new feelings in her mind, and she wandered up and down, oppressed by a sensation of melancholy which she had never felt before. She could not define her own sensations, she could not analyze her thoughts, and as she sauntered to and fro without any determinate object, she listlessly pulled the leaves from a rose which she carried in her hands. The scattering of the rose leaves, however, recalled her to herself, and she smiled as she saw the mischief she had done. "Alas, poor rose!" sighed she, apostrophizing the flower, "I know not why I have destroyed thee." Then, walking hastily away, she plunged into the thickest part of the grove. "Why am I thus agitated?" said she to herself. "Why do I feel thus miserable and discontented? Can it be love? Love?" she repeated, whilst deep blushes glowed upon her cheeks, and she started at the echo of her own voice. She threw herself upon a turfy bank under a shady tree, and, resting her head upon her hand, watched through the leaves the light fleecy clouds that drifted along the sky, till, oppressed by the painful nature of her own sensations, She sighed heavily, and tears swam in her eyes. At this moment footsteps rapidly approached, and Clara, springing upon her feet, hastily drew her hand across her eyes, and hid herself amongst the trees. Dr. Hartman and Father Morris, who approached, seemed absorbed in conversation, and Clara, who dreaded Father Morris excessively, kept herself concealed, to avoid meeting him. We have already mentioned that she was simple and innocent to a degree, but hers was the simplicity of ignorance, not folly. Her natural abilities were excellent, and her mind uncommonly strong. She therefore neither screamed nor fainted, though from her present position she became auditor to a scene of the deepest villainy. Notwithstanding the influence which Rosabella's party had at present in the state, Father Morris was not satisfied. He wished to make her election certain, and this could be only done by removing Elvira. Dr. Hartman was her physician. The rest may be easily imagined. Clara trembled, and her flesh seemed to creep upon her bones, as she listened to this horrid conference. But her terror was even increased when they changed the subject, and spoke no longer of an intended murder, but of one which had been already committed. Clara shook in every limb, and her lips and cheeks became blanched with fear, yet she uttered no cry, nor betrayed her presence by the slightest motion. At length they went, and Clara stood like one awakened from a fearful dream, almost doubting the reality of what she had heard. An hour elapsed, yet Clara still stood motionless. What should she do? Would her unassisted testimony be believed in matters of such awful import against the weight and influence of two persons of so much consequence in the state? No, she felt it would not. Yet if she remained silent, she would be accessory to the murder of Elvira. What could she do? What course ought she to pursue? She knew not. A chaos of thought seemed whirling through her brain, and threatened almost to drive her to madness. The longer she thought, the more she became confused, and she began to fear her senses were actually leaving her, when a solemn voice sounded in her ear. Well did she know those deep and awful tones. They were those of Cheops, and, confiding the awful secret to him, she promised to comply implicitly with his injunctions. It was the day following this adventure that, as Father Murphy and Abelard were conversing tranquilly together, lamenting over the degeneracy of the age, their conference was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Duke. "Where is Sir Ambrose?" cried he, in a state of violent agitation. "Where is Sir Ambrose? I must see Sir Ambrose immediately." "Calm yourself, for heaven's sake," said Father Morris, who had followed him unobserved. "This violent agitation will destroy you. Remember your recent illness, your age, your weakness." "Where is Sir Ambrose?" cried the Duke. "This vehemence is unbefitting of your station," continued Father Morris. "Moderate it, I entreat you. It can do no good." "Will no one call Sir Ambrose?" reiterated the Duke, and, as the baronet, who had been summoned by Abelard, appeared, he threw himself into his arms, sobbing like a child. "Oh, my dear, dear friend," exclaimed he, "they are determined to ruin Elvira. Lord Gustavus and his adherents are gone to their country seats to try to influence the election of the deputies, and my child can have no chance against such treachery." "If that be all," said Henry Seymour, who had accompanied the baronet, "why not follow their example? Your influence must, at least, be equal to theirs." "He is right," rejoined Sir Ambrose. "I know not why we did not do so sooner, but even now it is not too late." "And what end can possibly be produced by such a measure?" asked Father Morris, scowling darkly at the youth. "The freedom of the election should be inviolable." "But," hastily interrupted the Duke, "if they attempt to control it, we may surely—" "I was not before aware," said Father Morris, in his cold, ironical manner, "that the circumstance of others doing evil was any reason for our committing sin." "Nonsense!" cried the Duke. "There can be no sin in securing the election of my daughter, and so, Sir Ambrose, we will set off to night, if you please." "With all my heart," said Sir Ambrose. And the two old men and Henry Seymour hurried away, leaving the monk alone. He did not, however, long remain so, for in a few seconds Cheops was at his side. "So, sir," said Father Morris, scowling upon Cheops with a look of deadly hatred, "you have proved yourself my friend in suffering this babbling boy to counteract my views. Did you not boast he was your slave?" The mummy met his glance without shrinking, and, bursting into one of his fearful laughs, exclaimed tauntingly,
And so he is. But I thought you had determined not to oppose the Duke any longer. It seems, then, I did not understand your reasoning in the garden.
"Fiend! Cursed matin fiend!" cried the friar, gnashing his teeth.
Nay,
returned Cheops.
why blame me? Was I wrong in believing what you said? Was it then only a part you were acting to deceive me?
"Demon, thou canst read my heart, but it is thy wish to drive me to distraction."
No, no, my good Father Morris. My worthy friend, I honor you too much. If I can read your heart, I must be charmed to see such devotion to your friends, such candor, openness, and integrity.
Taunting devil, be my sins what they may, thy presence is a penance that might redeem them. By heaven, hell itself were easier to endure than those bitter scoffs.
And darest thou talk of heaven?
said the mummy in an awful voice, which thrilled through the father's soul, whilst his eyes glared with such supernatural luster that the priest could not bear their beams, and sank upon one knee before him, bending his head to the ground.
"'Tis as it should be,"
continued Cheops, with one of his fiendish laughs.
"Yes, he is mine. He bends before my will. Now will I tell thee what thy feeble reason was too powerless to discover. I am still thy friend. The Duke and Sir Ambrose will only injure their cause by the ill-judged measures they will take to promote it. They had the advantage of justice, honor, and open dealing upon their side. Was it nothing to deprive them of these fair-sounding words? Will they in future be able to complain of corruption when they have attempted to corrupt? Had it not been so, even if success had crowned your efforts, would not the minds of men have inclined to the side of injured integrity? For so they might have turned the party of the Duke. Might they not also have said the election was secured by bribery and deceit? And upon the first discontent that arose against Rosabella's government, would they not have recurred fondly to the recollection of the honest, open-dealing, plain-speaking Duke? Men naturally love and respect virtue, though they may be seduced for a time by the allurements of vice. Thus, though they might not have had strength of mind to resist the arts of your party, their best feelings would have still remained upon the side of Elvira. This can now no longer be the case. The Duke and Sir Ambrose voluntarily throw away their strongest hold. They rush blindfold to destruction. They degrade themselves to your level, whilst, as they are unused to deceit, they will not succeed in their endeavors, and disgrace will be their only reward. Now, do you blame me?
"Blame you!" exclaimed Father Morris. "You are my friend, my best, my only friend, my preserver."
With regard to Edmund,
said Cheops,
we must excite his jealousy. If he were detached from Elvira, her cause would perish.
It would," cried Father Morris.
Try then thy efforts,
said Cheops.
and if thou canst excite suspicions, fan them gently to a flame, yet without seeming to do so. Do not attack Elvira openly, or assert broadly that she loves another, but hint it darkly, so that your victim cannot misunderstand, and that the damning certainty may flash upon his mind with greater force than mere words can give. Well knowest thou what I mean, and well hath nature modelled thee for such a part. That downcast look, that insinuating voice, and half ironical manner, The infernal deity himself could not well have wished a more fitting agent to execute his designs on earth than thou. Work then upon Edmund, and success cannot fail to follow thy attempts.
Thou Machiavel, cried Father Morris, my friend, my dearest friend, my benefactor, oh, how I could fall down and worship thee. A sardonic smile curled the haughty lips of Cheops.
Learn then to obey in silence,
said he,
nor dare again to blame designs far beyond thy comprehension.
End of chapter 4 of volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 5. The day following was appointed for the departure of the two families of the Duke and Sir Ambrose for the country, and the whole preceding evening was passed by the two old men in arranging their plans and forming new schemes to ensure success. Elvira took no part in this conversation, though certainly the person most interested. She was thoughtful and distrait. She was too restless to remain in one place. She walked to the window. She returned, and she again sat down. She attempted to work, to read, to draw. All was in vain. All seemed tasteless and insipid. Again she went to the window, and, opening its folding doors, stepped out upon the balcony. It was a delightful night, and the air felt soft and warm. Vines, laden with their luscious fruit, twined from pillar to pillar of the balcony, forming a kind of verdant network, whilst the moon shone bright upon the lovely scene beyond. Below, a smooth green lawn stretched forth like a velvet carpet, bounded on each side by Chinese rose trees, the delicate tints of which looked still more transparently beautiful in the lovely light. Behind these, rose trees of a loftier height and deeper shade, whilst at the extremity of the lawn wound the river. The clear moonbeams trembled on the gently rippling stream, and gave a transparent brightness to the graceful foliage of a weeping willow which hung over the water and quivered in every passing breeze. Elvira gazed upon the fair scene before her, and sighed heavily as she gazed. A gentle sigh softly echoed hers, and she started to find that Henry Seymour was standing beside her. "How beautiful is nature," said he, "when undefiled by the follies and sins of man. Here one might forget the world, and all its busy turmoil of deceit. When one gazes thus upon the sublime and lovely face of nature, how poor do all the arts, the ambition, and the pitiful contrivances of man appear. The soul seems elevated to its proper sphere, and to long to throw off the frail covering of clay, which yet chains it down to the groveling passions of earth, and to soar triumphant to its native skies." His fine eyes were turned to heaven as he spoke, and Elvira gazed upon them, and his noble countenance beaming with enthusiasm, till she quite forgot to reply. "Do you not agree with me, Elvira?" said he, in a tone of the softest melody, fixing his eyes upon hers with a look that sank deep into her heart. Again she sighed deeply, but she could not speak. "Oh, Elvira," continued he, taking her hand, "will you forget me? Will not the remembrance of this night form a tie between us when we shall be far, far apart?" "Apart!" cried Elvira, almost with a shriek of surprise. The youth sighed, and gazing earnestly upon her blushing face, whispered tenderly, as he pressed her hand to his heart, "Oh, that I could flatter myself sorrow mingled with that sigh." "Why, what is this?" said the old Duke, bustling to the window. "The doctor tells me you are going to leave us. Surely you might contrive to stay till after the election." "I am very sorry, sir," said the youth, "but the circumstance that calls me away—" "Aye, the doctor told me. A near relation dangerously ill, that can't die in peace till he's seen you. Well, my boy, such things must be, and if he's doomed to die, I only wish him an easy death and you a good legacy." "I cannot tell you how sorry I am to part with you," said Sir Ambrose, who now advanced, "nor how sincerely I wish you good fortune." Thank you, sir," said the youth. "Alas, I now feel how poor words are to express my gratitude for all your kindness. I leave, however, Father Murphy behind, who will inform you from time to time of my welfare, and—" "I am sorry to hasten you, Mr. Seymour," said Dr. Coleman, who now approached, "but time wears apace." True, said Henry. "I had forgotten. Once more farewell. God bless you all." And he hurried away, as though fearful of his own resolution if he ventured to stay another second. For the rest of the evening Elvira was silent and abstracted. The suddenness of the blow seemed to have stunned her, and she felt like one wandering in a dream. Was he really gone? Should she never see him more? Were questions she scarcely dared even to ask herself. "He was nothing to me, a mere common acquaintance," she repeated incessantly, and yet she felt a wearisome void, a sickening disgust and impatience at everything around her, which she had never experienced before. "What can be the matter with me?" said she peevishly. "I shall never see him again, and it is the excess of weakness to feel an interest in the fate of one who is evidently so indifferent about me. And yet he seemed affected when he said we were about to part. Was he really so? But of what consequence is it to me whether he were so or not? I shall never see him more." And Elvira sighed involuntarily at the thought. "I am devoted to other prospects. In short, I will think of him no more." And in pursuance of this magnanimous resolution, she thought of nothing else all night. The following day Elvira and her friends went into the country, but, as Cheops had predicted, the Duke and Sir Ambrose proved quite unequal to the task they had undertaken, and they only lost their popularity by the attempt. Men were disgusted to see personages hitherto considered so respectable descend to meanness, and the shallowness of the artifices by which it was intended to impose upon them excited their contempt. In the meantime Lord Edmund was not more successful in London than his friends in the country. He had marched the chosen body of troops within a convenient distance of the metropolis, in consequence of which ill-judged measure the members of the council, to show that they were not influenced by the fear of military authority, and to vindicate their independence, invariably opposed every measure that he suggested. As the law, however, forbade any decisive promises till the actual day of election, there was still hope, though the friends of Elvira struggled on, rather from a wish not too hastily to abandon her cause, than from any rational, well-founded prospect of success. In the midst of these anxieties, Elvira's health indeed seemed rapidly declining. A weight which nothing could alleviate hung upon her spirits. She made no effort to secure voters, but pale, silent, and melancholy, she glided about, the ghost of her former self. Still, however, she was lovely. The increased delicacy of her complexion and shadowy lightness of her form harmonized well with the general style of her beauty, whilst her fine eyes, shaded by their long silken lashes, only shone more brilliantly from the glowing hectic of the cheek below. The time fixed for the most important ceremony now rapidly approached. The election of the deputies was concluded, and the families of the Duke and Sir Ambrose prepared to return to town. The night, however, before they departed, the Duke gave a grand fête champêtre to the neighboring gentry, and as a considerable number of the deputies were expected, he particularly enjoined Elvira to exert herself to the utmost to win their suffrages. Never perhaps had Elvira looked more beautiful than she did that night, as pale, trembling, and timid she received her numerous guests, and never, perhaps, was effect more magical than that which her appearance produced. Her very diffidence and modesty attracted, and the reserve with which she shunned, rather than sought, the attention of the crowd, completed the enchantment. "It is her fear of seeming to wish to influence us," whispered one deputy to another, "that makes her treat us so coldly." "Yes," replied the other, "and I like her the better for it. If she were to attempt to make herself agreeable, I should hate her. The Duke and Sir Ambrose have sickened us of that." The fête was given in the gardens of the Duke, which were beautiful and extensive, and now brilliantly illuminated by lamps suspended from the trees. There was something, however, not quite congenial to Elvira's taste in thus marrying the gorgeous splendor of art to the simplicity of nature, and she sighed heavily as she watched the flaring lamps scorching the calm pale verdure of the trees. "Now this is as it should be," said the old Duke, as he led his daughter to the pavilion appointed for her to receive her guests. "Elvira now looks like herself, does she not, Dr. Coleman?" The doctor shook his head. "I fear," began he. "Oh, we will have no fears tonight," cried the Duke gaily. "Remember, Elvira, everything now depends upon you. Play the part of the smiling, condescending hostess. Win the hearts of the deputies, and you will make that of your old father leap for joy. We shall have a gay party, shan't we, doctor?" continued he, eyeing the groups as they advanced. "I wish your friend Henry Seymour were here amongst us." Elvira started, and deep blushes suffused her cheeks at the mention of this name. The doctor eyed her attentively, though he replied as though he had not noticed her agitation. "It was urgent business, you know, that obligated him to leave England." "He was a charming youth," said the Duke, "so gay and yet so fearless. I think, however, I observed that his spirits seemed much depressed the last time I saw him. You know, he said it was the death—I mean the illness of a relation that compelled him to go." "Young men don't generally feel so much for the illness or even death of old ones," returned the Duke. "Now, if I were to judge, doctor, I should think it far more likely it was some love affair. But we can't stay talking about it now. I must go and attend to my guests. And do you mind, Elvira, and make yourself agreeable." Poor Elvira, however, was perhaps never less fitted to obey her father's injunctions than at this moment, for the conversation she had just heard had quite deranged her nerves. Her father's supposition inflicted a deep pang on her heart, and though she went through the duties of her station mechanically, her mind wandered to Henry Seymour. It was a lovely night, and the general effect of the scene, as groups of elegantly dressed people flitted to and fro through the lighted groves, was striking in the extreme. Beautiful flowering exotics decorated the pavilion of Elvira, and the balmy air that fanned their blossoms seemed loaded with sweets, whilst the richly illuminated castle, rearing its lofty towers in awful grandeur in the distance, had the appearance of a fairy palace. Elvira listlessly gazed upon the magic scene, till she felt almost fainting with the fatigue her situation as hostess imposed upon her, and she looked with a languid and almost despairing eye upon the crowds that came still pouring into the gardens. The throng now opened, and a tall and dignified figure found its way through the mass. It was Lord Edmund. He approached rapidly, and threw himself at Elvira's feet. "My adored Elvira!" exclaimed he. "You here, my lord?" cried the princess, whose eyes, enfeebled by exhaustion, had not permitted her to recognize him till he was immediately before her. I did not expect to see you here tonight." "Does my presence pain you then?" said Lord Edmund, looking at her attentively. "They told me you were ill, and I do indeed find you changed." "I am better now," returned Elvira faintly. "Do not deceive yourself," cried he, with the most intense anxiety. "You are ill. You are not equal to this fatigue. Retire from the scene. It will destroy you." "I dare not," replied Elvira, still more feasibly, "without permission from my father, though I own I do feel exhausted." Lord Edmund waited for no more, but darted to find the Duke and obtain his wished for sanction. The next instant his place was supplied by Prince Ferdinand, who had been invited into the country a few days before by the Duke, and who, with the inconstancy natural to his disposition, had now become as deeply smitten with Elvira as he had ever before been with Rosabella. Elvira, however, saw him not, and, looking gratefully after Lord Edmund, sighed profoundly as she lost sight of him among the crowd. "Happy Edmund," said the prince, "what would I not give to create a feeling in that lovely bosom like that caused by thy absence?" Elvira blushed at the earnest gaze of the youthful German, as she replied, without exactly knowing what she said, "Do you suppose, then, that the absence of Lord Edmund gave me pain?" "What other cause can I divine for your melancholy?" said Ferdinand. "Adored by every heart, admired by every eye, and blessed at once with rank, beauty, and affection, what can Elvira wish? And what can cloud her brow with sorrow, or heave her lovely bosom with a sigh, unless it be the loss of the favored lover whom ambition bids her sacrifice?" "And think you so poorly of me," returned Elvira indignantly, "as to suppose, if I really loved Lord Edmund, that ambition would tempt me to sacrifice him?" "Can a heart like yours then be really dead to love?" said the prince, gazing upon her earnestly. "Can nature have formed such exquisite beauty and forgotten to give a soul to pity the wretches it must make?" Elvira blushed deeply as he spoke, for his ardent look embarrassed her, and her eyes, having been modestly withdrawn, again met those of Lord Edmund, who had returned without her perceiving him. 'Twas but for a moment, however, that she gazed upon him, for she shrank aghast from his withering glance. Jealousy and hatred curled his lips and darkened upon his brow, whilst his features seemed so changed that Elvira could scarcely believe he was indeed the same she had so lately spoken with. "I beg your highness's pardon," said he, haughtily. "I would not have presumed to intrude, if I had known you were engaged. I fancied that you wished to retire, and had obtained the Duke's permission for your doing so. But—" "Oh, thank you, Edmund," cried Elvira. "Most gladly will I seek my chamber." Then, marking a slight smile upon Prince Ferdinand's face, she hesitated, for she recollected the interpretation he had put upon her melancholy and indifference. Lord Edmund's agony was beyond description. He saw her hesitation, he saw her look at Ferdinand, and fancying she sought his approval before she would retire, his jealous rage was unbounded, and, darting at her a look of ungovernable passion, he sprang from the pavilion, and was out of sight in an instant. Elvira could not bear his look, nor his unreasonable jealousy, and, exhausted by her previous fatigue, she fainted. A crowd soon gathered round her, and she was carried to her chamber in a state of insensibility.
"Mark me,"
said a figure muffled in a thick cloak, speaking in a deep, low whisper, as he laid his hand upon the arm of Father Morris, who stood gazing after Elvira with a look of intense anxiety.
"She must not die, for if she does, I swear by the holy tomb of Osiris at Philae, Rosabella never shall be queen."
From that hour Elvira recovered, and the consumptive symptoms which had so strongly excited the alarm of her friends entirely disappeared. Lord Edmund was conversing earnestly with one of the deputies, and, notwithstanding his jealousy, advocating the cause of Elvira with vehemence. When he was informed that she had fainted, his first impulse was to fly to her assistance, and when he found she had been removed to her chamber, his heart smote him for the cruel manner in which he had left her. She was really ill, thought he, and in her feeble state my harshness overpowered her. But never again shall my foolish jealousy disturb her peace. No, let her scorn me, hate me if she will. I will bear all the tortures she can inflict, rather than again hazard wounding that gentle bosom. Let her smile on whom she lists, even upon that hated German. I will not repine. If she be happy, I will ask no more. Thus thought Edmund, and he knew not that he deceived himself, till he saw Prince Ferdinand, who, with the happy elasticity of youth, was chatting gaily with one of the beauties of the court. Love him, thought he, as a scornful smile passed over his features. Love him, did I say? Oh no, it is impossible. I could not endure to see her love that coxcomb. And shuddering with the torments of jealousy, he turned away. Cheops was near him, muffled in a thick cloak that shrouded him from observation. The mummy marked the changes in Lord Edmund's countenance, and read well the feelings they betrayed.
Yes, even he,
said he, with one of his fearful laughs,
will soon be mine, for never yet did man trust in his own strength that did not fall.
End of chapter 5 of volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 6 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. The day of the election now rapidly approached. The Duke, Sir Ambrose, the rival candidates, and the opposition lords were all in London. The deputies were also assembled, and though it was forbidden to declare publicly for whom they intended to vote till the decisive moment arrived, yet the popular feeling seemed so strongly in favor of Rosabella that there appeared scarcely a chance for her rival. Exulting in her expected triumph, and confident of success, Rosabella sate in the splendid boudoir allotted to her use in Lord Gustavus's house, musing on her hoped-for grandeur. A large mirror was opposite to her, and as Rosabella saw her own fine figure reflected in it, joy sparkled in her eyes, and her mind wandered, enraptured through scenes of future glory. Thus completely absorbed in pleasing meditations, Rosabella was not aware that Cheops stood before her, till she heard his full, deep-toned voice repeating her name. "Rosabella!" said he. "Rosabella, Queen of England! Hail!" "Cheops!" exclaimed she. "Hail to the Queen of England!" resumed he. "No longer need you stoop to solicit suffrages. Your fate is sealed." "Think you that I am quite safe?" asked the princess, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks glowing. "Certainly, there can be no doubt." "Then I may bid defiance to these wretches, and need no longer submit to their caprices, or be subservient to their humours." "Not unless you like it." "Like it!" exclaimed Rosabella, her eyes flashing fire. "Can you suppose I like to practice meanness?" "Policy indeed recommends a contrary course," continued the mummy. "As if you do not assert your own independence, they will encroach upon your condescension and treat you as a slave." Rosabella bit her lips, and her bosom swelled with indignation. The mummy took no notice of her agitation, but went on. Let them not bind you by any promises. Prove yourself a free and independent sovereign. Trample upon them, and they will crouch at your feet. But crouch to them, and they will trample upon you. You say right, said Rosabella proudly, and my would-be masters shall soon find their error. They think weakness has made me submit to their arrogance, but they shall see their folly. The influence the mummy exercised over the minds of all those he came in contact with was astonishing, and in pursuance of his advice, Rosabella from this moment resumed her usual imperious manner, and received the compliments paid to her with the air rather of an empress long seated upon the throne than that of an aspiring candidate for regal honors, dependent only on the favor of the people. And this excessive confidence displeased the deputies. "She hardly leaves us a choice," said they, "for she seems to command us to choose her. Notwithstanding the strength of her party and the weakness of her rival, we don't think she should take the thing quite in her own hands. The old queen ordered that the people should choose her successor, but this princess seems to have chosen herself. It is very kind of her to wish to save us the trouble, but with her good leave, we think we might have managed to go through it without her help." These murmurs, however, though deep, were not loud, the party of Rosabella being too firmly established for anyone to dare openly to oppose it. The opposition lords had all returned to town, and though they had not completely succeeded in the object of their journey to the country, they had at least satisfied themselves, and by the activity they had displayed given themselves, as they imagined, a just title to the gratitude of their future queen. In the meantime, the friends of Elvira almost despaired. Few persons of note declared themselves her advocates, and though the favorable impression she had made upon the deputies still faintly operated, the feeling was fast fading away. An invincible repugnance to appear as the leader of a party oppressed her, and she shrank from the public gaze with a sensation little short of horror. Lord Edmund, however, still remained her firm and almost her only friend. Yet, though he exerted every nerve on her behalf, even he despaired of obtaining her election. Sometimes, indeed, as he gazed upon her beauty, a selfish feeling crept over his soul, and he could scarcely repress an emotion of joy, for the very qualities that impeded her success only endeared her yet more fondly to his heart, though the next instant his nobler feelings would reproach this selfish joy, and with a kind of penitential sorrow he would strive by fresh efforts to destroy the hopes for the gratification of which his very soul panted. "I presume," said Lord Gustavus de Montfort to Rosabella the day before that appointed for the election, "Your Highness does not intend to make Lord Maysworth a minister as well as a general, for thinking as I think, and as I am confident every one else must think, or at least ought to think, I feel assured he has no talents for the cabinet." "As Queen of England, my lord," returned Rosabella proudly, "I will not be dictated to, though I will do my best to choose such ministers as may, in my judgment, be most likely to promote the welfare of my country." Lord Gustavus was thunderstruck, and he gazed after her as she retired, with mingled feelings of astonishment and indignation. "You are not Queen of England yet, however," he said to himself, "and it is possible you never may be. What pride! What haughtiness! If I had been a slave, she could not have shown more contempt. When I am Queen of England, said she, I will not be dictated to. Queen of England, said she, thinking as I think, and as I am sure everyone else must think, or at least ought to think, it is possible that it is a contingency which may never arrive. I will not be dictated to. Well, certainly, I must confess I never heard a more dignified will no in my life. It was the hour when Lord Gustavus was accustomed to hold a kind of levee where the partisans of the princess had been in the habit of assembling under the guise of casual visitors, and, as he thus cogitated, Lord Maysworth and Dr. Hardman were announced. "My dear Lord Gustavus," cried the former, "you cannot imagine how impatient I feel to have tomorrow over. The uniform of the household troops is horrible. I have determined to change it the very instant I am appointed commander-in-chief." "If you should obtain that situation," replied Lord Gustavus doubtingly. "What do you mean?" asked his friend in astonishment. "I thought the means we had taken must infallibly ensure success." "They must ensure the election of Rosabella," replied Lord Gustavus. "And is not that all we wish?" "Not quite," returned Lord Gustavus dryly. "I do not understand you," said Lord Maysworth. "What can you mean?" demanded Dr. Hardman. "I mean," replied Lord Gustavus in his usual cold, precise manner, "that thinking as I think, and as I am sure everyone else must think, or at least ought to think, from the conversation that has just taken place between the princess and myself, I am convinced that our possession of the places she has promised to us is by no means the necessary consequence of her ascension to the throne." "Oh!" cried his auditors, looking perfectly aghast. A farther explanation confirmed their fear. "I could not have believed it!" exclaimed both, and as the partisans of Rosabella continued to arrive, they were successively apprised of and paralyzed by the appalling news. Standing their professed disinterestedness, there was not one whose sentiments remained unchanged by the intelligence. In the meantime, Rosabella, in the solitude of her own chamber, became aware of the imprudence she had committed, though she brooded in secret over her uneasiness, and felt too proud to avow it even to Marianne, whilst that faithful confidant, quite unsuspicious of the error of her mistress, exulted in her expected triumph with as much transport as though it had been her own. "To-morrow," said she, "I shall have to do homage to my queen, and I shall have the rapture of seeing crowds kneel humbly at her feet. Oh, would the happy day were come! How tedious will seem this long, long night! How wearisome will be the hours! Does not your heart also throb, my princess? Tomorrow I shall say my queen. Tomorrow! Oh, would it were today!" The important day at last arrived, and the delegates, assembled in Blackheath Square, awaited with impatience the arrival of the princesses. Each was to deliver a speech, after which a nobleman was to be permitted to address the mob on her behalf, and then the majority of votes was to decide. The rival princesses appeared, and were hailed with enthusiasm. They were dressed with the utmost simplicity in the purest white, whilst from their heads hung long veils of gossamer web, the ample folds of which effectually shielded their persons from observation. They were followed by their respective suites, Lord Gustavus and the opposition lords being most conspicuous in that of Rosabella, and Lord Edmund in that of Elvira. The Duke and Sir Ambrose, attended by the Reverend Fathers Morris and Murphy, were amongst the number of spectators, the two former feeling too much agitated to allow of their appearing as actors in the scene, and the others being, from different reasons, equally disqualified from taking a part in it. All now was silent. The tumultuous wave-like heaving of the multitude ceased, and everyone listened in breathless expectation, for the princesses were about to speak. It was an awful moment. The poor old Duke's heart beat almost audibly as he sate, his eyes fixed upon the ground, not daring to look up, and holding the hand of his friend Sir Ambrose firmly in his own. It was Rosabella who was to speak first. She advanced with a firm, decided step, and when the attendants drew back the veil that covered her, the assembled multitude uttered a shout of admiration at her beauty. Her dark eyes flashed fire as she proudly surveyed the crowd, and anticipated triumph gave an animated glow to her fine features. She looked indeed already a queen, and seemed born only to command and be obeyed. The multitude were awed by her presence, and listened with uplifted eyes and the most profound silence, whilst she thus addressed them. My lords and gentlemen, I feel the presumption I am guilty of in thus venturing to address so august an assembly, but I trust the magnitude of the occasion that calls me forward may afford an excuse for my temerity. I come, gentlemen, to offer myself to you as your sovereign, and the exalted nature of the trust I wish you to repose in me inspires me with courage to deserve it. Yes, gentlemen, I say to deserve it, for I should consider myself unworthy to be appointed your queen if I were to shrink from performing any of the duties attendant upon the station, and one of the most arduous of these do I consider that of thus addressing you. I am aware that upon occasions like the present it is usual for the aspiring candidate to promise miracles of reformation that are to be effected upon the obtaining of power. I promise nothing of the kind, for I will tie myself to no promises. Elect me for your queen, and I will fulfill the duties of my rank according to the best of my own judgment. I will not submit to dictation, neither will I be censured by my subjects. I will be a free, independent sovereign, or I will remain a subject. I scorn to attempt to practice any deception upon you. I wish you to see me as I really am, and then, if you think me worthy of the high office I aspire to, then at least I may assure you you shall never have reason to blush for your choice, nor shall the proud character which England has so long maintained ever suffer a stain upon its glory at my hands. No, my countrymen, haughty as I may be deemed, I assure you with sincerity that I have ever held the name of Englishwoman as my noblest boast, and that I would not relinquish my title to it, were kingdoms offered in exchange. I can say no more. If you approve me as your sovereign, your voices will obtain the fulfillment of your wishes. If you do not, worlds would not tempt me to accept the throne. Rosabella now sate down amidst thunders of applause, whilst acclamations of "Long live Rosabella!" rent the air. These symptoms of approbation were, however, only produced by her beauty and her commanding manner, for when men came to analyze her speech, they found much in it to disapprove. The haughty manner in which she had disavowed control, indeed, was neither calculated to win new friends nor secure those she already had, as the counsellors who had so warmly supported her cause had certainly not imagined that by doing so they should shut the door of preferment against themselves, and what hope of promotion or power could remain during the reign of a queen who had thus openly announced her intention of acting entirely for herself. The prejudices of the people, too, were wounded. They had been so accustomed to promises of reformation and relief from taxation upon the accession of a new sovereign, that they were disappointed at not receiving them, although they knew from experience that they meant nothing, just as a persons fond of flattery cannot live without it, though they are well acquainted with its fallacy. Besides, even experience cannot make some people wise. And though the hopes of the English had been so often disappointed, it was pleasant still to have something held out to them to hope for. These thoughts soon arose in the breasts of the multitude, and a rising murmur was beginning to swell upon the ear, when the assembly was hushed to silence by perceiving Lord Noodle had risen, and was about to address them. "My lords and gentlemen," said he, "it is with feelings of considerable embarrassment that I rise to address you. Everything that can be said has been said, and everything that has been said ought to have been said, and everything that ought to have been said has been said. What then can there possibly be left for me to say? Let it not be supposed, however, by my saying this, that I have nothing to say for myself. On the contrary, I think everybody must allow that I have said a great deal upon the said subject." Here the noble lord tittered at his own wit, and it was well that he did so, as if he had not, perhaps nobody might have found it out. "Say what I will, however, one thing must be clear, and that is, if I was to speak for an hour, I could say no more. That is, you must have a queen, and that you cannot choose a better one than the noble lady who has just sat down. And so, gentlemen, she having finished, I think I cannot do better than follow her example." Shouts and roars of laughter followed this speech, to the infinite delight of the enlightened orator, and he bowed and bowed on all sides, till his little head and bobbing periwig seemed to have acquired the gift of perpetual motion. No sooner was the tumult a little subsided than Elvira came forward to address the people. When her veil was removed, her agitation was extreme. Elvira was delicately fair, and the eloquent blood spoke in her cheeks, in 1,000 varying tints. For a few seconds she stood, her eyes fixed upon the ground, apparently endeavoring to collect herself. Then, raising her eyes, she seemed on the point of speaking, but her courage failing as she surveyed the immense multitude, every eye fixed upon her, and every ear listening for her words, the sounds died upon her lips, and after a few ineffectual attempts to speak, she buried her face in her veil and sobbed aloud. Who can describe the agitation of her aged father at this moment? When she appeared, he had risen, and leaning forward listened with a fearful eagerness, as though his ear would drink in every syllable, and though his own death warrant hung upon her words. He became pale as he saw her agitation, and his countenance varied with every variation of hers, till when he saw her total inability to speak, his lips became of livid whiteness, he uttered a piercing shriek, and fell senseless to the ground. A bustle immediately took place. The Duke was carried off, and Elvira remained pale, trembling, and almost fainting, leaning against one of the pillars that supported the canopy over the platform upon which she stood. An awful pause ensued, which was at last broken by Lord Edmund rushing forward, and eagerly addressing the crowd in the following words. "My friends and countrymen, if one spark of kindness and compassion dwells in your breasts, if your hearts are open to noble feelings, if you can pity defenseless age and helpless womanhood, listen to me now. Hear me while I plead the cause of the timid female now before you, who, agitated by the solemn occasion for which you are convened, and awed by the august majesty of this assembly, finds it impossible to give vent to her feelings in words. For difficult indeed is it to express by words the strong emotions of the heart. Oh, would to heaven, my friends, that I could lay her heart open before you, that you might read there the love of her country, the devotion to your dearest interests, and the generous wish to sacrifice her domestic happiness to secure yours, that prompt her this day to appear before you. Do you fear tyranny? Is this trembling woman likely to impose it? Do you wish remission from oppression? Is not she, who evidently possesses such extreme sensibility, likely to relieve your cares? Can her breast, which now throbs with emotion, be ever deaf to the cry of misery? No, no. That gentle spirit, which shrinks from exposure in the garish light of day, will devote itself to soothing your woes and enlightening your burdens. Do you wish for victory? Has not my army been hitherto successful? Am I not devoted to Elvira? My countrymen, I plead not from interested motives. God knows I do not. Nay, there may be some among you who know I now plead for the destruction of my dearest hopes. But the welfare of my country is more to me than my own. I give my country the treasure which might have been mine, contented if by the sacrifice of my own happiness I can secure that of thousands. My countrymen, I cannot more strongly prove my devotion to your interests, for if you choose Elvira for your queen, my widowed heart will have no bride but glory. Take, however, the treasure I resign to you. Prize her as she deserves, and heaven in its mercy grant that prudent counselors and sagacious statements may so direct her steps, that victory may shine on her banners, wisdom in her counsels, and happiness in her kingdom. Lord Edmund stopped, overpowered by his own emotions, and his agitation found an echo in the bosom of every auditor. The effect of his speech was instantaneous. Cries of, "Elvira shall be our queen! Elvira forever!" rose in deafening tumult from the crowd, nor did there appear a single dissentient voice. In fact, after all that can be said upon the subject, feeling is the only true eloquence. The passions of the crowd were strongly excited. The fainting of the Duke, the agitation of Elvira, and the speech of Lord Edmund, who was the hero of the day, had absolutely driven them distracted. They shouted again and again that Elvira, and Elvira alone, should be queen, and, forming a triumphal car, placed her in it, and dragged her along to Westminster Abbey, where the ceremony of the coronation was appointed to take place. This venerable pile, which had stood for centuries and resisted alike the war of nature and the destroying hand of innovation, with which the barbarous taste of the Middle Ages had endeavored to destroy its grandeur, shone forth in all its original splendor, and afforded another magnificent proof of the length of time the labors of man survive the term of his fragile existence. It had been a brilliant sight when Westminster Hall was crowded with the nobles of the land to choose the Council of State, but far more splendid was it now, when after the religious part of the ceremony of the coronation had been performed in the Abbey, the trembling and beautiful Queen entered its sumptuous walls, surrounded by her counsellors, and welcomed with transport by her kneeling subjects. All had been previously prepared for the ceremony, as the ordinance of the old queen had directed the coronation to take place immediately after the election, and the venerable hall was now crowded with the nobles and ladies of Claudia's court, splendidly attired, waiting for the queen, whom the choice of the deputies might give them, with the most eager impatience. Elvira was received with transports, and though perhaps under different circumstances her rival might have been honored with equal rapture, yet, as Elvira knew it not, the thought did not damp her pleasure. In the meantime, Father Morris had remained aghast, a prey to the combined tortures of grief, rage, and disappointment. The crowd had disappeared, yet still he stood gazing upon the platform, the speechless image of despair. "For heaven's sake, do not remain here," cried a voice he knew only too well, and obeying the impulse of Marianne's arm, he suffered himself to be led from the scaffold, where all his hopes had perished. There was a small house at no great distance from the spot, where the partisans of Rosabella had held frequent conferences respecting their plans for securing her election, and to this place Marianne led the disappointed friar. "Curses on the fiend that has betrayed me to my ruin," said he, as he threw himself upon a sofa in this abode. "May demons haunt him here, and eternal misery be his portion hereafter." The fiendish laugh of Cheops rang in the father's ears as he pronounced these words, and ere he finished, the hated form of the mummy stood before him. "What, Father Morris?" cried the Egyptian. "Is this the treatment of your friends? Fie! Fie! Is this the strength of your mind? I am ashamed of you. Is it the part of a man of courage to shrink from such a slight reverse? However, I'm still your friend, and if you will follow my advice—" "Avaunt, demon!" cried Father Morris. "Tempt me no more. Ruin hangs upon thy words, and it is thy advice that has destroyed me." "Say rather your own evil passions," returned the mummy. "Fiend!" exclaimed the monk. "Was it not by thy advice Rosabella rejected the address I had prepared for her, and determined to deliver her own sentiments extempore? Such an expression of her genuine feelings was likely to produce 10 times the effect of the studied address. The oration of Lord Edmund was from the feeling of the moment, and you saw its power was magical." "And it was not by your desire that the fool Lord Noodle seconded her instead of Lord Gustavus, as I had intended?" "A ridiculous fool was more likely to put the people in good humor than a prosing one." Yes, I know. It was thus you made your plans seem feasible. But how have they succeeded?" "Success is not always the test of merit. How could I foresee the fainting of the Duke and the agitation of Elvira? That timid silence said far more for her than words. If she had spoken, she would have had no chance." "Would she were dead!" said Father Morris, grinding his teeth. "So would you seal your ruin. Rosabella would be suspected and her chance of reigning destroyed forever." "What shall I do?" "Let Elvira reign. Nay, start not. It will be but for a time. She will naturally make Edmund her first counselor from gratitude for the service he has rendered her, and as he has sense and talent, he will as naturally either decline employing the noble lords who were your friends entirely, or at best give them but subordinate situations. Their hopes having been previously raised, they will feel this disappointment bitterly, and look back with longing eyes to Rosabella, by whom they were promised place and power. That princess must moderate her natural haughtiness. If she wish to reign, she must submit to bend before she rise. For, though ambition be the most lofty of all passions, perhaps no one makes its votaries occasionally condescended to greater meanness. At present patience alone is required. Novelty is always delightful, but the pleasure it produces never can be lasting, and the expectations of men having been raised too high by the brilliancy with which a new government is certain to commence, they will soon be disposed to quarrel with everything which may chance to fall short of the standard they will then propose to themselves.
though this same standard, if they give themselves time to consider, they would find far too exalted for mortals to have ever any hopes of reaching. Their extravagant expectations not being realized, they will then plunge into the opposite extreme. They will see everything with jaundiced eyes, and not liking to own they were deceived, they will overturn the government of Elvira to conceal forever the folly they have been guilty of.
But will not the government of Rosabella afterwards share the same fate?
No, for they will have learnt wisdom by experience, and having just suffered from the inconveniences inseparable from a revolution, they will idolize every word and action of Rosabella, to spare themselves the necessity again of undergoing the same horrors, and yet avoid the charge of inconsistency. They will thus fear even to censure, and will gloss over anything that may not quite please them, rather than run the risk of again interrupting that tranquillity which the late disturbance has made them taste the sweets of.
The sophistry of Cheops was well suited to the feelings of his hearers, and well did he know how to work upon the passions of those he conversed with. The indignation of Father Morris and Marianne subsided, and they again became the Egyptians' devoted slaves. Cheops watched them as they retired, a smile of derision curling from his haughty lips.
"Fools that they are!"
said he, again as a fearful expression flashed across his saturnine countenance.
"By Typhon, they are scarcely worth deceiving, for they rush blindfolded into the net."
In the meantime, nothing could exceed the grandeur of the scene exhibiting in Westminster Hall. The ceremony was finished, for the Queen had taken oaths of fidelity to the interests of her new subjects, and had received their humblest homage in return. A sumptuous banquet was now served, where all that could please the eye mingled in luxuriant profusion with all that could tempt the appetite. Music completed the charm, and as the harmonious notes swelled through the lofty dome, it seemed a choir of angels rejoicing from on high. Thus, while all that could gratify the senses was combined, the fairy loveliness of Elvira seemed to fit her well to be the goddess of the scene, and the figure of the poor old Duke, her father, gazing at her with indescribable rapture, the tears trickling down his furrowed cheeks, and his long white hair hanging loose upon his shoulders, completed the interest of the picture. Great and glorious was the triumph of Elvira, but whilst the nation rang with acclamations of joy, and bonfires and illuminations proclaimed the transport of the people, who shall paint the despair, the desolation of the unfortunate Rosabella? Forlorn and deserted by her friends, despised and injured by him she loved, disappointed in the fairy dreams of her ambition, and disgusted with a world that had rejected her. What could she do? Where find a refuge from her woes? Rosabella sought no refuge. Wretched as she was, her proud spirit still supported her. She neither retired from society, nor gave herself up to the paroxysms of despair. Hers was not a mind to brood over useless grief. She felt her wrongs, it is true, and most keenly did she feel them. But she wasted not her time in lamentation, and burnt only to avenge them. Marianne had communicated to her the advice of Cheops, and her whole soul was now devoted to revenge. For this she determined to obey his injunctions, to bend her haughty spirit to his wishes, to conciliate the friends that had deserted her, and to submit to any meanness to keep up a party in the state. This done, she resolved to watch for the errors unavoidable in a new government, to take advantage of every weakness, and foment every discontent. In short, to open a chasm under her rival's feet, and then, like the lion Pismire on the brink of his sandy trap, to rest concealed until the entanglement of the expected prey enabled her to rush upon and destroy it. Elvira's disposition was naturally noble, and satisfied with the possession of the throne, she sought no farther triumph. Her generous soul was touched by the apparent resignation of her rival, and she endeavored by every means in her power to console her for her disappointment. The Duke now resided entirely in town, but upon Rosabella, Elvira, with the utmost delicacy, conferred a palace and a separate establishment. Notwithstanding the delicacy with which Elvira's favours were conferred, Rosabella could not forget that they were favours, and hers was not a mind to brook dependence. Her hatred for her cousin thus increased with the weight of her obligations, whilst that of Elvira had vanished with the occasion that gave it birth. It is indeed scarcely possible for a proud, haughty temper like that of Rosabella to love the person to whom it owes everything. Such dispositions find infinitely more pleasure in obliging than in being obliged, pride being gratified in one case and humbled in the other. People are thus often devotedly attached to their protégés, as they seem in some measure creations of their own, and lavish favours upon them with a profuse hand. But they often expect such devotion in return, that love withers into slavery, or changes into hatred, and what was once gratitude soon becomes mortification. Elvira had an arduous part to sustain. It was difficult to find the medium between giving too much or too little, and more difficult still to discover a means of giving at all, without hurting the feelings of Rosabella. The sense she had of this rendered the manner of Elvira towards her cousin occasionally cold and restrained, and Rosabella felt acutely the slightest change. She indeed saw everything with a jaundiced eye. She imagined insults where none were intended. She shrank from the slightest observation which could be supposed to allude to her present situation, and she appeared to feel so much pain whenever she was in the society of Elvira, that the intercourse between the cousins gradually dwindled to a mere formal interchange of visits, and the customary ceremonials of court etiquette. The cousins, thus completely estranged from each other, Rosabella's palace became the resort of the discontented. The King of Ireland had died shortly before the election of Elvira, and those malcontents formerly in his pay, being repulsed by his son, now crowded round Rosabella. Men of talents, but of dissolute habits, daring spirits that preyed upon themselves for want of employment, and desperate characters, to whom every change was agreeable, and they had nothing to lose, and everything to hope for by a revolution, vied with each other in devoting themselves to her service. It was often grating to Rosabella's feelings to associate with wretches such as these, but to what cannot proud spirits sometimes submit to gain the determined purpose of their souls? Everything is swallowed up in one vast overwhelming passion, and minor difficulties are neither seen, thought of, nor felt. Thus Rosabella scrupled not to waste her time in the society of such beings as Lord Noodle and his friend Lord Doodle. She even stooped to flatter them, and occasionally to ask and appear to follow their advice. She endured patiently the dictatorial prosing of Lord Gustavus, and listened with an appearance of interest to the wearisome pettiness of Lord Maysworth. All she thought of was whether any particular line of conduct were likely to conduce to placing her on the throne, and if it were, Be it what it might, the haughty Rosabella instantly condescended to practice it. Taught by the late events not to rely too confidently upon her own strength, she rushed into the opposite extreme, and descended even unto servility. In the meantime, the attention of Elvira was completely devoted to the establishment of her government. She had many qualities worthy of her rank, and some of the most conspicuous were her nobleness in forgetting injuries and her inflexible sense of justice. Thus, though she had made no promises herself to her people on the day of her election, she justly considered those made by Edmund on her part as equally binding, and endeavored by every means in her power to redeem the pledges he had given. Cheops had judged rightly in supposing she would make Edmund her prime minister. Her gratitude to him indeed was unbounded, and though her noble and generous disposition prevented her depriving the lords who had voted against her of their dignities, yet that the strong mind and commanding genius of Edmund would make them dwindle into nonentities, he had also been equally correct in predicting. The noble lords, quite unconscious of their own inefficiency, were indignant at finding themselves subalterns where they had hoped to be commanders, and rallied round the standard of Rosabella, who on her part received them so graciously that her former haughtiness was forgotten. Elvira was not aware of their defection, or if she were, she thought them too insignificant to merit notice, her attention being entirely occupied in affairs which she considered of infinitely more importance. Though the laws of the old queen had been excellent, many abuses had crept into the manner of putting them into execution, and these Elvira now, with the aid of Edmund, set herself diligently to work to discover and correct. She could not have chosen an assistant more competent to the task. The penetrating mind and commanding genius of Edmund were unequaled. With a single glance, he saw where errors had been committed, and how they ought to be amended. Whilst under his auspices, vice was punished and virtue rewarded. Goodness, though in rags, was raised to affluence, and villainy compelled to disgorge its ill-gotten wealth. Justice was impartially dispensed to all, and the first Monday in every month, the Queen proceeded in solemn state to the grand square at Blackheath to receive there in person the petitions of her subjects. The crowd assembled upon these occasions was immense. However well a constitution may be organized, it is impossible to give satisfaction to everyone, and even under the best regulated governments there will always be some who fancy themselves aggrieved. Besides, as free access was allowed on these occasions to everyone, numbers went merely to see the Queen, and nothing could be better contrived for letting Her Majesty know the real feelings of her subjects than this arrangement, as from the people being placed in lines along each of which the Queen walked, she became alternately in personal contact with every separate individual. Like everything else, however, that sounds perfect in theory, difficulties arose when this plan came to be put in practice. It was originally intended that the Queen should receive with her own hands and read herself all the petitions that might be presented, but when it was found their numbers frequently amounted to some thousands, this scheme was abandoned as impracticable, and the Lords Noodle and Doodle were appointed to the important office of walking behind the Queen, carrying large bags in which the petitions were deposited, and from which they would probably never again have emerged, if they had not been dragged to light by the persevering and indefatigable exertions of Lord Edmund. The people, however, were not aware of this, and there was something in the show that delighted them. It was indeed a fine sight to behold so many hundreds of human beings anxiously watching the movements of their beautiful Queen as she glided along their ranks, smiling graciously upon all, and looking like an angel sent upon earth to dispense blessings to mankind. Ladies of honor walking behind her, pages bearing her train, and the two aged counselors of state bending beneath the weight of their ponderous bags, bringing up the rear. Thus gloriously commenced Elvira's reign. The people, delighted with the attention paid to their wishes, and struck by some instances of the Queen's love of justice and hatred of oppression, lauded her to the skies. The nobility, hoping riches and power from her liberality, almost worshipped her, and the ambassadors of foreign powers, dreading the valor of Lord Edmund and his soldiers, offered the humblest homage at her feet. In short, all seemed to smile upon her, and the kingdom to bid fair shortly to rival even the imagined happiness of Utopia itself. End of Chapter 6, Volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 7 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century, by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 7. In the meantime, what had become of Edric and Dr. Entwerfen? Gloomy indeed were the reflections of our travelers when they found themselves immured in a dungeon, so far from all they loved or reverenced, without friends, and accused of a horrible crime, from the guilt of which they felt it would be vain for them to attempt to free themselves. Days and weeks rolled on, yet no change took place in their destiny. Every night the grating of a rusty key in the lock announced the arrival of the gaoler, bringing their daily pittance of bread and water, but he never spoke, nor could the most earnest entreaties of the doctor and Edric bring one word from his lips. Despair at length began to invade the bosoms of the travelers, till one day, as they were examining for the 1000th time the hieroglyphics on the stones in the wall, Edric perceived that one of them was loose. With infinite difficulty they removed the stone, and found a long vaulted passage, dimly lighted by an opening at the farther extremity. The transport of the prisoners on making this discovery was unbounded, and can only be imagined by those who have felt the loss of liberty and rejoiced at its recovery. When their first raptures had a little abated, they began to consult upon the best means of availing themselves of their good fortune and preventing pursuit. The doctor had luckily several chemical preparations in his walking stick. With one of these he dissolved the iron of their chains, so as to free Edric and himself from their weight, and then, smearing them over the remainder of the composition, he laid them in a heap, exclaiming with a laugh, "The jailers will be dreadfully frightened when they find these fetters, for though they look perfect to the eye, they will crumble to pieces at the slightest touch." Edric was too anxious to effect his escape to listen to his tutor's exultation, and his arrangements being made, the travelers, with trembling steps and throbbing hearts, explored the vaulted passage, and found, to their infinite delight, that it had led them to the borders of the Nile. A small boat was anchored to the shore, and its crew, an old man and his son, who gained their living by conveying goods up the Nile, were peaceably taking their supper on the bank. Edric and the doctor had taken the precaution to replace the stone that had concealed the vaulted passage, and having smeared the opposite wall with phosphorus, they had no doubt that when the jailer entered the prison, which he generally did in darkness, he would be too much alarmed to take any effectual means for pursuing them till it should be too late. Having luckily also plenty of money, that certain road to the human heart, they easily persuaded the old man to take them on board. and in a short time they embarked in his fragile vessel and set sail. Slowly and silently they floated along the majestic river, which rolled in solemn waves like an inland sea, and swept proudly on to the ocean, seeming to scorn the degenerate land it left behind. And without one pang did our travelers quit forever the fertile plains and gorgeous cities of Egypt. One only thought swelled in their bosoms, and that was joy at their escape. Offering up silent prayers of thanksgiving, our travelers continued their progress down the river, and, when morning dawned, and the enormous forms of the pyramids were seen grimly frowning through the mist, they shuddered involuntarily, and devoutly crossing themselves, muttered new prayers for protection and deliverance. After a long and tedious voyage, our travelers at length reached the sea in safety. The mouths of the delta were at that time the seat of extensive and almost universal commerce, and our travelers trembled lest they should here encounter some emissary of their enemies, who might reconvey them to the prison from which they had so miraculously escaped. They found, however, the belief of their supernatural disappearance too strongly impressed upon the minds of the multitude for even a suspicion of their existence to remain, and they stood upon the sumptuous quay, surrounded by Greeks, Russians, Egyptians, Arabs, and Turks, without exciting a single remark, or obtaining the slightest attention. They wished to proceed to Constantinople, then the capital of the powerful empire of Greece, and entered into conversation with the master of a felucca for that purpose. "I will attend to you directly, gentlemen," said the sailor, leaving some persons with whom he had been previously talking. "But I have been listening to such a horrid tale." "What was it?" asked Edric, suspecting the subject, but aware that to seem incurious upon such an occasion might betray that he was already only too well informed. "Two sorcerers," returned the man, "have been taken into custody for blowing up the pyramids and bewitching the mummies." "And how were they punished?" asked Edric. "Oh, you haven't heard half they did yet," said the man. "When they were put in prison for their pranks, the old one came to their help and carried them off in a flame of fire, leaving a long train of light after them in the sky, like the tail of a blazing comet. Dick Jones, who was telling me, swears he saw them all going off together, the old one hanging by the devil's horn, and the young one keeping fast hold of his tail." "Shocking," said Edric, scarcely able, however, to repress a smile at this proof of the vividness of Dick Jones's imagination. "I haven't told you half," resumed the man. "All Grand Cairo rings with it. Several have gone mad, and others died with fear, and the man who was with Dick Jones, and who was one of the soldiers of the guard set over them, assured me as a positive fact that the chains they had had on and left behind crumbled between his fingers like a bit of rotten wood." "It is very awful," said Edric. "Aye, is it not?" rejoined the man. "Thank God I was not there to see. I am sure the very look of one of those conjurers would have driven me mad. I never could abide such things." Edric now with some difficulty persuaded the man to return to the subject of their transit. "I am very sorry, sir," said he, "but I don't think there'll be a vessel going out to Constantinople for this week at least, for they've got the plague there, and our magistrates won't let a ship that has been there return to our harbor again without performing quarantine, and that is such a hindrance to trade that our folks don't like it. But perhaps you're in no hurry, and can wait." "Oh yes, we can wait quite well," said the doctor, trembling with anxiety to be off. The sailor, however, had no occasion to say more, for the bare mention of the plague was quite sufficient to deter our travelers from visiting Constantinople, and finding he was bound for Malta, and that no other vessel would quit the harbor that day, they hastily embarked, notwithstanding his vessel was old and inconvenient, and not forwarded by steam, though the superior certainty of the steam packets was now so generally felt and acknowledged by all, that perhaps this was the only common sailing boat in the harbor. The joy of our travelers at their deliverance was, however, too great to permit them to dwell upon trifles, and as the cabin was scarcely habitable, they resolved to remain on deck the whole of the voyage, being determined to submit to anything sooner than delay their departure. Accordingly, they stretched themselves upon their cloaks, and reclining against some ropes, watched attentively the lovely scene around them. The evening was beautiful, and, as the shores of Egypt swiftly receded from their view, they felt their minds soothed by the contemplation of the grand scheme that presented itself. There is, indeed, something in the awful majesty of the world of waters, which, like the gigantic monuments of Egypt, powerfully affects the mind by its very simplicity, and, by raising the soul far above the common trifling occurrences of life, soothes it to tranquillity. The voyage was long, for contrary winds impeded their progress, and one evening, after Dr. Entwerfen had remained for some time gazing steadfastly on the water, with a look of deep abstraction, he exclaimed suddenly, "There will be a storm!" "Impossible," returned Edric. "The sun set in unwonted splendor, spreading its rays of purple and gold through the waters like a jeweled diadem, and the wind is even now dying away to a gentle breeze, which scarcely curls the surface of the ocean as our bark dances gaily over it." "That is a bad sign," said the doctor. "Have you not often heard that a storm is generally preceded by a calm? You will find it no metaphor now." The moon shone brightly, and as the ship plowed her way slowly through the almost motionless waves, its beams sparkled through the spray, which fell in silvery showers over the prow. All now was still, except the heaving of the vessel, and the monotonous splashing of the waters as she slowly worked her way through them. The wind gradually sunk, and the sails only feebly flapped in the breeze that could no longer inflate them, till at last even that failed, and the vessel, completely becalmed, lay like a log upon the water, which spread like a vast and tranquil mirror around her. Bitterly now did our travelers regret the precipitate haste that had made them embark in such a frail, unmanageable boat, and they regarded with longing eyes the compact steam packets that glided past them, their black smoke curling in the air as they were wafted swiftly along. It was too late, however, to repent, and the doctor consoled himself by taking advantage of the effect produced by the thick black smoke, as they saw it rising in the distance, to illustrate the lecture he had formerly given his pupil on the theory of combustion and decombustion of amphiolites, till he fairly lulled him to sleep. Morning came, but brought not with it the wished-for breeze. Edric rose, and walking upon deck, encountered the doctor. "How still all seems," said he. "Nature seems to sleep, but 'tis an awful stillness, such as falls upon a dying patient, prophetic of his end. Nature seems exhausted, and I could fancy is seeking a short repose to rally her energies for some decisive blow." "You are fanciful, Edric," said the doctor. "You alarm yourself unnecessarily. The violent shock your nerves have sustained unfits you for exertion, and renders you disposed to see everything in a gloomy light." "I beg your pardon, sir," said a ragged English sailor who happened to be on board. "In my opinion the gentleman is right, for everything portends a storm. Cirrostrati streak the sky, and as they join with the fleecy cumuli below them in cumulus strati, nothing can more clearly indicate wind and rain, and probably thunder. And see, too, how the dark, frowning nimbus spreads its black shade along the edge of the horizon, and how the birds fly cowering, almost touching the waters with their wings as they flit along. Now it begins. Hark!" Whilst the sailor had been speaking, the clouds had thickened gradually, and the sky had grown dark as night. A hollow murmuring was heard, which seemed to gather fury as it came, till it burst over the devoted vessel with terrific violence, and rent the sails to atoms, whistling round in fearful gusts as though mocking the mischief it had done. The sea now heaved mountains high. The forked lightning played like writhing serpents along the deep black sky, now streaming like floating ribands in the air, and then darting downwards like fiery arrows. Thunder rolled heavily in the distance, approaching, however, nearer and nearer, every peal reverberating through the sky as though echoed back by unseen rocks, till at last a tremendous crash announced the fall of the electric fluid. Our travelers were preparing to retire below when, just as they reached the cabin stairs, the heavens seemed to open, and a ball of light blue fire of a most vivid brightness shot downwards from the chasm and struck the mast of the laboring ship. Immediately after, a loud crackling noise rattled over their heads, and then all again was still, save the howling winds and the groans of some prostrate seamen wounded by the scattered fragments of the splintered mast. The rain now descended in torrents, and the feeble vessel, at one moment raised to a fearful height, then dashed down, and apparently engulfed by the heavy seas that washed over her, seemed every instant doomed to destruction, and to escape only by a miracle. The shouts of the seamen and creaking of the strained timbers of the ship mingled horribly with the howling of the wind and the roar of the billows. Every instant it was expected she must go to pieces, for she had sprung a leak, and the water rose so fast as to baffle every attempt made to check its progress. The seamen were now in despair. They broke open their trunks, and dressing themselves in their best clothes, they filled their pockets with all the valuables they could find. Then, whilst some went to prayers, others broke open the captain's spirit chest, and many rolled overboard in a state of intoxication, whilst the ship, now become a perfect wreck, drifted before the wind, and was rapidly sinking. The storm, however, seeming to abate, the master ordered out the boat, and all the seamen who retained their senses eagerly sprang on board. Our travelers attempted to follow, but the seamen pushed them back, and exclaiming the boat was full, rowed off, leaving them to their fate. The English sailor had been in the act of stepping on board the boat the very moment she pushed off, and the sudden shock precipitated him into the sea. A piercing scream burst from his lips as his body, with a dying effort, sprang from the waves, which seemed to rise after him and suck him back into their gulf. Our friends heard the cry, and rushed to the side of the vessel, but alas, they were powerless to save him. The ship drifted rapidly by. They saw his hands gleam for a moment through the waves as he raised them in agony, and then the roaring billows rolled on, deep, black, and gloomy as before. The horror of Edric and the doctor was excessive, but the impending terrors of their own fate prevented the possibility of their minds dwelling long upon his. The storm, however, visibly abated, and the dismantled hulk they were upon, lightened by the desertion of the sailors, still swam. Light fleecy clouds now scuttled rapidly along the skies, and the moon, struggling to break forth from behind them, shed a faint and watery gleam upon the scene. Our travelers now, by the feeble light afforded by the moonbeams, perceived the boat laboring heavily through the dark gray sea, and struggling to reach a long black line of rocks distinctly marked in the distance, against which the still boiling waters broke with tremendous roar, curling in whitened foam as they laved their craggy sides, whilst the wreck our travelers were upon seemed rapidly drifting upon the same point. Death now appeared inevitable, as it was impossible their shattered bark could resist the shock, if it should be tossed against these jagged crags, and every moment she seemed rising upon a wave that must dash her upon them, and floating back to escape only by a miracle. The doctor and Edric became giddy with these repeated shocks, and in despair fancied themselves resigned, or rather stunned, by the misfortunes which had followed each other with such overwhelming rapidity upon their devoted heads. They awaited their fate with an apathy which they mistook for resignation. The seamen in the boat still continued laboring on, straining every nerve to reach the shore, though ineffectually, for the foaming surge beat them back with repeated and resistless violence. With anxious eyes and beating hearts, our friends marked the progress of the boat, till, giddy with watching and feeling their spirits exhausted as they surveyed the fruitless struggle of the toiling boatmen, they hid their faces with their hands and shut it from their sight. At this instant a wild and piercing cry rang in their ears. 'Twas from the boat. She had swamped. The human beings she contained were all swallowed up in the boiling waves, and that shriek of agony was their funeral knell. A horrid silence followed this appalling scream, unbroken save by the lashing of the billows against the rocks, and the low, half-suppressed moaning of the winds, till the senses of the travelers became bewildered, and they shrieked in agony. Their peril indeed grew every moment more intense, for every wave carried them nearer and nearer to those frowning crags, whose dark sides, rearing themselves in awful majesty, seemed mustering their strength to repel the insolent intruders that sought to invade their territory. The doctor and Edric, in the meantime, suffering 1,000 deaths in the protracted horrors they were compelled to endure, and which they could neither mitigate nor evade, shrank back with the shivering of a frighted nature trembling at dissolution, every time the wave on which their vessel floated seemed to dash against the shore. At length, however, the fate they had so long dreaded arrived. Their shattered hulk was raised on a tremendous billow and thrown with fearful violence upon the rocks, with a force that shivered it to atoms and engulfed the doctor and Edric in the boiling surge. The next wave, however, returning, swept them along in its bosom, and threw them, perfectly insensible, though locked in each other's arms, upon the shore. End of chapter 7 of volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 8 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 8. It was morning, and the glowing sunbeams danced gaily on the sparkling waters of the dark blue deep, as gently rippling it laved the rocky shore on which Edric and his tutor had been thrown, and seemed to smile as if in mockery of the mischiefs it had wrought. There, sheltered by a rock whose jutting crag had saved them from being carried back into the devouring ocean, lay our travellers, apparently buried in sleep, returning consciousness not having yet dispelled the torpor produced by the fearful terrors of the night. The sun now shone brightly, and its glowing heat revived Edric from his trance. Slowly and heavily he unclosed his languid eyes, and, forgetting where he was, attempted to rise. He succeeded, but weak and dizzy, he only staggered a few paces ere he again fell. The roaring of the ocean still sounded in his ears. His senses swam, and, giddy and enfeebled by his previous exhaustion, he fancied himself stick-tossed upon the foaming billows. For some time he lay in a state of torture, the thrill of returning circulation tingling through his veins, till the recollection of what had passed flashing across his mind, he again endeavoured to rouse himself and seek his tutor. The unfortunate doctor, however, appeared to be no more, and as Edric gazed upon his inanimate form, he might have exclaimed with Prince Henry, "I could have better spared a better man." At this moment Edric recollected the strong chemical preparations the doctor generally carried about him, and searching his pockets found a potent elixir. With some difficulty he forced a few drops down his throat, taking a dose also himself. The effects of the medicine were soon visible. The doctor heaved a deep sigh, and opening his eyes, gazed vacantly around, whilst Edric himself felt perfectly restored. "Where am I?" cried Dr. Wentworfen, as soon as he was sufficiently recovered to speak, and then, as some of the horrors he had so lately witnessed recurred to his mind, he exclaimed, "I will never disclose it. No torture shall compel me. Where is the justice? He fled away in a flame of fire, hanging to the devil's horn. Oh, Edric, where are we? Ah, I have had such a horrid dream." "Alas!" returned Edric, "it is but too real." "What? What?" cried the doctor, getting up and staring wildly around him. "I remember now. We were drowned. But where are we? I know not, replied his pupil mournfully. You forget I have been exposed to the same perils as yourself, and that I am equally ignorant where fate has thrown us. I should think, however, from the position we were in when the storm began, that we are somewhere on the shores of the Mediterranean. But whether in Europe or Africa, I have as yet had no means of ascertaining. We must explore, said the doctor solemnly. We ought not to remain in doubt another instant upon so important a subject. Follow me. They now quitted the rocky beach on which they so long had lain, and advanced towards some cliffs which shut them out from the view of the surrounding country. When they had surmounted this natural barrier, they found the prospect that presented itself superb, and their eyes wandered with delight over orange groves and forests of cork trees, whilst the green shining leaves and rich scarlet blossoms of the pomegranates, and light tender waving foliage of the olive, afforded variety to the scene. The burning heat of the sun's rays felt softened by the breezes from the sea. A balmy fragrance seemed to pervade the air. Birds flew twittering around them, or, perched upon the branches of the trees, made the groves resound with melodious harmony, whilst butterflies of the most brilliant colours fluttered from flower to flower, and innumerable buzzing insects seemed to fill the air with motion. "What a lovely country!" said the doctor, as he and Edric penetrated into the deep recesses of a shady grove. "And how delightful is this sensation of refreshing coolness after having been exposed to the burning rays of the sun! It is yet early, for the sun has not yet reached far above the horizon, and the dewdrops still glisten in his rays, like diamonds hanging from every leaf. Where can we be? Surely we are not dead, and now in paradise?" Edric smiled. "I rather think," said he, "that we are in Andalusia. I have often read of the exquisite beauty of some of the southern provinces of Spain, and this seems well to accord with the ideas I have always entertained of that country." They now approached what appeared to be a cemetery, and which was tastefully adorned with weeping willows hanging over the graves, whilst roses and 1,000 beautiful flowering shrubs, flourishing in wild luxuriance from the genial nature of the climate, spread around and gave this receptacle of the mouldering remains of mortality the aspect of a blooming garden. "How different from the pyramids!" exclaimed the doctor and Edric at the same moment. "The tombstones seem to have inscriptions upon them," continued the former after a short pause. "Let us approach and examine them. They will at least declare the country we are in by the language in which they may be written." The idea struck Edric as feasible, and they entered the cemetery. "You are right, Edric," said the doctor. "We are in Spain, for here lie the mortal remains of Don Alfonso, that mighty hero of the Bourbon race, who, you doubtless remember, was the first that conquered the northern part of Africa, and by transferring the seat of the Spanish Empire to Fez, contributed so powerfully to the civilization and conversion to Christianity of all that vast territory." "And who destroyed Spain as a monarchy by so doing," added Edric. "It is true," replied the doctor, "that Spain, finding itself too mighty for a province, shook off in consequence the yoke of his descendants, and erected its present republic, which it most probably would never have done if the seat of government had remained at Madrid. But that is trifling compared with the inestimable benefits produced to the world at large by the civilization and reduction to a Christian state of such a mighty empire as that of Morocco. Had it not been for that, we might still have remained in the degrading ignorance in which mankind were immersed for so many centuries respecting the interior of Africa. Timbuktu would never have risen to its present eminence in science and commerce. The real course of the Niger would never have been discovered, and the sources of the Nile still remained wrapped in oblivion. Yes, mighty shade, thou wert indeed a hero. Calumny may assail thy fame, and unenlightened minds cavil at the wonders of thy glory. But one firm and attached votary still remains to thee, and thus he humbly bends to do thee homage." So saying, the doctor prostrated himself upon the tomb, and reverentially kissed the cold marble inscribed with the hero's name. "Hold, hold!" cried a man, rushing from behind a small temple and seizing him, whilst in an instant Edric and his tutor found themselves surrounded by soldiers whose grim visages spoke them inured to blood and warfare. "Wretch!" exclaimed the leader, apostrophizing the terrified doctor. "Thy life shall soon pay the forfeit for thy crimes. Away with him!" continued he, addressing his soldiers. "Bear him before the next alcade, and let him there suffer the punishment the law enacts against all those who dare to praise the actions or worship the memory of the tyrannic Alfonso. Away with him, I say!" "Mercy! Mercy!" implored the doctor. "Impossible!" said the leader sternly. "Do you not know that this is a land of liberty, and that we abhor the very name of tyranny and oppression? How then can the admirer of a tyrant hope for mercy at our hands? Away with him, I say, and with his companion also. For as they appear to be associates, no doubt their principles are the same." "And do you call this a land of liberty?" asked Edric reproachfully. "Hear him! He blasphemes!" cried the soldiers. "Gag him if he dare again to breathe such impiety!" And amidst their shouts and execrations, Edric and his tutor were dragged away. Taught by this lesson that the liberty of the republican Spaniards did not extend to the tolerance of any opinions except their own, Edric and the doctor did not again venture to speak, and they soon, to their infinite dismay, found themselves in the presence of the alcayde, who, however, luckily for our travellers, happened to be a man of some sense and liberality. He smiled when he heard the substance of the facts gravely stated against the prisoners. "This case requires a private hearing," said he. "Velasquez, conduct the prisoners to my own apartment." "We will have no private hearing," clamoured the people and the soldiers. "The crime was public, and the punishment should be so too. We will not be gulled." "But, gentlemen," said the magistrate, "supposing these prisoners to be part of a gang of conspirators who have been plotting against the state, it might defeat the ends of justice to have them examined publicly, as it is possible, mind, gentlemen, I only say as it is possible, some traitors may lurk even among the crowd before me, who might give intelligence to other parties interested, who might be thus enabled to make their escape." "Ay, now you speak reason," said the mob. "We are always willing to listen to reason." And without further remonstrance they permitted the alcayde and the prisoners to retire. "You see, gentlemen," said the alcayde, shutting the door of the room carefully, and placing chairs in which he invited his prisoners to sit down, "that all is not liberty which is called so, and that a mob can occasionally be as tyrannical as an emperor. I know that in reality there is not a shadow of complaint against you, yet I dare not release you, as my own life would be the forfeit if I did. You must thus submit to a temporary restraint, which, you may rest assured, I shall not only endeavour to shorten, but shall render as light as possible whilst I am compelled to inflict it." "My dear sir," said the doctor, "we are exceedingly obliged by your kindness. If we had not met you, I do not know what would have become of us. I could not have believed people were in existence so illiberal as these Spaniards, or that any human beings could be so weak as to fancy themselves in a land of liberty whilst they are practising the most refined tyranny." "And yet my countrymen are neither fools nor hypocrites," returned the alcayde. "But, like many other people, they deceive themselves and talk about freedom till they fancy they possess it. Their great fault, however, has been that they did not know where to stop. And as even virtue becomes vice when carried to the extreme, so have the most sublime principles of liberty and patriotism become degraded in their hands by being attempted to be carried to an exaggerated degree of perfection." "Oh, England, England!" sighed the doctor. "Would to heaven I had never left thy happy shores! Alas, alas, what a crowd of horrible events have occupied the last few months!" "Why did you leave your country, since you so bitterly regret it?" demanded the alcayde. "Because we could not be contented," replied Edric. "Devoted from my earliest youth to the pursuits of science, I craved ardently for knowledge denied to mortals. I aspired to penetrate into the profoundest secrets of nature, and burned to accomplish wishes destined never to be realized. The desire of seeing foreign countries also filled my soul. I longed to travel, to acquire new ideas, and meet with strange and wonderful adventures. I sickened of the quiet and tranquillity of home. "Give me change," cried I in my madness. "Give me variety, and I ask no more. For even wretchedness itself were better to bear than this tiresome, unvarying uniformity. The unreasonableness of my wishes deserved punishment, and I have been cursed with the very fulfilment of my wishes." "Is this gentleman also a votary of science?" asked the Alcayde, who had appeared musing while Cedric spoke. "What a question!" exclaimed the doctor, in a transport of indignation. "What! Has my whole life been devoted to scientific pursuits? Have I deprived myself of rest and almost of food, and wasted the midnight lamp in bringing to perfection some of the most sublime discoveries ever vouchsafed to man, to be insulted with such a doubt as that? Know, sir, that you see before you Dr. Antwerpen, the fortunate inventor of the immortalizing snuff, one single pinch of which cures all diseases by the smell; the discoverer of the capability of caoutchouc being applied to aerial purposes, and the maker of the most compendious and powerful galvanic battery ever yet beheld by mortal." "Then you are the very man I want," said the Alcayde. "Go to prison contentedly, and rest satisfied that your confinement will be of very short duration. In a day or two I will see you, and explain the project I have conceived for your deliverance." So saying, he summoned his guards, and, ordering them to convey the travellers to prison, the doctor and Edric were dragged away, and, being immured in separate dungeons, were left there to ruminate upon the varied and busy scenes in which they had been so lately engaged. Sadly and heavily passed the time, yet days and weeks rolled on ere they again saw the Alcayde. At length, when they had begun almost to despair, they were reconducted to his presence. "Do you understand the management of an electrical machine?" asked he abruptly. "Certainly," cried the doctor, transported with joy at the question, before Edric, who was half blinded by the sudden change from his gloomy prison to the broad light of day, had sufficiently recovered himself to reply. "Then it is in your own power to set yourselves free," continued the Alcayde. "The principal general of the army stationed here is ill. A powerful party exists against him, who wish his death, at the head of whom stands the leader who was the cause of your being taken into custody. The general himself is a mere nonentity, but the opposite party, to which I belong, wish to save his life, as his name affords a sanction under which they can act. He is now ill of a palsy, and has been recommended to try the effect of an electrical shock. A machine has been with difficulty procured in this remote district, but the philosopher of the army being lately dead, and another not have been yet appointed, no one here knows how to apply it. Now, if you—" "Say no more," cried the doctor, interrupting him, in a transport of delight. "Say no more. I see, I comprehend the whole. I shall restore him, and receive my liberty as the reward. Nay, more, I shall obtain immortality amongst the Spaniards by the deed. Their poets will sing my fame, and their historians will pause upon the fact." "You will undertake it, then?" said the Alcayde, and, reading an indignant affirmative in the doctor's looks, he led the way to a camp, at a short distance from the village, where the paralytic general was sitting in a kind of throne, placed without his tent, and surrounded by the principal officers of his staff, the electrical machine, a large, clumsy, heavy-looking thing, standing before him. The doctor looked with dismay at this unwieldy apparatus, so different from his own neat, powerful compendium of science, as he was wont to call it, and so with infinite horror that even its construction was totally different from those he had been accustomed to. His natural vanity and presumption, however, revolted from making this mortifying acknowledgment, particularly after the boast he had been indulging in to the Alcayde. And, relying upon his general knowledge of the principles of science, he walked boldly up to the machine with as much composure and self-confidence as though he had been accustomed to the management of it all his life. A considerable trepidation, however, crept over him as he examined it and found its movements intricate and complicated in the extreme, and his hands trembled, and a thick film came over his eyes as he attempted to charge and adjust the cylinder. No time, however, was allowed for deliberation. He was ordered to apply it instantly, and, terrified by the recollection of the prompt manner in which the Spaniards were accustomed to make themselves obeyed, and the already long and severe imprisonment he had undergone, he set it in motion. An unlucky wire, however, which he did not quite understand. pointed upwards, and he tried in vain to arrange it. He tried again, but was instantly felled to the ground by a tremendous shock, whilst a loud crash of thunder burst with violence over his head, and a vivid flash of lightning proclaimed that the ill-managed machine had drawn down the electric fluid from a heavy cloud, that happened unfortunately to be just above them, upon the head of the unfortunate general, whom it scorched to a cinder, levelling some of his officers to the earth, and scattering the rest in all directions. For the moment, the doctor himself was blinded by the sudden light, and when he recovered his sight, the first thing that met his eyes was his friend the alcalde sticking fast by the skirts of his coat in a hedge. Terrified at the mischief he had done, the first impulse of the learned doctor was to run away. But notwithstanding the general confusion and dismay, the first intimation he showed of his design drew around him a crowd of soldiers, like peasants round a mad dog, who seemed to think him as little entitled to mercy as though he had really been one of those unfortunate animals. "Cut him down!" cried one. "Blow his brains out!" shouted another. "Chop his head off!" screamed a third, and summary punishment would instantly have been inflicted, if the alcalde, who, in the meantime, had contrived to extricate himself from his uncomfortable situation, had not interfered. "Villain!" cried he, as soon as he had recovered his breath, for being rather fat, he found flying exercise rather too violent to suit his taste. "Is this the manner in which you treat me? Was it for this I brought you to the camp, and would have made your fortune? Wretch that you are! Hanging is too good for you, and impaling alive mercy to what you deserve. Away to prison with him! He merits not a death so easy as you would give him. Carry him back to his dungeon, and let him there await what punishment the Council of State may judge fit for killing a general and frightening an alcalde out of his senses." "Mercy! Mercy!" screamed the doctor, but his cries were disregarded, and he and Edric were dragged back to prison, deprived of every hope of obtaining forgiveness. Sadly and silently passed the hours in this gloomy abode. For, though the doctor and his pupil were now permitted to be together, little communication took place between them, as, though Edric was too good-natured to upbraid his unfortunate companion, yet it was past the power of human nature not to feel enraged at the folly which had drawn them into so disagreeable a situation. The poor doctor, however, needed not to be upbraided, for the reproaches of his own conscience were more bitter than any Edric could have lavished on him. "I am lost," cried he, "ruined and utterly undone. Not only my body will perish miserably, but my fame, my immortal fame, is destroyed. Oh, I shall go distracted." In this manner he lamented, wringing his hands and tearing his hair, whilst Edric felt too angry to attempt to console him. "Speak to me, Edric, dear," cried the poor doctor at last, quite in despair at his silence. "For heaven's sake, speak to me! Do let me hear the sound of some voice besides my own, and that of those cursed Spaniards! Oh, Edric, Edric! Solitary confinement is quite enough to drive a man distracted, but to have a companion in such a place as this, and he to refuse to speak! Oh, Edric, Edric, your heart must be turned to stone if you can resolve to use me so cruelly." Edric was moved by the doctor's sorrow. "What do you wish me to say?" asked he, smiling. "Oh, now that's like yourself!" cried the poor doctor, bursting into tears, and throwing his arms round Edric's neck, whilst he sobbed upon his shoulder like a child. "Now I shall die happy. I don't care what they do to me. I am quite ready for anything that may happen." Edric was affected by the doctor's manner, and returning his embrace warmly, he could not restrain his own tears. "Oh, my dear, dear Edric!" cried the doctor. "How I love you! Would to heaven I could save you! I would not care for myself." "And I would not accept of liberty without you, my dear tutor, I assure you," returned Edric. "No, no, the perils we have undergone together have added new force to the ties that formerly united us, and our fate now, be it good or ill, shall be the same. It is possible, however, that there may be some means of escape." "Alas, no!" said the doctor mournfully, seeing Edric look round at the walls and windows. This is the same dungeon I have been so long confined in, and not even a mouse could get out of it without the keeper's permission." "What is to be done, then?" cried Edric. "Ay," returned the doctor, "what indeed? However, it is certainly a great comfort to have a companion in one's misery, and though my prospects are certainly not much improved since you joined me, my cares are lessened at least one half." "Oh, my poor father!" exclaimed Edric. "The hardest part of my fate seems to die without obtaining his forgiveness. Oh, would to heaven some pitying power would intervene and whisper what has passed in England since we left it. If Edmund be married, and if Claudia still reigns. It was spring when we left England, and it is now winter. Alas! Alas! How many changes this brief space of time may have produced! If, however, my father's life has been spared, I care not for the rest." "How little did we anticipate," said the doctor, "when we first proposed to travel, the misfortunes that were to attend us! Alas! they seem a just punishment for our crime, in presuming to wish to pry into secrets never intended to be revealed to man." "Can you believe it?" returned Edric. "In spite of all the misfortunes I have suffered, a restless curiosity to know the fate of the mummy we so strangely resuscitated haunts me incessantly, and gives an added bitterness to my other sufferings. I can scarcely believe but that the scene in the pyramid was a delusion, and that we are still labouring under the effects of a frightful dream." "If it be a dream," said the doctor, "it is one from which I should be very glad to be awakened." End of chapter 8 of volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century, by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 9. A few days after this, the prisoners were honoured by another visit from the alcalde. "Thank God!" cried Edric involuntarily as soon as he saw him, for, as he felt confident that the anger he had expressed against them had been assumed, he hoped he was now come to save them. "Alas!" returned the worthy magistrate, "I fear you have little reason to be thankful. All my endeavours to save you have only succeeded in obtaining a few hours' respite, and to-morrow morning you are condemned to be burnt alive." "Oh!" shrieked the doctor, whilst even Edric's courage could not prevent his turning deathly pale. "It is dreadful," said he, "to die thus so young in a foreign country, and by such fearful means." "Oh, don't talk of it," sobbed the doctor. "My poor dear, dear Edric! Save him, sir, in mercy, save him! Though I may be doomed to pay the penalty of my folly, it is very hard he should suffer." "It is indeed," returned the alcalde, "and my wish to save him, joined to the hatred I bear the present general, has made me a traitor to my country." "I see you look astonished, but to explain what I mean, it will be necessary to give you a short sketch of the present state of this country, which I will endeavour to do in as few words as possible. You know, no doubt, that Spain was once a powerful empire, till the ill-judged policy of one of her monarchs in removing the seat of government to Africa occasioned her fall. For the tree of majesty becoming too widely extended, it was but natural that some of its branches should strike root for themselves, and detach themselves entirely from the parent stem. This was the case with Spain, and her first directors as a republic happening to be intelligent men, the infant state grew and flourished, exciting the admiration of its neighbours and the envy of its mother country. Unfortunately, however, the wheel of fortune is always turning, and the Spaniards, as I before said, not knowing where to stop, have gone on, getting worse and worse by degrees, till they have become the bigoted and intolerable wretches you have found them. In fact, the army now rules the state, and the people, finding the tyranny of the soldiers insupportable, have been for some time attempting to throw off the yoke. They were long unsuccessful, as they found the discipline of the soldiers far outweighed all their bravery and self-devotion. In their distress, however, they called in the aid of Roderick II, the young and warlike King of Ireland. This powerful monarch, who realizes in himself all the romantic qualities of the ancient knights of chivalry, hastened instantly to their assistance, and they are now combating, under his auspices, with every prospect of success. His progress has been magical. Success has followed wherever he has gone, and his army now lies at a little distance, though he landed in the north of Spain. It is to him, therefore, that I have sent secretly, giving him, in the hope of saving you, instructions, by which, if he follows them, he cannot fail of surprising the camp." The doctor and Edric, though they were fully aware that they were principally indebted to the hatred the alcaide bore the present general for the steps he had taken in their behalf, yet felt and expressed themselves properly grateful, and the alcaide quitted the prison, leaving the flatterer Hope behind to console him for his absence, mingled, however, with a natural anxiety, which they could not help feeling, lest the well-arranged plan laid for their escape should fail. Morning had just dawned, after a tedious and miserable night, and the doctor and Edric were yet shivering from the damp cold which often precedes the break of day, and which now seemed to have struck a chill to their inmost souls, when the door of the prison opened, and a file of soldiers appeared, ready to conduct them to the place of execution. The doctor's heart beat thick, so as almost to impede respiration, and a heavy film spread before his eyes, whilst the agitation of Edric, who had, however, now quite forgiven him, was scarcely inferior to his own. Fervently they embraced, and then submitting to be pinioned, they were forced to march to the spot appointed for their sacrifice, where an immense crowd awaited their approach. The doctor's heart sank within him as he looked down from the kind of terrace upon which the ceremony was to take place, upon the mass of human heads jammed together below, every face regarding him with a gaze of anxious expectation. And as he turned from these eager looks with a thrill of horror, his feelings were yet more forcibly harrowed up by the sight behind him. This terrific spectacle consisted of 2 iron stakes fixed firmly in the ground, and provided with ponderous chains, so as to prevent the remotest possibility of escape, whilst the enormous heaps of green wood piled round each gave a frightful idea of the intensity of the lingering torments the unfortunate prisoners were condemned to suffer. The mind of Edric, in the meantime, was not much more composed than that of his friend. He also had looked round, and whilst nature shuddered at the thought of the horrid death awaiting them, the immensity and compactness of the crowd seemed to destroy all probability of a rescue, and the hope which had till then supported him fled from his breast. Whilst, as his eyes again met those of the poor doctor, mournful indeed was the glance that they exchanged. It is an awful thing to die, and though there are occasions when death may be braved, or at least met with unabated courage, yet when it comes on thus slowly and deliberately, seen from afar off, and yet impossible to be avoided, the firmest mind will find it difficult to bear its approach unmoved. That of Edric, however, notwithstanding it had been weakened by his long confinement, and by the delusive flattery of hope, did not shrink from the trial, and calmly he saw the crowd divide to make way for the executioner, who slowly advanced, preceded by a band of martial music playing a mournful air, the drums being covered with black crape, and followed by a long train of soldiers in mourning cloaks with their arms reversed. Nothing could be more appalling than this lugubrious procession. The executioner, musicians, and soldiers, being all shrouded in their gloomy cloaks, the very hoods of which were drawn over their heads, had the air of demons coming to bear away the miserable victims to everlasting perdition. And the mind of the unhappy doctor, not being able to endure such accumulated horrors, he sank upon his knees, uttering shrieks of anguish, whilst the cold sweat ran in large drops from his forehead, and every nerve quivered with agony. The procession had now nearly reached the prisoners, and even Edric's firmness gave way, as he saw the executioner spring upon the terrace and advance towards him. A convulsive throb of anguish seemed to rend his heart, and his lips and cheeks turned off a livid paleness. But how was he surprised, and what a sudden revulsion of feeling did he not experience, when the supposed executioner, after having unbound his arms, put a sword into his hands, and whispering, "Now is the time, defend yourself. Our soldiers are in green," left him completely free. Quite overcome, Edric stood for a moment, lost in amazement, unable to credit the evidence of his senses, and gazing after his deliverer, who, the moment he had also unbound the doctor, threw off his disguise, and shouting, "Roderick forever!" disclosed to the multitude below the dreaded form of the Irish hero himself. Shouts of "Roderick forever!" now rent the skies. The soldiers who had followed their monarch, and several others who had lurked concealed amongst the crowd, threw off their disguises at the same moment, and formed round their leader, whilst the main body of his troops, left behind in the care of experienced generals, tutored for the purpose, charged the affrighted Spaniards in the rear. The confusion and dismay that now prevailed were quite beyond description. The terrified Spaniards, who, naturally superstitious, had long fancied the wonderful acts of heroic valour attributed to Roderick could only be performed by magic, were now firmly convinced that his sudden appearance amongst them was an act of especial favour from his infernal majesty himself, and finding themselves attacked on all sides, imagined their enemies multiplied by the powers of darkness, and fled without striking a blow. Roderick and his soldiers returned laughing, after they had pursued them a little way, to ransack and burn their camp; after doing which they retired to their former station, having previously promised the alcayde to spare the town, and not push the consequences of their victory further. The doctor and Edric, who had been too much agitated to take any very active part in the combat, were conveyed by the guards of Roderick to their master's camp, to await there the return of the monarch, in whose hands destiny had now placed them. Neither of our travellers had noticed the person of the Irish king in the bustling moment of their deliverance, but the almost magical celerity with which he had contrived to disperse their enemies, the evident terror with which his very name seemed to inspire the Spaniards, and the wondrous feats the guards around them seemed to delight in attributing to him, made them now almost tremble at the thought of being presented to so tremendous a personage, whom they amused themselves in picturing as a stern, fearful tyrant, breathing nothing but war and desolation. Roderick II., surnamed the Great, was then in the flower of his age. He had not long ascended the throne, and his father, who had been a prudent prince, having left behind him a well-established government, able statesmen, and a considerable sum in the treasury, Roderick had little to employ his mind at home. Brave, ardent, and enterprising, burning for conquest and spurning the quiet of domestic peace, the overtures of the Spaniards had met his most ardent wishes, and he embraced their cause with an eagerness and impetuosity which had hitherto carried everything before it. The greatest part of Spain lay at his feet. Even Madrid was his, but it was to attack Seville, that queen of cities, that he was now in Andalusia. This city was still in the power of his enemies, and Roderick, having made Cadiz his headquarters, was about removing thither, when the message of the alcayde had induced him to undertake the romantic enterprise he had just so successfully accomplished. Romance was indeed a leading feature in Roderick's character. He delighted in surprises and disguises, and loved to give a kind of theatrical effect to everything he did. He had not been upon good terms with the late king, his father. In fact, no two characters could be more diametrically opposite. It had been the policy of the late king to foment secretly the discontents nourished among the English, but the spirit of Roderick revolted at conduct he considered so base and mean. The Spanish war, on the contrary, exactly suited his disposition. To aid an oppressed people, to throw off the yoke of their oppressors, seemed noble and generous, and he engaged in the enterprise with all the energy of his bold and daring temper. His soldiers adored him, and his people warmly seconded his efforts, for, as the seat of war was far removed from them, and as the treasury of the late king defrayed the expenses, they felt none of the inconveniences of war, and gloried in the triumphs of their sovereign. Thus Roderick's praise was the theme of every tongue. Even the Spaniards worshipped him almost as a god, and their active imagination magnified his exploits, till both friends and foes alike regarded him as a being who had only to will to conquer, and whose prowess it was perfect madness even to struggle to resist. Such was the monarch our travellers now anxiously awaited, till suspense became almost agony. At last the joyful sounds of he comes, long live the mighty Roderick!" burst upon their ears, and the travellers bent forwards, eagerly expecting, yet dreading to see, a countenance stern and fearful as that of Cheops in his tomb. But how were they astonished to behold, in the redoubtable Roderick, only a tall, handsome young man, riding carelessly upon a beautiful Barbary charger, and laughing and talking gaily with his officers as he came along. "What!" cried the doctor indignantly, "would you attempt to make me believe that slight blooming boy a conqueror? The thing is impossible. It is quite ridiculous to mention it. Those laughing eyes, smooth dun-like cheeks, and white teeth may be well adapted to win a lady's heart, but I am sure they never can belong to a hero." The king, in the meantime, was equally struck with the doctor, and seeing something peculiarly honest and simple in his fat, round, oily face, he felt a lively interest for him, and an excessive curiosity to know what would possibly have brought a man, apparently so harmless and inoffensive, into so perilous a situation. The fine person of Edric, disfigured as it was by the troubles he had undergone, also attracted his attention, and as he rode up to his guests to question them as to their adventures, the noble barb that carried him pacing proudly along, as though conscious of the illustrious burden he bore, even the doctor was compelled to admit the face and figure of his rider bespoke firmness, intellect, and dignity. "What crime have you committed among the Spaniards?" asked he, as he approached, addressing himself to the doctor in a full, mellow, yet commanding tone. "It must have been of the blackest dye, if we are to judge by the enormity of the punishment." "I am innocent," cried the doctor, "and it may please your majesty, I am quite innocent." "It will please me very much to find you so," said Roderick, smiling. "But assertion is nothing. What proof have you?" "My friend here will bear witness in my behalf," said the doctor solemnly, not feeling at all pleased with what he thought the king's unseasonable disposition for merriment, whilst, as he stood looking very cross, his red face and bald head streaming with perspiration from anger and vexation, his clothes having been torn to rags, and his hat and wig lost in his late troubles, he struck Roderick as presenting so very whimsical and ridiculous a figure, that after looking at him a few minutes, the merry monarch burst out into a violent and almost convulsive fit of laughter. "Well," said the doctor, still more gravely, "I am glad your majesty seems so well amused. But for my part, I don't see anything at all agreeable or entertaining in being about to be burned alive." The doctor's solemn look and lengthened face, as he made this naive remonstrance, only increased Roderick's peals of laughter. "I beg your pardon, sir," said he, addressing Edric, as soon as he was able to speak. "I really beg your pardon. But your friend here is so exceedingly amusing, that I am really under infinite obligations to him, and know not how I shall ever be able to repay him. It is we who are under obligations to your majesty, for which we can never be sufficiently grateful," said Edric gravely, for he also was not very well pleased at seeing his friend so openly ridiculed. As though he did sometimes take the liberty of smiling at the learned doctor's innocent follies himself, he did not like to see him made the laughing-stock of another. Roderick saw and instantly understood the ill humour of Edric, and as he applauded its motive, he endeavoured to divert it by every means in his power, and soon completely succeeded. Few people indeed knew so well how to make themselves agreeable as Roderick, and though Edric at first felt indignant that the king should treat him so much like a child as to suppose his displeasure could be easily joked away, yet this feeling insensibly wore off, and he soon thought Roderick the most fascinating of human beings. Indeed, that heart must have been hard which could have withstood unmoved the fascinations of Roderick when he wished to please. His bright laughing eyes, that looked the very colour of gladness, and his arch smile, might have subdued the melancholy of a Stoic, whilst his character had something bewitching in its very failings. He had been all his life the spoiled child of fortune, and though his rashness and impetuosity, his pettishness and his caressing manners, his bravery, haughtiness, and obstinacy, his fondness for anything that promised a frolic, and his chivalrous devotion to noble and grand enterprises, formed a singular melange, he was, perhaps, more beloved than he would have been if his character had been more perfect. And it was this inconsistency which made him so completely the idol of his soldiers. "Believe me," said he, addressing Edric, It is impossible for me to describe the pleasure I feel in having had it in my power to be of service to you, and though I should have been happy to relieve any of my fellow creatures in distress, yet I must own I am glad you are Englishmen. It was the policy of my late father to act as the enemy of England, but I have always been her friend. I am sure that nature intended the English and Irish for brethren, and I am too sincere a votary of the goddess to wish, even in the slightest degree, to counteract her designs. Your sentiments perfectly coincide with mine, said Edric, and I have frequently had disputes upon the subject with Father Morris, confessor to the Duke of Cornwall, who was an intimate friend of my father. Father Morris? Interrupted Roderick. Yes, returned Edric, surprised at the wonder expressed by the king. Is it possible you can know him? The name appeared familiar to me, that was all, replied Roderick, evidently finding it difficult to repress a strong inclination to laugh. Edric looked at him with still increasing astonishment, not being able to discover anything in the slightest degree ridiculous in what he had said, and Roderick's disposition to mirth seemed to increase in exact proportion to Edric's gravity. At length, perceiving he remained silent, Roderick, with infinite difficulty, contrived to say, "Go on, my dear Mr. Montague. I entreat you to go on. Never mind me. It is a strange thought that has just entered my head." "Mr. Montague," exclaimed Edric, "I was not aware that your Majesty was acquainted with my name. I do not recollect having mentioned it." "Perhaps, however, the doctor did," returned the king, "or the alcayde might have told me, or my servants may have seen it marked upon your trunks, or your linen, or—" "Your Majesty need not give yourself so much trouble to explain a circumstance in itself perfectly immaterial," replied Edric. "I have no wish to conceal my name. I was only astonished to find your Majesty so well acquainted with it." "Well, well," cried Roderick somewhat impatiently, "the circumstance is, as you say, quite immaterial. So pray go on with what you were saying of Father Morris." "I was simply observing that, though an intelligent and highly cultivated man, he has strong prejudices, and that his dislike to the Irish is carried to an extravagant excess. My own feelings have always been the reverse of his, and I am happy to say I have always entertained a favourable opinion of your Majesty's countrymen, which I hope the thoughtlessness of their king will not induce you to change. I trust you have too much good sense, Mr. Montague, to feel offended with what you may call the frivolity of my manner. My heart, I hope, is good, though I own, even I cannot say much in favour of my head. I am a laughing philosopher, however, a sort of Democritus the second, and finding it more agreeable to laugh than cry, I generally try to extract amusement from everything which happens to fall in my way. We shall soon know each other better, and so now, as doubtless you may wish for repose after the fatigues you have undergone, you will perhaps like to retire to the tent prepared for you." The doctor and Edric willingly assented, and repaired to their new adobe, completely puzzled by what seemed to them the extraordinary and inconsistent character of the king. Under this gay, laughing exterior, Roderick hid a sound, penetrating mind, and a firm, determined spirit. Whilst, though no one enjoyed more to ridicule occasionally the foibles of his subjects, no one knew better how to check them and bring them back instantly to their proper stations if they ventured a hair's breadth beyond the limits he prescribed to them. He had thus the art to make himself feared as well as loved, and to rule his subjects despotically, though he never spoke to them without a smile. Such as I have described him, it may be easily imagined Roderick was not long in winning the affections of his new friends, and he, in his turn, was equally delighted with them. The noble, generous, and inquiring spirit of Edric exactly accorded with his own, and the follies of the learned doctor afforded him never-ceasing amusement, whilst Edric, delighted to meet with a companion who could understand and sympathize with his feelings, felt happier than he had been for years, and the learned doctor, proud of being admitted to the intimacy of such a man as Roderick, declared all his troubles were repaid, and that he now considered himself as the most fortunate of mortals. End of Chapter 9 of Volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 10. The Spanish nobility were daily collecting round the Irish king. To one of the most distinguished of these, the Duke of Medina Salina, Roderick was particularly anxious to introduce Edric. For this purpose, therefore, as soon as the army of Roderick returned to his headquarters at Cadiz, where the Duke had remained, the friends went together to pay him a visit. Edric was exceedingly interested by this call. The Duke's family consisted only of himself and his granddaughter, the Princess Zoe, but the appearance of both was excessively striking. The Duke was a blind old man with white flowing hair and a long silvery beard, clad with almost patriarchal simplicity, whilst Zoe, who sate closely by his side and seemed devoted to his comfort, was beauty itself. Exquisitely lovely, however, as her features were, they excited rather pain than pleasure in the mind of the beholder, from their excessive paleness. Her dress was simple, a robe of black silk fitted tight to her slender shape, and her jet black hair was simply braided on her forehead and confined in a net behind. When she saw the strangers, a slight blush stained the usual alabaster fairness of her complexion, and a trifling agitation was visible in her manner. It was but for an instant, however, that this glowing tint suffused her pallid cheeks, or that her fine features betrayed agitation. Her usual calm dignity of expression was immediately reassumed, and her countenance regained its marble whiteness. There was indeed something very singular in the whole countenance of this young beauty, for, notwithstanding the exquisite loveliness of her features, her charms were rather those of a statue than of a human being. Her fine features were strictly Grecian and perfectly regular, but they were always fixed in one unvarying expression, whilst her large black eyes, fringed with long silken eyelashes, and her glossy raven hair, contrasted strangely with the spotless fairness of her complexion. The whole gave her the air of some unearthly visitant from the tomb. Zoe had been unfortunate from her birth. Her mother, having accompanied the old Duke upon an embassy to Constantinople, had happened to please the fancy of the reigning emperor so forcibly that, contrary to the advice of his counselors, he had married her. Disproportioned marriages are seldom happy ones, and that of the parents of Zoe formed no exception to the general rule. The emperor soon repented his rashness, and, becoming tired of his wife, treated her with coldness and neglect, whilst she, far removed from all her former friends, and finding herself despised by the man for whose sake she had sacrificed everything, lingered a few years, and then died unheeded and forlorn, leaving only the hapless Zoe to lament her fate. The emperor married again, and Zoe dragged on a miserable existence, till, in an insurrection of the Greeks, her father had been murdered, and she herself compelled to fly from Constantinople. She had repaired first to Africa, but finding her grandfather was in Spain, she followed him thither, and still remained with him, under the protection of Roderick. It was, indeed, the aristocracy of Spain for which the Irish hero was now principally fighting, for they had suffered most severely from the licentious conduct of the soldiers, and were most earnest in imploring his assistance. When the seat of the Spanish monarchy had been removed to Africa, most of the nobles followed in its train, whilst those who remained became objects of hate and suspicion to the republican governments that ensued. Still, however, the amor patriae glowed strongly in their breasts, and chained them to their country, and they had submitted patiently to innumerable grievances till a few months before they applied to Roderick. Finding the insolence of the soldiers become insupportable, they determined to throw off the yoke and re-establish a monarchy in Spain. For this purpose they invited Don Pedro, a younger branch of their former royal family, to come over from Africa to accept their throne. He complied, and brought in his train many of the old nobility, amongst the rest the venerable Duke of Medina Salina, whose most passionate wish was that he might die and be entombed in Spain. Don Pedro was unsuccessful and fled, but many of those who had accompanied him remained, and, with the resident Spanish nobility, now formed the splendid court of Roderick at Cadiz. The Duke received Edric kindly, and treated Roderick with that enthusiastic devotion which is, beyond all other praise, flattering to the mind of man. Zoe never spoke, nor did her features betray that she took the slightest interest in the scene before her. It has been before observed that education was carried to such a pitch in England that all, even the common people, were universal linguists. Instruction, indeed, in that respect, was imparted in many brief and ingenious modes, and knowledge being thus rendered so cheap and easy as to be à la portée de tout le monde, it of course was going partially out of fashion with the higher classes. But as Sir Ambrose piqued himself on his devotion to all the old customs, he would not swerve from them in the education of his sons, and in consequence Edric was almost as learned in this respect as a servant or a laborer.
This had often been a source of chagrin to him at home, as it prevented his feeling upon equal terms with those in the same situation of life as himself, and had contributed greatly to give him those shy and reserved manners we have noticed. On the present occasion, however, Edric found his learning advantageous, as it enabled him to enjoy thoroughly the animated and entertaining conversation of the old Duke. After a lively and spirited discussion of the manners of the age generally, and the state of Spain in particular, the friends retired, having first obtained a promise from the Duke and Zoe to be present at a grand tournament Roderick intended giving on the following day. "Well, Edric," said Roderick, "what think you of the Princess Zoe?" "That she would be charming if she had a little more soul." "I am surprised at your making such an observation, Edric. I thought you were fond of still life, or you would not feel so anxious about your mummy." "Oh, for God's sake, do not joke me upon that subject. It is too solemn, too awful." "At least your doubts are now satisfied." "Not at all," returned Edric, "for I cannot help imagining it was only permitted to appear resuscitated to punish my presumptuous daring, and its mysterious disappearance, added to the strange and fearful adventures which have since attended us, only tends to confirm my opinion." "It must have excited a horrible feeling when you first saw it stir," observed Roderick. "Words cannot express the agony of that moment," replied Edric, "when I saw my strange unearthly wishes gratified, and felt the impiety I had been guilty of in having formed them, and I would have given worlds to restore the mummy to the deep sleep I had disturbed. It was then, however, too late." "Can you form any idea of what has become of it?" "None. If the Egyptian story be correct, that it contrived to reinflate the balloon and carried it away, it is quite impossible to say how far it might go, as the mummy could not possibly understand the management of the machine, though he might accidentally fill it." "Would it relieve you to think the mummy safe in England?" "Oh no, I shudder at the thought." "Well, well, then, it is useless to make yourself unhappy about the subject. Depend upon it, all is for the best. I am sure, for my part, I am very much obliged to the resuscitated gentleman, as, if it had not been for his freak of flying away with your balloon, you would not have been here at the present moment, and I might never have even known that such a person was in existence. However, now you are here, you must not leave me, and when we have finished our campaign we will return to Ireland together, and pass the remainder of our lives in peace and tranquillity." Edric smiled, for the very idea of peace and Roderick seemed incongruous. The tournament was held on a fine plain on the mainland, a few miles from Cadiz, and nothing could exceed the brilliancy of the show. The sun shone o'er fair women and brave men, for even in winter the bright beams of an Andalusian sun gave a glowing animation to the scene. The busy murmurs of the crowd, the prancing of the horses, and the gay laugh of the light-hearted Irishmen as they paid their high-flown compliments to the Spanish beauties were, however, soon interrupted by the firing of cannon, and a pause ensued, which was at length broken by loud shouts of "Roderick! Roderick forever! Long live the conqueror of Spain!" And immediately the pressure and bustle of the people, and the sound of warlike music which gradually swelled upon the ear, announced the arrival of that illustrious sovereign upon the field. Roderick was, as usual, riding upon Champion, his noble barb, and surrounded by the officers of his staff, but he was not talking to them with his accustomed familiarity. His countenance even wore an air of sadness and reflection very unusual to it. However, as he rode along, his fine horse tossing his head and spurning the ground as he advanced, he looked completely the powerful sovereign he really was. His dress was exceedingly becoming. Roderick knew mankind too well not to appear to adopt, in some measure, even the prejudices of those he associated with, and knowing the particularity of the Spaniards for dress and appearance, his own was magnificent. A tight vest and pantaloons of black satin displayed the elegance of his figure to the best advantage, whilst a short cloak of the same material hung from his shoulders in graceful negligence, and his head was covered with a large Spanish hat of black velvet, having a magnificent plume of ostrich feathers secured by a diamond aigrette in front. A superb collar of diamonds also adorned his breast, and a deep frill of Vandyke lace was fastened round his neck. Splendid, however, as was the attire of Roderick, it was far exceeded by his personal advantages, and no one could look upon that fair, open brow, those bright blue eyes, that manly though youthful form, that glossy chestnut hair and curling mustachios, or, what was more than all, upon the smile of the mouth they decorated, without feeling deeply interested for their possessor. The fascinating manners of Roderick have been already mentioned, but upon the present occasion his usual gaieté de coeur was tempered by an air of dignity and command which became him equally well, and which powerfully told that though he might sometimes condescend to seem amused with trifles, he could, when he pleased, be indeed a king. The affairs of Spain were now beginning to assume a favorable appearance, and, consequently, the people were better disposed to be amused. Whilst, as a truce had been granted for some weeks during a negotiation for peace which was carrying on, the combined Spanish and Irish soldiers shut up in the Isle of Leon, and thrown entirely upon their own resources for amusement, like most persons in similar situations, grasped eagerly at every trifle which seemed to promise variety and change of scene. Roderick was perfectly aware of this, and it was partly to afford employment for his officers, and partly to gratify his own taste for the pursuits of chivalry, that he had proposed the present tournament. The lists were marked out, and a flourish of trumpets summoned the combatants to the field. Two of the Irish officers were the first who engaged, and whilst every eye was occupied in watching their movements with the most intense anxiety, Roderick took an opportunity of whispering to Edric that he had just received news from England. "Well?" cried Edric, his eyes sparkling with impatience. "Elvira is elected, but I am afraid there is a strong party in the state against her." "And my father, have you heard anything of him?" "He is well, and Edmund is prime minister. I ordered my emissaries to be particular in their inquiries respecting your family." "What says Rosabella?" "She is silent, and therefore I fear—" "You are right. In such a case Rosabella's silence can only portend a storm. The Duke has left the country and now resides entirely in town." "What a change!" said Edric, "a few short months have produced. All is altered. I was excessively shocked when you informed me of the death of Claudia, but this news, though it surprises, does not displease me, and thank God my father is well." The defeat of one of the combatants, with the shouts and triumph attending the success of the other, now interrupted the conference, and the rush of all parties towards the king separated him from Edric, who walked quietly away from the crowd to meditate upon the news he had received. The train of thought thus conjured up was so pleasing that he was soon completely lost in it. His father, his brother, and all the scenes of his childhood, those early recollections so dear to every heart, seemed to rise before him, and he had forgotten Spain and all that it contained, when he was roused from his reverie by a piercing scream, and, looking round, he saw the Princess Zoe, near whose palanquin he had accidentally placed himself, attempting to break from her carriage in a state of the most violent agitation. Astonished beyond the power of expression at her emotion, Edric hastily assisted her to unfasten the door of her palanquin, and offered her his arm. Zoe took it without speaking, and with trembling steps hurried across the plain. In a few minutes, however, the cause of the princess's agitation was explained, for as they approached the spot she evidently wished to reach, Edric saw the body of Roderick extended upon the ground, apparently without life or motion. Uttering an exclamation of horror, he attempted to rush towards him, but the princess held his arm firmly and prevented him. Quite astonished, he looked up in her face. She was still dreadfully agitated, but she did not speak, and only pressed her finger against her lips. In a few minutes Roderick opened his eyes, and the princess, again pressing Edric's arm, said in a hurried though low tone, "Let us go." Edric obeyed, and they walked hastily back to the palanquin in perfect silence. When Edric had assisted the princess into her carriage, however, and was about to retire, she pressed his hand, and said again in her peculiarly low, soft voice, "Do not speak of this." "I will not," said Edric, and bowing respectfully as he pressed her hand to his lips, he walked away, excessively surprised at the scene he had witnessed. Upon reaching the king, he found he had been thrown from his horse, and so slightly hurt as not to think it necessary to interrupt the amusements of the day, which concluded, after a brilliant display of Irish and Spanish valor, without any other incident worthy of notice. A few days after this adventure, as Edric was sitting, lost in thought, in his own apartment, musing, as was his custom whenever he was alone, upon the strange adventure of the mummy, and endeavoring in vain to imagine what might be its probable fate, he was startled by the door of his room flying suddenly open, and Roderick's rushing in, pale and in violent agitation. "Oh, Edric!" cried he, "I am ruined! My fame is lost for ever! Whilst I have been loitering away my time here, the enemy has obtained the assistance of the French. They have taken Madrid, and almost all the towns between that and the frontier. An immense army is marching upon Seville, and they intended to have blocked me up here, amusing me with their pretended treaties, till they had caught me in their snare." "And how has their plot been discovered?" "The Princess Zoe. Yes, I know what you would say. She loves me, and though I love her not, nay, though I am devoted to another, if I reconquer Spain, myself and crown shall be thrown at her feet. But if I fail, I will never live to be the herald of my disgrace." "It is unworthy of Roderick to despair. It will be treachery if you are vanquished." "Hold!" cried Roderick, driven almost to frenzy at the thought. "For mercy's sake, talk not so calmly of my being vanquished. I will conquer. I will redeem my name, or perish in the attempt. And if they do vanquish me, it shall be my corpse alone that they shall conquer, for the immortal spirit shall escape their fury." "Alas, alas!" said Edric, "your words have again conjured up the fiend that so long has haunted me. Does the immortal spirit escape?" "Edric," returned the king, "this is not a moment for metaphysical subtleties. We must act, and that immediately and decisively. We must advance upon Seville, and if possible get possession of that city before the army of the enemy shall reach it. This blow will strike the Spaniards with awe, and before they have recovered themselves I shall have made myself master of half Spain. I know the character of the people I have to combat. I must carry everything by a coup de main, or I shall fail." It was impossible to deny the justice of this observation, and Edric warmly seconded the preparations of Roderick to march immediately upon Seville. These preparations were soon made, for Roderick was so completely idolized by his soldiers that they regarded his will as law, and were ready to march at an hour's notice, though they knew not where they were going. Dr. Entwerfen was excessively agitated when he found he was going now really to engage in war. Not that the base emotion of fear took possession of his soul, but a slight trepidation, such as that which scandal says even heroes feel at their first battle, crept over his nerves and gave him an odd kind of sensation, which he said was only anxiety to engage. No one knew where they were going. It was only rumored, indeed, that hostilities were about to recommence, and, as the doctor said, it was very disagreeable to be unacquainted with the theatre of their future glory. Roderick was amused, notwithstanding even the agitation of the moment, with the efforts of the doctor to discover the secret, and told him, as though in confidence, that they were going to attack Lisbon. Delighted with this news, which he firmly believed, the doctor strutted about with indescribable dignity, walking upon the tips of his toes, pressing his lips together, and swelling out his cheeks like a cherub in a country churchyard, whilst he seemed absolutely bursting with the importance of the secret he carried. All was now ready, but before Roderick quitted Cadiz, he took leave of the Princess Zoe.
"It would be unjust to your merit and my gratitude," said he, "to insult you with words. But if I survive the devotion of my whole life—"
"Stay," interrupted Zoe, "nor overrate so strangely the value of the service I have been so fortunate as to render you. Besides, even if your estimate were just, know that the services of Zoe are not to be purchased. No, Prince, judge me not so meanly. Had I not determined we should never meet again, the intelligence you so highly value would never have reached your ears. My greatest enemy is dead, and tomorrow I return to my native land, where the rebels have no longer the power to injure me. Demetrius, the ancient minister of my father, arrived yesterday, with the permission for my return, and I do not hesitate an instant. Yet, before I go—"
"Speak," cried Roderick hastily. "Command my life, my throne, my fortune."
Zoe smiled. "The favor I have to request is trifling. I have a favorite page who dreads to return to Greece, and I would willingly place him under your care."
"He shall be my brother," exclaimed Roderick enthusiastically, "my friend, my companion in arms. He shall live with me, fight with me, and—"
Again a faint smile played on Zoe's marble features, like the ghost of departed joys. It was but for an instant, however, and it added fresh darkness to the succeeding gloom. "I wish no privileges for my page," said she gravely, "beyond those usually bestowed upon his class. Treat him kindly, but promise me you will not overindulge him, or I will not leave him with you."
"You have only to command," said Roderick, "and you may rely upon obedience."
"Adieu, then," exclaimed the princess, extending her hand, whilst a slight blush stained her alabaster complexion. "God bless you. We may meet again."
Roderick kissed her hand as he would have done that of an empress. "Heaven grant we may!" exclaimed he, "for rest assured no earthly pleasure could afford me half the joy."
"None?" asked Zoe incredulously.
"None," repeated he firmly, "unless, perhaps," added he with a smile, "the reconquering of Spain."
"Then you will accept my page?"
"As a gift from heaven."
"He shall join you ere you cross the bridge. Once more, adieu."
"Adieu," cried Roderick, and Zoe vanished. In half an hour the troops were under arm and had quitted Cadiz. But Roderick, in the bustle and confusion attendant upon the removal of so large a body of men so suddenly, had quite forgotten the Greek page. As he was crossing the bridge, however, his noble barb started, and Roderick, looking for the cause, saw a slight, graceful boy, who, kneeling, presented him with a letter. It was from Zoe. "I forgot to tell you," wrote she, "that my page is dumb. As his loss of speech, however, was accidental, he is, notwithstanding, perfectly intelligent, and will obey your slightest gesture." Ordering some of his attendants to provide a horse, Roderick desired the page to mount it, and ride by his side. The boy crossed his arms upon his breast, bowed his head in token of obedience, and then lightly vaulted into the saddle. End of chapter 10 of volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 11 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 11. The army of Roderick advanced rapidly through a lovely country richly tinted by the rays of a southern sun. Nothing, indeed, could be more beautiful than the scene. though spring was only just bursting from the icy chains of winter. Vine-covered cottages peeped through orange groves loaded with their fragrant flowers, whilst behind, the dark foliage of the lofty palm trees gave depth and richness to the landscape. Innumerable flowers perfumed the air, and the sky glowed with azure and gold. Under these circumstances, the advance of Roderick's army, though rapid, resembled rather the journey of a party of pleasure than a fatiguing and toilsome march. And when, just as the sun was setting, they approached a small village, Edric paused on the summit of a hill to survey with delighted admiration the lovely scene below. A white church peeped from between a thick cluster of trees, and romantic cottages covered with wild festoons of luxuriant plants were scattered about at intervals, whilst sitting before the doors were placed groups of peasant girls singing patriotic airs to their mandolins or lutes, and others were dancing gaily beneath the shade of some widely spreading trees. Neat dresses of black serge fitted tightly to the shape of these girls, and displayed the graceful elegance of their figures to the utmost advantage. Their long dark hair was bound in a simple net, and their sparkling eyes beamed with animation and love, whilst the clear dark complexion, well-proportioned forms, jet black hair, and aquiline noses of their male partners, still, notwithstanding the lapse of so many centuries, strongly marked their Moorish origin. Songs of joy and lively music swelled upon the gale, but these sounds of peace and happiness were soon changed to shrieks of terror, as the unfortunate peasants saw the army of Roderick wind slowly through the trees, and they fled screaming for mercy, whilst all the little store of wealth fell an easy prey to the foe they left behind. Edric shuddered at the pillage that ensued, and warmly remonstrated with his friend. "My dear Edric," said Roderick, "these things are inevitable, though what you see here can give you but a very faint idea of the dreadful havoc and devastation of war. My soldiers destroy nothing, and generally even pay for what they take. But commonly, in an enemy's country, men burn what they cannot make use of, and treat the unfortunate inhabitants with the most appalling cruelty. However, these are things we cannot reason about." "I think not," returned Edric, and finding his remonstrances unavailing, he had the discretion not to allude again to the subject till the army approached Seville. The first view of this splendid city, illumined by the glowing rays of the setting sun, struck our young philosopher most forcibly. "Oh, Roderick," cried he, "look at that long line of sumptuous palaces, adorned with marble pillars and the finest statues, those lovely gardens, those bowers of roses, and those crystal fountains, whose sparkling spray looks dazzling in the sunbeams." "Well," said Roderick, "I see them all, and more, the lofty spires of the town rising beyond, their gilded vanes glittering in the sun." "And can you look upon this fair scene," asked Edric, "and not feel compunction? Alas, alas, that the cruel hand of man should dare to destroy so lovely a picture!" "My dear Edric," returned Roderick, smiling, "you would never do for a conqueror. If you make war a profession, glory must be your mistress, and to obtain her you must sacrifice all your better feelings. But what is that? Look yonder, Edric." "I see nothing but a volume of fleecy smoke curling up between the trees," said Edric, "which harmonizes well with the lovely scene around, that scene which the grim hand of war is destined so soon to desolate. Oh, Roderick, can it be possible that you, whose kind and charitable nature would not crush a worm to death unnecessarily, should— They have fired the suburbs!" cried Roderick, interrupting him, and clamping spurs to his horse, he darted forward like an arrow discharged from a bow. His suspicions were correct. Light clouds of white vapour hung high in the clear blue heavens, whilst below a thick yellow smoke mingled with flames spread wide ruin and devastation. Crackling pieces of wood, sparkling like a feu d'artifice, were thrown up with violence at intervals, and the scorching heat felt intolerable, as showers of sparks and pieces of ignited matter rained thick and fast upon the plain. Edric and Roderick were on a gentle eminence when they first saw the city, and, deceived by the optical delusion often observable in similar situations, they had fancied it very near them. When they plunged into the valley, however, they soon discovered that it was of very considerable extent, and their horses, weary with their toilsome march, made their way with difficulty through the thick underwood and tangled grass which every moment threatened to impede their progress. At length they entered into the mazes of a wood, which quite obscured the city from their sight, and when fair Seville again broke upon them through an opening in the trees, she appeared one vast mass of flames. "Good heavens!" cried Edric, "surely they will not burn the city? What a multitude of human beings will be sacrificed if they do!" "I hope they will not be so foolish," said Roderick, "yet I own I fear. No, no," cried he, after a moment's pause. "See, see! The smoke divides, and as the wind bears the rolling volumes asunder, the city's walls still stand. No fire as yet has touched the glory and the bulwark of proud yet fair Seville." The glowing embers crackled as they approached, and still threw up occasional showers of sparks, fearfully glaring amidst the darkness of the night, which now closed in upon them with a thick gloom very unusual to that climate. The flames had caught the bridge ere the army of Roderick reached the banks of the river, and the fiery bow, glowing through the surrounding darkness, looked like the fabled arch over which the Mahometans believe the souls of the dead are destined to skate into paradise. At length the army of Roderick found their progress stopped by the deep and rapid waters of the Guadalquivir, the black smoking remains of the bridge which had once stretched across the river, seeming to forbid their further progress. Magnificent palaces lay around them, crumbling into ruins, whilst their half-burnt roofs fell occasionally with a tremendous crash. Fearful indeed was the spectacle which presented itself, and the once superb suburb seemed the very temple of desolation. Vases and statues lay overturned and blackened by the smoke. Majestic trees, scorched by the flames, and their shrivelled leaves, stripped from their withered branches, stretched forth their bare arms forlorn and desolate, like bereaved mothers mourning over their murdered children. A chill, drizzling mist began to fall, and all looked dreary and uncomfortable around. Roderick stood upon the banks of the river, and marked its dark rolling waters, in which the fire that still crept amongst the ruins on the other side reflected its red, lurid glare. "We must pass the river," said he. "These Andalusians are too crafty to have destroyed this fine suburb, in itself a town, had not some imperious reason urged them to it. They want to gain time, but we must show them that we dare brave the combined terrors of fire and water when glory gives the word." "And what is this glory you pursue so madly?" asked Edric. "May not prudence be admitted to its counsels? Nay, will it not itself be more certain if we wait till morning to seize it? The night is dark and gloomy. I think it forebodes a tempest, and, at any rate, it will be difficult to ford this black rolling stream in the obscurity. To-morrow with the dawn we will effect a passage. Our troops will be then refreshed with rest, and we shall be ready to encounter with vigour the dangers that may oppose us." Roderick smiled sadly. "To-morrow, Edric," said he, "it may be too late. To-morrow the army your enemies expect may advance upon us, and either obtain possession of the town, or cut off our retreat. We have traitors amongst us, for even now, secret as our movements have been, you see the enemy has had notice of our approach." "Why should we pause?" cried Lord Arthur O'Neill, one of the Irish lords who had followed his sovereign to the field. "Your Majesty may confide in your soldiers. Tired? An Irishman knows not the meaning of the word. Shall the heroes of Burgos, Valladolid, and Salamanca complain of fatigue? Have you forgotten how they fought and conquered? Have you forgotten the proud day before Madrid, when a handful of Irish fought and defeated a whole legion of Spaniards? Can we think of these things and yet talk of fear? Oh no, surely not. Surely if we did, every warm drop of blood in our veins, every spark of enthusiasm in our hearts would give the lie to the assertion. Lead us on, brave Roderick. Damn not the spirit of your troops by unnecessary delays, but lead us forward to victory. Lead us to victory! Shouted the officers and troops, and Roderick, animated by their cries, gave orders for the instant fording of the river. The evening had now quite closed in. Not a star broke the thick dull grey of the heavens, and the sky began to look dark and threatening. The lowering clouds grew gradually darker and darker, whilst a dusk veil seemed to fall over the distant turrets of the town and to envelop them in gloom. The fire that still raged in the suburbs had now seized an ancient castle, and as the thick yellow smoke burst from its embrasures, it seemed like a huge giant vomiting forth flames. In the meantime, heavy clouds which had gathered over their heads seemed thick with destruction, and a low moaning sound was heard at a distance, as though the winds were sighing over the fate of the unhappy wretches who were soon to fall victims to their fury. The hollow murmuring continued. It grew gradually louder and louder, and at length burst with tremendous violence in fearful blasts over the heads of the army. It was now as dark as night, and the thunder rolled with awful grandeur. The rain descended in torrents, and the flashes of lightning showed by glimpses the pouring vengeance of the clouds, and the still smoking fragments of the ruined bridge. It seemed madness to attempt the passage of the river at such a moment, but the determined spirit of Roderick, when once resolved, was not easily to be shaken, and crying out, "Glory and Roderick forever!" he attempted to plunge into the boiling flood. At this instant the heavens seemed to open, and a vivid ball of bright blue fire to dart from them. The lightning struck a tree beneath which a group of soldiers had taken shelter, splitting it asunder and scattering the branches in all directions, whilst the groans of the unhappy wretches, crushed by its fall, mingled horribly with the howling wind and crushing thunder. Nothing, however, could intimidate the daring spirit of Roderick, and calling upon his soldiers to follow him, he struck his spurs into Champion, his faithful Barb, and the noble animal plunged with him into the stream. The river, swollen by the torrents of rain, now rushed along in roaring waves like the sea. Champion and the horses of those who had followed the example of their sovereign were soon obliged to try to swim, and struggled in vain to reach the opposite shore. The impetuous current, however, swept them down the river, and soon the cries of the drowning men and the plunging of the horses added fresh horror to the roar of the raging waters. Fearful was the struggle, till, after a few horrible moments of almost supernatural exertions, the storm partly ceased. And though the wind still continued to howl at intervals, and the thunder to roll, its growl became fainter and fainter, and soon nothing was heard but the splashing of the waves and the struggles of the swimming animals, who tried in vain to stem the foaming torrent. Champion had made most violent efforts to save his master and himself, but he strove in vain. He only floated upon the waves. No longer could he toss his head and proudly champ his bit. His strength was fast leaving him. His long, thick mane and heavy armour weighed him down. His feeble eyes, however, caught a glimpse of the opposite shore. They had almost reached it, and the noble animal, collecting all his strength for one attempt, sprang forward. But, alas, his heart broke in the effort. His strength failed. The slippery clay slided from beneath his feet, and the lifeless body of poor Champion fell back into the river, dragging his illustrious master with him. Roderick was too much exhausted to swim, and, encumbered by the dead body of the horse, he was fast sinking to rise no more, when a powerful arm caught hold of him. "Take this knife," cried a voice which he knew to be Edric's. "Disentangle yourself from the horse, and I can save you." His words recalled the fleeting spirit of Roderick. He grasped the knife and hastily cut asunder the cord that confined his cloak round his neck. It was this cloak which had become entangled in the saddle, and the moment it was released from the neck of Roderick, it floated down the stream with the body of poor Champion, whilst the fainting monarch was dragged on shore by his friend Edric. The storm had now entirely ceased. The water began to get more tranquil, and the moon, breaking from the clouds that drifted rapidly across the skies, showed the opposite bank so plainly that the rest of the army passed with little difficulty. In the meantime, restoratives had been applied to Roderick, and he opened his eyes, though a slight shudder ran through his frame as he looked around, and heaving a deep sigh, he hastily reclosed them, seeming to wish to shut out forever the recollection of what had just happened. 'Twas but for an instant, however, that the manly mind of the Irish hero indulged in this overwhelming sorrow. The next, smiling though mournfully, he took the hand of Edric, and looking at him with affection, he said, "I owe my life to you. God only knows whether the boon be worth the meed of thanks, or whether you have not been cruel to my people in saving me. They have small reason to wish my life, if I am often to be seized with such freaks as these. Good God! I shudder when I consider that the lives of several of my fellow creatures have been sacrificed to my misguided folly. Poor Champion, too," drawing his hand across his eyes to wipe away his tears, and then again trying to smile. "You will laugh at me, Edric, but you don't know how much I feel the loss of that horse. Poor fellow! How nobly he breasted the tide, and struggled on! But he is gone, and it's of no use thinking of him." As he spoke, he resolutely started from the bed upon which he had been laid, and again dashed the tears from his eyes. "I have other things to think of, that are of far more importance than poor Champion, and yet, poor fellow, I can't forget it was his obedience to me that destroyed him. Poor fellow! You would have been sorry for him, Edric, if you had heard how deeply he sighed when we were in the middle of the water, and I forced him to go on, but I will think no more of him. Summon my officers, and let us hold a council as to our future proceedings." The council was called, and it was soon ascertained that the army had sustained no other loss than poor Champion, a few other horses, and about 8 or 10 of the king's bodyguard, who had thrown themselves into the river the moment they had seen their master do so. Roderick felt keenly the folly that had occasioned the loss of these brave men and useful animals, but as he was aware that he was now surrounded by his soldiers and the allied Spaniards, and that it is always necessary for a monarch to seem great, whether he be so or not, if he wished to be obeyed, he had too much self-command to show any signs of weakness, and gave orders for the commencement of the siege of the town with as much coolness as though he had merely quietly marched up to its walls. In the meantime, Daughter and Werfen had safely floated over the stream, riding astride upon one of the ammunition wagons, which were contrived of cork, and supported by bladders or rather balloons filled with gas upon each side. Whilst the middle part, upon which the doctor rode, being nearly in the form of a barrel, the worthy gentleman had formed no bad representation of Bacchus, as he swam merrily across. For the learned doctor, having wisely considered how much the interests of science would suffer if any accident befell his precious person, had waited till the river was as smooth as glass before he would venture to traverse it. It was perhaps well for Roderick that he now found himself upon the theatre of war, that he had orders to give, decisions to make. In short, that he had sufficient to occupy his mind, and prevent its dwelling upon the unpleasant circumstances that had just passed. Occupation is the only sure remedy for grief. The consolations of friends and hopes of religion may do much, but constant employment is the most effectual medicine for woe that the skill of man has yet been able to discover. Roderick now enjoyed the benefit of this invaluable panacea in its fullest extent, for he had much to do. Notwithstanding all their affection for him, his army could not conceal from themselves that he had sacrificed several valuable lives unnecessarily by his rashness, and their confidence in his prudence was proportionally diminished. Roderick saw, and was mortified by this, the more so as he felt it was occasioned by his own folly, and he struggled to do something to retrieve the confidence he had lost. There is perhaps no situation more painful to a noble, high-spirited mind than the consciousness of error, and the feelings of Roderick upon this occasion were an ample penance for his faults. During the whole of the passage of the river, and the encampment of the army upon the opposite side, under the very walls of the city, not a single soldier of the enemy had been seen. But when that was completed, and the harassed host of Irish had stretched their weary limbs upon the earth to seek a few minutes' repose before the attack which was ordered at daybreak, lights could be plainly seen moving to and fro in the city, and the heavy tramp of the soldiers heard as they paraded the walls. All now was still. A calm seemed to have succeeded a mighty tempest. A tent had been erected for Roderick and his chief officers, and there the monarch sat gloomily musing, whilst his officers were scattered around him in various attitudes of repose and thought. Alexis, the Greek page, who had with difficulty passed the river, lay at his feet. At length all slept but Edric and Roderick. After a long pause, the Irish hero looked at his friend, and seeing him gazing upon him with a look of the tenderest concern, "Edric," said he, "I suffocate here. Will you walk forth?" Edric willingly consented, and they sallied from the tent. The moon now shone brightly, and the night was calm and still. They walked together toward the banks of the river. Those waters, which so lately had raged like a roaring lion, seeking to devour, now rippled gently along, dancing in the sunbeams, and seeming to smile at the mischief they had done. Roderick could not bear the sight. Remorse for his impatience struck like a barbed arrow through his heart, and he turned hastily away. He now looked at the scene that lay before him towards the town. The moon shone brightly upon the tents of his soldiers, which contrasted strongly with the black and disfigured ruins of the suburbs, amongst which they had been hastily pitched, whilst the lights in the city, seen only from the summit of the walls, made it look almost like an eagle's nest suspended between heaven and earth. Roderick grasped Edric's hand. "How calm!" cried he. "How peaceful seems the scene before us! Alas, how different from that which so lately— But what's that?" exclaimed he, suddenly interrupting himself. "Surely I heard a groan." Edric listened, and distinctly heard the feeble moaning of a human voice. Neither Roderick nor himself uttered a syllable, but both darted to the spot from whence the sounds proceeded. Just at a bend in the river, surrounded by lofty trees, now scorched and half destroyed by the fire, had stood the maison de plaisance of one of the Spanish nobles. It had been built in the Italian style. Hedges of myrtle and pomegranates had bloomed in the garden, and a raised terrace had surrounded the house, ornamented by statues. Now, however, this terrace was covered with fallen pillars and broken vases. Ruin and desolation spread around. The trellis work, against which different creeping shrubs had been trained, hung in wild disorder, torn from the walls and crushing with its weight the shrubs to which it had once served as a support. Edric and Roderick entered the dwelling, for the cry seemed to proceed from its ruins. With hasty steps they traversed the deserted chambers, in which magnificent tapestry hung in tatters from the walls, whilst shattered remnants of valuable pictures and shivered mirrors showed the grandeur that had once been there. All now, however, was desolation. The gilded walls and ceilings looked black with the smoke, and the splendid furniture lay half burned and half destroyed upon the ground. Roderick and Edric did not stop long to survey the misery around them, for they hurried hastily forward to the place from which the cries had proceeded. As they approached, they found they were the accents of a female voice which had attracted them, and advancing a few steps further, they beheld a sight which filled them with pity. Beneath a fallen column, in the ruins of which she was so entangled that she could not move, lay, or rather stooped, a beautiful female, bending over the apparently lifeless body of an old man, whose fine features and venerable appearance were sufficient of themselves to create a deep interest in his behalf, but which interest was trebly increased by the evident anxiety painted upon the lovely face of his fair companion. "Oh, heavens!" cried she, as soon as they approached. If you have any mercy or Christian charity in your dispositions, succour this poor old man. Those cruel wretches have left him to perish miserably. Though we are strangers, we are human beings, and have committed no crime." By this time Edric and Roderick had arrived near enough to draw her from the column, when they perceived, to their infinite horror, that her arm was broken, and that she was otherwise seriously hurt. "Oh, think not of me!" cried she, finding they wished to succour her before they attended to the old man, who appeared to be dead. "Save my father! I am quite well. Can I help you?" And heedless of her own pain, the heroic girl assisted in dragging her father from his dangerous situation. "I fear he is dead," whispered Roderick. "Oh, say not so!" shrieked Pauline, for that was her name. He shall recover. Give him air," continued she, endeavouring with the one trembling hand, the use of which remained to her, to unfasten his collar. Edric gazed at her with admiration, and struck with her filial piety and generous self-forgetfulness, he felt an interest for her that he had never before experienced for women. He assisted her pious cares, and finding the old man still insensible, he bore him in his arms to the banks of the river, and sprinkled him with its waters. Whilst he was thus engaged, the little fat Dr. Entwerfen, quite out of breath with his exertions, came puffing up in something between a run and a trot. "Oh, Edric dear!" cried he, gasping for breath. "I've found you, have I? But, heyday, what's the matter? You haven't been killing anybody, have you?" "Doctor," exclaimed Edric, "I am rejoiced to see you. This gentleman has been hurt by some falling ruins. Will you bleed him?" The doctor had studied surgery in his youth, and had since practised frequently for charity, and, being, in all things in which his particular foibles were not concerned, a man of sense and feeling, he instantly comprehended the importance of the case, and drawing forth his lancet, after having first bared and bound up the arm of his patient, he bled him. At first the blood dropped slowly, drop by drop, but it soon began to flow more freely, and then the patient, heaving a deep sigh, opened his eyes. Pauline had been bending over her father, with an intenseness of anxiety that repressed every personal feeling. But the moment she heard him sigh, the unnatural strength which had supported her gave way. Nature could bear no more, and she fell senseless to the ground. Every one flew to her assistance, and Dr. Entwerfen, in particular, was quite in agony. "Dear pretty creature!" cried he, pushing his wig on one side, in his hurry to raise her up. "Pretty dear! I do declare her arm is broken, and her shoulder dreadful lacerated. Poor thing! I wonder how she could contrive to hold up so long." "It is wonderful," repeated Edric. "It is the triumph of mental energy over bodily suffering." "See, she opens her eyes, she revives!" exclaimed Roderick. "Had I not better return to my tent for assistance?" "There are some soldiers just there," replied the doctor, pointing to a group of men a few paces distant. "They came with me to protect me, but I outran them when I saw Edric." The soldiers soon formed a litter upon which M. de Malet, for that was the name of the old man, and his daughter were conveyed to the tent of Roderick, where proper surgical aid was afforded them. And whilst they are recovering from the injuries they had received, we will take the opportunity of informing our readers of the circumstances which had placed them in so unpleasant a situation. M. de Malet was a Swiss noble, and upon the usurpation of the then despot of Switzerland, he had vehemently defended the liberty of his country. The tyrant imprisoned him, and he with difficulty made his escape, followed by his only daughter, who was devotedly attached to him, and who, in all his dangers, never quitted his side. She had lost her mother in her earliest youth, and since that period all her thoughts and cares had been devoted to her father. To comfort him formed the sole occupation of her life, and self was quite forgotten in her anxiety for his welfare. After escaping from Switzerland, they had taken refuge in Spain, flattering themselves that, as it was a free country, they should there be safe and happy. But alas! They soon found the charms of freedom were more ideal than real, and M. de Malet, though he had been an enthusiast for liberty under the despotic government of Switzerland, found the sweets of freedom not quite so great as he had imagined amongst the republicans of Spain. The pride of the nobles, and the conceited ignorance and insubordination of the people, being, as he found by sad experience, things much more agreeable to talk about than endure. In Switzerland he had called the one proud independence, and the other manly daring. But he now discovered nobles and democratic chiefs can be tyrants as well as kings, and that the mob is a many-headed monster most exceedingly difficult to manage. At first, M. de Malet and his daughter were rapturously received in Spain. No human beings could be more interesting. Applauses filled the air whenever they appeared. Addresses were presented to them from all quarters. The people crowded to see them, and the Spanish nobles vied with each other in offering them an asylum. All this was very fine, but unfortunately it was too charming to be lasting. When M. de Malet and his lovely daughter had been often seen, congratulated, and condoled with, there was nothing left to be done, and the enthusiasm of the Spaniards began rapidly to abate. In the first moment of triumph, M. de Malet had blindly believed everything the people advanced, and had fancied himself really what they called him, a hero and a martyr. He thus felt sensibly the change of feeling they so soon evinced. He became disgusted with the people, so fickle, and being too candid to conceal his sentiments, he suffered the Spaniards to perceive his disgust. The total alienation of the remaining interest they felt for him was a natural consequence. In the heat of enthusiasm, M. de Malet had accepted freely the offer of a Spanish nobleman to make his house his home, but, with the usual tenacity of a generous mind in a state of dependence, as soon as he fancied he saw a coldness on the part of his host, he left him instantly and hastened to the house of another who had been still more warm in his offers of friendship. He, too, soon became cold, and M. de Malet, like the hare with many friends, though overloaded with professions, found himself completely desolate when he really wanted protection. M. de Malet had provided no funds when he left his native country, and his estates having been confiscated, he was thus thrown entirely upon the bounty of strangers. Too high-minded to endure dependence, and too proud to humble himself to labour, M. de Malet had solicited and obtained the promise of a post in the Spanish army, and the directors of the government having promised him a place in the garrison of Seville, he had proceeded a few weeks before to the house of the Duke of Sidonia, the governor of that city, for the purpose of taking possession. The Duke, however, received him coldly, amusing him with procrastinating promises, till M. de Malet found too late he had been duped by the directors, who, to rid themselves of his importunities, had sent him to Seville, merely on account of its distance from Madrid and the difficulty he would have in returning to torment them, instead of having any real intention of complying with his wishes. Indignant at the treatment he had met with, M. de Malet expostulated warmly with the Duke, and the violence of his feelings produced an apoplectic seizure. The Duke, though indifferent to the suit of M. de Malet, was not destitute of the common feelings of humanity. He had him, therefore, carried to a chamber where proper surgical assistance was afforded him. This scene took place at the Duke's country seat upon the banks of the river, and M. de Malet remained there till, aided by a strong constitution and the vigilant attention of his daughter, he was fast recovering. When, however, intelligence being received of the rapid approach of the army of Roderick, the Duke ordered the suburbs to be burned, including his country house, his unfortunate guests entirely escaped his recollection, and the Spaniards, appointed to destroy the suburbs, having performed their task with the utmost barbarity, tearing to pieces and destroying what they could not burn, the servants fled at their approach, entirely forgetting M. de Malet and his daughter, who, being in a distant quarter of the mansion, knew nothing of what was passing, till they were roused to a sense of their situation by the flames attacking their apartment. With piercing screams, Pauline succeeded in rousing her father and forced him from the chamber, but they knew not where to fly. The crackling flames seemed to pursue them wherever they went, and the falling timbers threatened every instant to destroy them. At last they reached the hall, and Pauline's beautiful features beamed with joy at their approaching deliverance, when the tottering roof gave way, rocking a few moments with a fearful cracking noise, and then falling with a tremendous crash. Pauline saw it coming, but there was not time to escape, and uttering a faint cry, she threw herself before her father, striving to shield him with her delicate body from the coming danger. Feeble, however, would have proved this slight and fragile barrier to ward off the impending peril, had not fortunately one of the descending rafters struck against the projecting pillar, and thus formed a kind of arch, which served to protect them from further injury, the falling of the roof having also nearly extinguished the fire. Pauline's arm had been broken with the blow, and her shoulder dreadfully lacerated, yet still the heroic girl supported herself, and sustaining with her remaining arm the apparently lifeless body of her father, who, stunned with so many misfortunes, lay insensible at her feet, she endeavoured by her cries to draw the attention of someone to the spot, as she found her father and herself were so entangled in the ruins that it was impossible they could be extricated without powerful assistance. The keenest interest was excited by Pauline and her father in the breasts of Edric and Roderick, but powerful as it was destined soon to give way to yet more exciting sensations, for scarcely had they been removed to the tent, when Roderick, perceiving the first feeble tints of day streak the horizon, gave orders for the assault. The city was strongly fortified, and even where the ancient bulwarks had decayed, the governor had hastily supplied their place with wood so skilfully painted to resemble stone as quite to deceive the eyes of his opponents. 30 towers were ranged in intervals along the formidable-looking wall, and on one side appeared a citadel strongly garrisoned, which commanded that space between the river and the city where the army of Roderick was now encamped, and which was aided by a kind of ditch that served occasionally as a covered way. The sun now rose in all its splendour, spreading its rich tints of purple and gold over the scene, and sweeping away before it the mists of morning. Soon, however, was its brilliancy to be obscured, and the savage rage of man to deface the beauty of nature. Soon did roaring cannon and flashing weapons imitate a contention of the elements, and soon did the gashed and bleeding forms of the assailants strew the ground, rendered slippery by their blood. The besieged defended themselves vigorously. 3 times did Roderick and his followers attempt to scale the walls, and 3 times were they repulsed. But at length a bridge was made, and Roderick, transported with joy, threw himself into it, shouting to his soldiers to follow him. They obeyed, and the siege would at once have been terminated, had not a cloud of dust, rising in long black columns in the distance, through which the reflection of arms shone dazzling in the sun, given new spirits to the besieged, and discouraged the besiegers. Deep masses, half hidden by this heavy cloud, and appearing only more vast from the obscurity thrown over them, advanced rapidly, seeming to come on with the mighty force of the raging sea, when it rushes along with irresistible violence and sweeps before it everything that dares oppose its fury. The garrison of the town, animated at the sight, rallied their half-exhausted forces, and drove back the assailants with such carnage that the line of their retreat was marked by a long stream of blood and by expiring bodies, whilst Roderick, for the first time in his life, refrained from renewing the attack, for, as he feared being surrounded, he determined to draw off his forces, and give battle first to the combined French and Spanish army which was now fast approaching. End of chapter 11 of volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 1 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century, by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 1. Notwithstanding the danger of his situation, Roderick was delighted at the sight of the allied army. "Now we shall fight," cried he, "and not be thrown down like dogs from the walls to perish. I could not bear to see my brave soldiers so sacrificed. But now that we shall meet fairly upon the open field, and struggle hand to hand, and man to man, we cannot fail to conquer." "Heaven grant us victory," said Edric, sighing. "Why, and so it will, man," repeated Roderick gaily. "Come, come, rouse and cheer thy spirits, for the moment of glory ought not surely to be that of gloom." The force of the enemy had, in the meantime, rapidly advanced, and the two armies were now opposite to each other, the river curving round that of Roderick like a silver band. The situation of the Irish hero was, indeed, become hazardous in the extreme, for if defeated, he could neither advance nor retreat without being exposed to imminent peril, as the river lay before him, and his rear was open to attacks from the town. But neither Roderick nor his soldiers ever contemplated the possibility of defeat. They breathed nothing but victory, and, as the confidence of success often ensures it, they had hitherto found themselves invincible, principally from the firm belief they entertained that they really were so. Roderick divided his army into three parts, and, determining to lead the van himself, he gave the command of one of the other divisions to Lord Arthur O'Neill, son of the Earl of Tyrone, and confided the other, which consisted entirely of Spaniards, to the conduct of the Spanish general, Don Alvarez Ripardo, upon whose prudence he knew he might confidently rely, whilst he retained Edric, the doctor, and Alexis, the Greek page of Zoe, immediately about his own person. The battle soon raged with terrific grandeur, the shouts and cries of the combatants mingling horribly with the roar of the cannon, which echoed from the walls of the town, seemed to leap from hill to hill and reverberate in the distance like peals of rolling thunder. Roderick, in the meantime, performed prodigies of valor. Not satisfied with directing the movement of his troops, he fought bravely, sword in hand, like a common soldier, and with all that prodigious energy and unexampled good fortune which had previously induced the belief amongst the lower classes of Spaniards of his being assisted by supernatural agency. A square was attacked and seemed upon the point of giving way, but when Roderick saw its danger and threw himself into the center, the soldiers were inspired with unwonted courage, and, fighting like lions about to be despoiled of their prey, repulsed the enemy with tremendous slaughter. In fact, nothing could resist the valor of Roderick's arm. Like Homer's Achilles, he seemed ready to triumph even over fate herself. An unexpected occurrence, however, notwithstanding his prowess, was very near turning the tide of the battle against him. Lord Arthur O'Neill, whom he had placed at the head of one of the divisions, though brave as an individual, was nothing as a chief, and unequal to the responsibility of the task he had undertaken, stood hesitating and uncertain what to do, whilst the moment for action passed away. His division had been sent round to attack the enemy in the rear, and Roderick, having advanced farther than he would have done had he not depended upon their assistance, their inaction seemed likely to produce the most fatal consequences. Edric saw Lord Arthur's uncertainty, and, comprehending in an instant both the cause and its effects, he put himself at the head of a few men and galloped to his relief. Arthur, bewildered and overwhelmed, willingly resigned his command, and Edric, leading his division to the charge, changed instantly the fortune of the day. The victory that followed was decisive. Those combating in front against Roderick, astonished at hearing the din of battle in their rear, wavered and became irresolute, whilst disorder being once thrown amongst such a mass of men, horses, and ammunition wagons, its consequences were irreparable. The rout soon became general. The French and Spaniards fell over each other in dismay, whilst in some instances their confusion was so excessive that they turned their arms upon their own troops, mistaking them for those of their opponents. The pursuit of the flying foe being confided to the Spanish division of Roderick's army, that victorious monarch returned himself in triumph to his camp before the city. Gloom hung over the walls of Seville, as that proud city expected to become instantly the prey of the conqueror. Roderick, however, finding the garrison were still determined to resist, and that his own soldiers were exhausted by the fatigue they had undergone, resolved to defer the attack till the next day. Then, retiring to his tent, he ordered his officers and nobles to be summoned to hold the council of war as to their future proceedings. A crowd had, in consequence of this summons, already collected round the monarch when Edric appeared amongst them. Roderick saw him, and hastily rushing forward, clasped him in his arms. "My dearest friend," cried he, "yesterday you saved my life, but today you have preserved my honor. I do not attempt to thank you, for I feel the utter incompetency of words to express my feelings. Do not, however, look miserable, Arthur," continued he, addressing the unfortunate general, "for I do not blame you. It was my fault for putting you in a situation you were not competent to fill. For the future you and Edric shall change places, and then I trust, whilst I have still the pleasure of employing my friends, the interests of the state will not suffer." A page now appeared, bearing a riband, attached to which were fastened some glittering crosses. "It is well," said Roderick, taking the riband in his hand. "Edric," continued he, "I hope you will oblige your friend by accepting these splendid baubles from his hand. They can confer no additional honor upon you in his sight, but they may aid in establishing your authority amongst the soldiers you in future will command, who regard these trinkets with respect." Edric gracefully bowed assent, and kneeling before the monarch, received his new honors with as much grace as Roderick bestowed them. The assembled officers and nobles pressing round, and offering their congratulations. Whatever they might say, however, no one present really felt a tenth part of the delight experienced by Dr. Entwerfen upon the occasion. His transport, indeed, quite defies description, for he danced, sang, jumped, nay, absolutely screamed with rapture, till at last, quite unable otherwise to give vent to the violence of his emotions, he sprang to the pillar of the tent, and clinging round it, embraced it with all his strength. All these antics had been slyly watched and enjoyed by Roderick, even through the circle which surrounded him. Though he lost sight of the doctor when he darted away, it was not till the officers and nobles dispersed that the king discovered his learned friend, to his infinite amusement, still hugging the post. It has been already observed that an unconquerable love of mischief mingled with the thousand good qualities which formed the composition of Roderick, and that he was continually getting into scrapes and playing tricks upon all the unhappy personages who happened to fall in his way. Though his invincible good humor and a certain indescribable degree of the bon enfant peculiar to his character rendered it quite impossible for anyone seriously to resent his pranks. It was not, indeed, in nature for any human creature to be long angry with Roderick, and thus being certain of not giving lasting offense whenever he was not positively engaged in war, the restless activity of his disposition made him frolic about like a spoiled and petted child, who, even at the very moment of his sins being forgiven, is entirely occupied in plotting some new exploit. Under these circumstances, it may be easily imagined what an infinite fund of amusement the confiding simplicity of Dr. Entwerfen had proven to Roderick, and innumerable were the tricks he had played off upon him during their long and tedious sojourn in the Isle of Leon. The important events which had since occurred had, however, entirely occupied the monarch's attention, and the poor doctor was suffered to enjoy a long respite, till this sudden view of his unabated enthusiasm presented an opportunity too tempting for the laughter-loving monarch to resist. Accordingly, that evening, one of Roderick's pages, affecting an air of profound secrecy, presented the doctor with a mysterious bag, containing several small balls of dough, and a billet from the king, in which he informed the doctor that these balls, when boiled, would be converted into a gunpowder of such amazing strength and efficacy that 10 grains of it would be sufficient to blow up a whole city, and that having become possessed by accident of the invaluable secret of their composition, he wished to use them for the destruction of Seville, and not having in his whole camp so skillful an experimental philosopher as the doctor, he had determined to confide their preparation exclusively to his care. It is impossible for words to do justice to the importance that swelled in the breast of the doctor as he perused this epistle. He strutted, puffed himself out, and did his very utmost to look big, a feat he doubtless might have contrived to accomplish, had not nature perversely determined to counteract his endeavors, and confined his stature to about 4 feet 11. As it was, however, he certainly did make the most of himself, and being firmly resolved not to lose a single instant in putting the designs of the king into execution, he hastened to a vacant place between the camp and the city, where some cauldrons had been hastily erected for cooking the soldiers' food, and there commenced his operations. In the meantime, Roderick, who had no idea the doctor would be so expeditious in his movements, was busily engaged in superintending the removal of the wounded, and in giving orders of the assault which was to take place upon the following day. He had indeed much to do, for awfully heavy is the responsibility of a general who is not entirely divested of feeling for his men, and the heart of Roderick, though a mistaken thirst for glory had made him a conqueror, was kind and generous, nay, even tender in the extreme. Urged by his compassion, he thus could not rest satisfied, after the more arduous labors of the day were over, without visiting himself the hospitals of the sick. He saw their wounds dressed, and tried to soften their pains, whilst he spoke kindly to them and praised their valor. Thus employed, as he passed from tent to tent, the eyes of his soldiers beamed with rapture at his approach, and even in the agonies of death they raised their feeble voices to call down blessings upon his head. Alexis followed his master in this excursion, and his fine eyes sparkled with pleasure as they followed the godlike form of Roderick through the crowd. The monarch, indeed, himself started with amazement, as, turning suddenly, he accidentally met their gaze. "This page," said he to Edric, who happened to be near, "possesses a glance of fire. I really never saw more expressive features." "It is often the case," returned Edric calmly, as he assisted one of the surgeons to bind the arm of a wounded soldier. "The dumb generally employ gestures to make themselves understood, and their features insensibly become more expressive from the muscles being more frequently brought into play." "You fought like a hero, my brave fellow," said Roderick to the poor man Edric had been assisting. "I hope your hurt is not serious." "And if it were, through my heart," said the man, "it's no more than I'd be proud to bear for your majesty any day of my life." "Oh, these Irish," sighed an old Andalusian soldier who lay near and happened to understand them. "They are brave as lions in the field, but gentle as doves when they are in a chamber." "Have your wants also been attended to?" asked Roderick. "Yes, God bless your majesty," returned the soldier. If the devil does help you when you are fighting, I am sure it is God's own spirit makes you so good to your soldiers afterwards." "If the devil helped me today," said Roderick, laughing, "I am sure I am very much obliged to his satanic majesty, for I never was in greater peril. Do not look so grave, Edric. You know I am only joking, and that whatever my tongue may say, my heart only feels gratitude where it is really due." And as he spoke he devoutly crossed himself. "I know," said Edric gravely, "that your heart is infinitely better than your head." "The fault of my countrymen," cried Roderick, again smiling, "or rather the fault of nature, for they, poor souls, can't help it. Our imaginations are so vivid that, like a restive horse, they are apt to take the bit in their teeth and gallop away at full speed, in spite of all that the sage Dame Reason, who still keeps uselessly pulling the rein, can do to prevent them." As soon as the more important duties of his station were fulfilled, Roderick intended paying a visit to Dr. Entwerfen to discover what effect had been produced upon the doctor's mind by his treacherous letter. But Edric, proposing that they should see the fair Swiss, as common politeness required they should inquire after her arm, the poor doctor was driven entirely from his thoughts. A separate tent had been pitched for the reception of Monsieur de Maillet and his daughter, and when our friends entered it, they found that worthy gentleman quite recovered, and his lovely daughter reclining upon a kind of couch, and looking more beautiful than ever. Her angelic features had, it is true, lost the animation they before expressed, but their present languor made them infinitely more interesting than their former energy. Softness was the characteristic of Pauline's beauty. Her figure, though slight and siliphic, was yet round and full enough to please a voluptuary. Her complexion was exquisitely fair, but a beautiful rosy tint glowed on her cheeks, whilst her clear blue eyes and golden hair gave her the look of a seraph. And when she raised those bright blue eyes in gratitude to Edric, her look sank deep into his soul, and he thought he had never before seen beauty. Such was Pauline, and when she spoke, Edric, as he listened in rapture to the soft melting tones of her melodious voice, felt he could no longer resist, but yielded up his heart a willing captive to her charms. Yes, the calm, the reasoning, the philosophic Edric was actually in love. He who had so despised and ridiculed the passion, and who had affected to doubt its very existence, was now become one of its most devoted victims. Roderick was almost as much charmed as Edric with the beauty of Pauline, and as the circumstance which had at first introduced her to their notice formed so striking a contrast to the softness and delicacy of her present appearance, that it was scarcely possible to suppose her the same person. A feeling of curiosity mingled with the interest she excited. When our friends entered the room, Monsieur de Maillet rose to receive them. "I know not how to thank you," said he, his voice almost stifled with emotion. "My own life was of little value, but for that of this dear child—" He could not proceed. Roderick took his offered hand. "My dear sir," cried he, "talk not of thanks. Edric and myself are but too well repaid in seeing you thus recovered, and I am sure we shall ever esteem the day when we were so fortunate as to be of service to you, as the happiest of our lives." "You are too good," exclaimed Monsieur de Maillet, "too good," and he could no longer restrain his tears. Roderick was deeply affected. He could not bear to see an old man weep, and he again took Monsieur de Maillet's hand, pressing it respectfully to his lips. "My dear sir," exclaimed he, "what I have as yet been able to do for you is nothing, but if you will return with me to Ireland, I may be able—" "Hush, my good friend," replied Monsieur de Maillet, I do not doubt your kindness nor your power, but I have had too much of professions." "My father," said Pauline, interposing her soft sweet voice, "has suffered much. Forgive him if he seem ungrateful for your kindness, but repeated disappointments sour the spirit. We have seen much trouble," and her voice trembled as she spoke. "Alas, if you have not been exempt from trouble, who shall dare complain?" exclaimed Edric in a voice as soft and tremulous as her own. Pauline turned her beautiful eyes upon him. "Pardon me, sir," said she, "that I have not before thanked you. Be assured it has not been for want of feeling your kindness, but sometimes the heart is too full for utterance." "Thanks from your lips, madame," returned Roderick, "would be a reward for any service." Pauline blushed. "You too, sir, were kindness itself," rejoined she. "Think not I am insensible to your favors, but I am a bankrupt even in thanks. Alas, fate destines us to incur continually obligations which we can never repay." "A grateful heart is more than words," said her father, "and in that, my child, I know you will never be deficient. But to whom are we indebted for such kindness?" "I am the King of Ireland," said Roderick, smiling, "surnamed the Devil's favorite here in Spain." "Is it possible?" cried M. Desmalets. "Do I, indeed, see the illustrious Roderick?" "And this," continued Roderick, without noticing his exclamation, "is my friend Mr. Montague, an Englishman, who, like many of his countrymen, not contented with enjoying every luxury at home, rambles into foreign climes to grumble and find fault with everything he may chance to meet." "Do not believe him, madame," cried Edric. "My countrymen are fond of traveling, it is true, and may find fault occasionally with what they think deficient in a strange land. But I assure you we travel from a desire of improving ourselves and acquiring knowledge, whilst we only find fault in the charitable hope that our censures may produce amendment." "That is, supposing your censures are just," replied Roderick, "but that we sometimes take the liberty to doubt." "I think nothing more unreasonable than to censure customs merely because we are not used to them," said M. Desmalets. "For my part, when I travel, I make up my mind to be satisfied with everything, as I think I have no right to quarrel with inconveniences I have sought myself." "It would be well," rejoined Roderick, "if all were of your opinion, and if those who cannot be contented abroad would try to rest contented at home. But you speak as though you had traveled, and I think your daughter mentioned yesterday that you were strangers in Spain." "We are Swiss," replied M. Desmalets. "My name is Desmalets, a name which you may have heard as belonging to a champion of liberty. Powerless as my efforts have been, I was that champion, and the reward of my labors is poverty and disgrace in a foreign land." "But surely," said Roderick, "the Spaniards as a nation of free men would receive a martyr for liberty with open arms, and would treat him as a brother." "Yes, yes," replied M. Desmalets bitterly, "I have had a tolerable specimen of their fraternal affection. They received me with protestations, fed me with delusive promises, and then left me to perish miserably." "Not designedly, my dear father," said Pauline. "I cannot suppose they left us to perish designedly." "Oh no," cried Roderick, "that must have been impossible. Tigers must have been moved to pity by that voice. They never could have intended to leave you to perish." "Sire," replied M. Desmalets gravely, "you forget my daughter and I are but plain simple Swiss. We are unused to flattery and to the language of courts. Do not then address expressions to us above our comprehension, which may lead us to forget the distance fortune has placed between us." "Speak not of the difference of rank," interrupted Roderick impatiently. "Beauty and merit, like that of your daughter, place her upon a level with a throne." "Pardon me, sire," replied Pauline, blushing, and casting her eyes upon the ground. "I am perfectly aware of the humility of my station. I am aware that I was not born to be a companion of kings and princes, nor have I any wish to exalt myself above the situation in which nature has placed me. My duty to my father led me to follow him to the Spanish court. It was the first that I had seen, and, forgive me, sire, if I say, I sincerely hope it may be the last. But you must not judge of us by the Spaniards." "I know it well, sire. Report has always spoken of the Irish hero as noble, generous, and kind. Even his enemies have done justice to his merits, and the fame of Roderick has spread to every corner of the globe. I know that he is incapable of treating my father as he has been treated by the directors of Spain. But I also know that he is so far superior to myself as to make his notice a condescension which I dare not flatter myself will continue, and of which I know myself perfectly undeserving." Edric's eyes expressed his admiration, and Pauline's glowing cheeks proved she saw and understood their meaning. Roderick, however, was not quite so well pleased. He felt himself rebuked, and Roderick did not like to feel himself in the wrong. "You are too modest," said he. Then turning to Edric, "Edric," continued he, "have you any idea what is become of Dr. Entwerfen?" Then again addressing himself to Pauline, he added, "Apropos, you will be very much amused with the learned doctor, Mademoiselle Desmalets, but I give you fair notice before you see him that you must not laugh at him before his face, for Edric is as tenacious of the feelings of his tutor as of his own." Pauline's eyes expressed her approbation of Edric's delicacy upon this point, and as they met his, they conveyed more pleasure to his heart than language could express. From this moment Pauline and Edric seemed to understand each other, for they felt there was a community of feeling between them. The mute intelligence of the eyes sometimes says more than whole years of commonplace intercourse, and thus Pauline and Edric felt like old friends, though they had scarcely exchanged half a dozen sentences. "Was not that the gentleman who relieved me from my swoon?" asked M. Desmalets. Before Roderick had time to answer, an officer rushed into the room, looking the very image of despair, and approaching Roderick, bent his knee before him. "What is the matter?" cried the monarch sternly. "Speak. If you have committed a fault, you have less to fear from my justice than my mercy, for misplaced lenity only encourages crime." "Pardon, sire," exclaimed the officer, still kneeling. But, speak, no evasion. Your Majesty commanded that we should watch that no harm happen to Dr. Entwerfen, and he has been taken by the enemy." "Fool! Dolt! Blockhead!" cried Roderick, and, taking leave of Mr. Desmalets and his daughter, he and Edric hastily quitted the tent. The balls the Irish king had given the doctor were simply formed of dough, the same as that used in the making of bread, with only the addition of a little bit of quicksilver rolled up in the center of each. This the merry monarch knew, as soon as it was exposed to the action of heat, would make the dumplings dance about as though they were bewitched, and he anticipated great amusement from seeing the doctor's exertions to keep them in the pot, and his despair at not being able to do so. To prevent the possibility of mischief, however, he had desired a select guard to keep watch over the unfortunate philosopher, and never to lose sight of him, taking care to prevent, if possible, his being exposed to any danger. And it was to the negligence of these fellows, who did not perform their duty, that the unhappy fate of the doctor was owing. The moment the doctor had received the fatal balls, he hastened to the cauldron, and hastily kindling a fire, began to try the experiment. The balls more than answered Roderick's expectations, for, as soon as they were affected by the heat, they began to jump out of the pot, one after the other, with the most determined perseverance. The doctor was in a violent perspiration from being exposed to the steam of the cauldron, and he threw off his coat to cool himself. His wig also slipped on one side in his exertions to recover the provoking balls, he being obliged to skip after them with the utmost agility as they rolled bounding along, whilst he had no sooner caught one and put it back into the pot than another would jump out and begin a new set of vagaries. The doctor, though tired and provoked, did not however relax his labors even for an instant, and he was running, panting, and out of breath after one of these mercurial harlequins, when he was stopped by a rough arm, whilst a man in a gruff voice demanded what he was doing there. The doctor looked up, and finding with horror that he was surrounded by 8 or 10 armed Spaniards, answered in trembling accents that he was making gunpowder. "Gunpowder!" exclaimed one of the men. "But what were you doing with those balls?" "I was boiling them," replied the doctor, with great awe. "You seem to be playing with them, I think," resumed the man. "Were you running after them to make gunpowder?" "Yes, they wouldn't stay in the pot, and I was obliged to run after them to catch them." The soldiers burst into a hoarse laugh at this naive reply, and their merriment offered a ridiculous contrast to the doctor's woeful visage. End of chapter 12, part 1 of volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 2 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 2. They now prepared to retire, dragging the doctor with them, totally heedless of his supplications for pardon and declarations of innocence. They declared him to be a spy, and swore that they would hang him as such as soon as they should get within the town. The soldiers who were appointed to guard the doctor, and who, by indulging in a comfortable game at piquet, had neglected their charge, now came up, and, dismayed at seeing the doctor in custody of a force too considerable for them to engage with, fled to inform their sovereign, trembling, however, all the time at the consequences of their disobedience. When Roderick and Edric reached the plain, the group of soldiers, with the poor doctor in the midst of them, were just entering one of the gates of the town through which they had made their sally. The rays of the setting sun fell full upon the poor doctor's bald head and shining face, and these, and his white shirt-sleeves as he raised his hands in a supplicating manner towards heaven, made him a conspicuous object even at a distance, till he was hidden from the sight of his friends by the heavy gates closing upon him. Roderick and Edric were in despair at the loss of their favourite. Indeed, to see him dragged away so barbarously without having the power to assist him was enough to try the philosophy of a Stoic. It was no wonder, therefore, that it was too much for the patience of the Irish hero, who had barely known disappointment or control. He raved, stamped, and, unable to contain his rage, ordered an instant attack of the place. The enemy, imagining the Irish too much fatigued with the battle they had just fought to assault the town that night, were far from expecting an attack. But, encouraged by the successful opposition they had before made, they received the assault with firmness and repulsed it with vigour. The cannon roared with tremendous fury on both sides, and whole columns of men were swept away as grass falls before the scythe. The impatience of Roderick increased every moment, and the discharge from a petard having set fire to the wooden bulwarks of the town, he threw himself upon the blazing breach, sword in hand, heedless of the crackling timbers and fast-spreading flames, whilst Edric and some of his most devoted soldiers followed him, and they all warmly engaged with the Spaniards who opposed their entrance upon the walls. A loud shout from below, however, soon excited their attention. The besieged had made a sortie by means of the covered way, and Edric and his royal friend, finding their retreat would be cut off if they stayed, were reluctantly compelled to retire with their followers, and Roderick was struck down by a Spanish soldier whilst in the act of leaping from the walls. The soldier, seeing the effect he had produced, was about to repeat his blow, and the Irish hero must have perished before he could have recovered himself, if Edric had not interposed and received the gash instead of his friend. Then instantly turning around, he cut down the soldier. In the meantime Roderick had revived, and he and Edric fought their way back to the rest of the army. It was now getting quite dark, and the besieged falling back within the town, the army of the Irish monarch returned once more to their camp. "How provoking!" cried Roderick the moment they entered his tent, taking off his helmet and giving it to Alexis, the Greek page. "I shall never be happy again if they hurt the doctor. Take my sword also, Alexis. But what is the matter with the boy? Methinks he looks wondrous pale. Does he not, Edric?" Then turning to Edric, he was excessively shocked at the change in his appearance. It has been before stated that Edric received the blow the Spanish soldier intended for Roderick. The wound had bled profusely, but the blood having congealed, the flow stopped, and Edric, aided by his own courage, presence of mind, and firmness, had been enabled to sustain himself till he reached the tent. Now, however, that the necessity for exertion had ceased, his pallid looks and ghastly countenance bespoke what he suffered. He had received one horrid gash upon the temple, and the coagulated blood upon his face and hair contrasted frightfully with the whiteness of the rest of his face. In fact, he looked like the ghost of some poor murdered wretch, appearing to implore vengeance upon his destroyer. He seated himself at a table, resting his arms upon it, and supporting his head with his hands. He attempted to smile in answer to Roderick's inquiries, but the effort was too much for his already exhausted strength, and his head fell heavily upon the table. Roderick flew to support him, and dispatched Alexis for a surgeon. "My dear, dear Edric," cried he, "speak to me, for God's sake, speak to me. Do not let me think that I have destroyed my friend. Oh, Edric, 'tis Roderick calls. Speak, speak, for God's sake, speak." Edric was, however, incapable of speaking, and the torture of the Irish king, when he found his friend could not answer him, was beyond description. "My beloved Edric," exclaimed he, wringing his hands in an agony of grief, "I implore you to answer me. Alas, he cannot, he is no more. Curses on my folly! I might have been blessed and happy, but in pursuit of the phantom glory I have sacrificed all I ever loved on earth. Oh, would to God that I had never visited Spain!" A heavy groan behind him startled Roderick as he finished speaking, and turning round he beheld Alexis, who had now returned with the surgeon. The boy's appearance was singular. His complexion was usually a clear dark brown, with a rich glow of colour, and remarkably full rosy lips. Now the deep colour on his cheeks remained unfaded, but his lips had assumed a ghastly livid hue. His limbs trembled with agitation, and a dark, mysterious expression seemed to sit upon his features. Roderick looked at him with amazement and almost horror, as strange suspicions arose in his mind respecting him. Before the Irish army had left Cadiz, it had been whispered that the Duke of Medina Selina's claim to the throne was at least equal to that of the prince whom Roderick was fighting to establish. The Duke indeed had many partisans, but his age and blindness enfeebled their efforts. An expert from Cadiz had just brought intelligence that the Duke was dead, and as Zoe was his sole heiress, this extraordinary agitation in her page looked at least suspicious. "I must beware of him," thought Roderick, regarding him attentively. "For as Zoe knows that, notwithstanding my obligations to her, I shall never permit any monarch to reign in Spain but Don Pedro whilst I live, my life will be the first sacrifice required in her cause." Thus mused Roderick, though it was but for an instant that even the dread of personal danger could divert his thoughts from his friend. The surgeon, when he probed Edric's wounds, however, declared to the great joy of the king that they were not dangerous, and that he had only fainted from loss of blood. He was now placed upon a couch in the same tent with that of the king, and Roderick soon after, stretching his fur mantle under him, threw himself upon his bed, if not to sleep, at least to muse upon the eventful occurrences of the day. In the meantime, Dr. Wentworfen was forcibly dragged by the Spanish soldiers towards a kind of town hall in one of the principal squares of Seville, where, on a platform or dais raised a little above the floor, sat the sapient magistrates of the town. When the prisoner was brought before them, they all put on their spectacles and surveyed him attentively, examining his bald head with the most scrupulous exactness. "Here is the lamp of a spy," said one. "And here that of a rogue," rejoined another. "Yes, the organs of observation and self-appropriation," resumed the first, "are strongly developed. That head is enough to hang an angel." "Alas, alas!" cried the poor doctor. "Would to heaven that I had not lost my wig!" "It would have been of no avail if you had retained it," said one of the judges gravely, "as it would have been forcibly removed. And even if you had worn your own hair, you must have had your head shaved, for, knowing the general corruption and inaccuracy of witnesses, the judges of this enlightened court reject verbal testimony altogether, and form their correct and infallible judgments upon the sure and undeviating basis of that most profound and useful of all sciences, craniology." "And happy are the prisoners judged by so wise a rule," said another. "Yes," rejoined a third, "for, though the minds of men are weak, and their judgments liable to err, the broad and general principles of science must ever remain unchangeably the same." In this manner they went on, whilst the poor doctor, looking ruefully from one to another, as they severally pronounced their opinions, stood the very image of despair. "Let us question him," resumed the first magistrate. "What were you doing when you were taken?" "I was making gunpowder," sighed Dr. Wentworfen. "The wretch!" exclaimed all his judges together. "He acknowledges he was manufacturing weapons for our destruction." "And how were you making this gunpowder?" resumed the judge. "I was boiling it," moaned the doctor. "Boiling it!" exclaimed the judges. "What a villain!" And they all shook their wise heads in concert. The poor doctor could not bear this, and throwing himself upon his knees, begged stoutly for mercy. "In my opinion," said one, "we should be guilty of a crime in letting him escape." "I think so too," cried another. "I would not have such a sin upon my conscience for the world," exclaimed a third, whilst the unfortunate doctor, reading his condemnation in their countenances, groaned aloud in the agony of his spirit. At this moment the deep awful roar of a cannon was heard, and Dr. Wentworfen leaped from his knees. "Thank God! Thank God!" cried he, strutting up and down, and wiping his forehead with his pocket-handkerchief, as the continued roar of the cannon rolled awfully along, rebounding from house to house, and shaking the very court in which they stood. The magistrates looked aghast, whilst their pallid lips and trembling limbs told that, however great they might be in the council, their courage was not particularly conspicuous in the field. The doctor, in the meantime, kept ejaculating, "I'm safe! I'm safe! See what a thing it is to have a friend for a sovereign! No, no, what did I say? A sovereign for a friend, I mean. Ay, ay, that's it, that's it!" Thus did the doctor exult, whilst the citizens crowded round their chiefs, begging for directions, and not knowing whither to fly for safety. In this dilemma, the exclamations of the doctor attracted their attention, and, enraged to see him rejoice at their misery, the magistrates ordered him to prison, whilst they consulted as to what steps it was most advisable to take. The poor doctor's joy was thus quickly changed to grief, and he lamented loudly his foolish transports of delight, without which he might perhaps have passed unnoticed in the crowd. It was too late, however, for repentance. The command had gone forth, and the unfortunate doctor was dragged away to a loathsome dungeon. The assault was, as we have seen, repulsed, and it being too late when it was over to think of hanging Dr. Wentworfen that night, the magistrates retired to their beds, determined to have him executed the first thing in the morning. All was now still. The plain between the camp and the city, which had so lately echoed with the heavy tramp of horses and human beings, now slept tranquilly in the moonlight, undisturbed, save by the groans of some expiring wretch, or by the busy labours of those employed to remove the dead and relieve the wounded. Roderick had thrown himself upon his couch, and dozed, but in a disturbed slumber. whilst Alexis, placed at the table, was writing dispatches from the dictation of Don Alvarez de Ripada, who had returned from the pursuit and sat opposite to him, whilst Lord Arthur O'Neill nodded at his side, and Edric lay reclined on another couch at a little distance near the opening of the tent. All was silent, save the whispered voice of the Spanish general, the heavy breathing of Lord Arthur, and the measured steps of the sentinel as he paced his weary round. Edric listened till he grew tired of the same sounds falling uninterruptedly upon his ear, and turning on his couch tried to divert his attention by gazing upon the objects before him. The strong light from the lamp placed upon the table fell upon the fine features of Alexis as he looked up to the Spaniard, and Edric thought as he gazed upon them that he had certainly seen those features before, though where he could not remember, and fatigued with the effort of trying to recollect, he turned to survey the noble Roderick as he lay gracefully stretched upon his couch. One arm was raised above his pillow, and the other fell carelessly by his side, whilst the fine contour of his head and neck was fully displayed, the rich, thick, glossy curls which generally hid his forehead being thrown back. His coral lips were half open, and his long black eyelashes fringed his closed eyelids, whilst his dark whiskers and moustachios, with a rich brown tint that glowed upon his cheek, contrasted finely with the whiteness of his throat. God bless him, thought Edric, and send him all the happiness he deserves. And then, seeming fearful to disturb him, he looked again towards the town. The curtain of the tent was partly looped up, and Edric watched with interest the lights of those still employed in their several duties of burying the dead and relieving the wounded. The figures of the persons engaged in these painful duties were frequently imperceptible, and the lights gliding to and fro, apparently without any human means, looked like ignes fatui, or an assemblage of ghosts at their infernal revels. Edric sighed as he surveyed them, and his thoughts flew back, he knew not by what connection of ideas, to his native land. He thought of his father, his brother, of the good old Duke of Cornwall, of Rosabella and Elvira, till one by one the lights appeared to die away. The images that floated before his fancy became gradually fainter and fainter, his thoughts more confused. The scene before him faded rapidly from his sight, and, in short, he was fast sinking into repose, when he was roused by a piercing scream, and raising himself in his bed, he beheld a spectacle which froze his blood with horror. Thick, black, pointed columns of smoke arose from the town, through which glowed a livid redness, and presently long spiral columns of flame burst through the smoke, and uniting in one immense body of fire, rose up to heaven, and seemed to swallow up the devoted city. The moment the flames broke forth, one fearful scream seemed to burst from every lip. The soldiers flew en masse to the tent of their monarch, and Roderick sprang from his couch when he heard their hurried footsteps. "What is the matter?" cried he, rubbing his eyes, and half blinded by the sudden glare of light. "The city is on fire!" exclaimed 1,000 voices at once, and Roderick rushed forth upon the plain. The air felt hot and scorching. "Save them! Save the inhabitants!" cried Roderick. "Promise them quarter apiece, anything to save them. Let all the soldiers fetch water from the river. I will have no plunder. He dies who touches an article belonging to the town, or injures a single creature escaping from it. Let us fight like men. It is beneath us to take advantage of misfortune." The orders of Roderick were as promptly obeyed as given, the monarch himself leading the way to the town, and assisting in endeavouring to quench the flames. The gates were thrown open, and men, women, and children rushed forth half naked, and were received and supplied with food and shelter by the army of the Irish hero. The Irish adored their sovereign. His valour, his rashness, and his romantic generosity won their hearts, and even his most discontented soldiers loved whilst they blamed him. Thus his will was law. Nay, there was something so noble in his orders that his soldiers were proud of obeying them implicitly, and not the meanest slave of the camp would have presumed to violate them in the slightest instance. The flames had now caught some cotton mills on the river, which had been spared in the previous conflagration, and they burst forth in fresh volumes of fire, as the light materials they contained added fuel to the flames. The buildings in the town were mostly old, many of them wood, and some were large warehouses filled with the most combustible substances, which burned with added fury as the long pointed flames lapped them into their devouring vortex, curling round them and wrapping them in columns of fire as they, one by one, fell victims to their rage. The town was soon nearly destroyed, and the flames were fast approaching the citadel. The governors of the city, roused from their beds, had taken refuge, half naked, in the camp of Roderick, but the prisoners yet remained in the citadel, shut up, however, in dungeons below the surface of the earth. Roderick anxiously inquired of everyone for Dr. Wentworfen, and at last, to his infinite horror, he learned he was in the fated citadel. He rushed forward in agony to save him, for he knew the powder was kept there. But what pen shall describe his horror when he found that the flames had already seized their fortress, and long ere he could reach it, a tremendous explosion took place. A vast burst of fire rushed forth, scattering red flaming furniture, bricks, pillars, and every kind of rubbish in all directions, and then all sank to comparative darkness. The fire seemed to have pent its fury in that last effort, and though it still feebly crept along in a half-smothered flame, its violence was past. Dreadful, however, was the scene that now presented itself, for Seville was levelled with the dust. Black, disfigured, smoky ruin supplied the place of what had once been lofty towers and sumptuous palaces. The splendid cathedral, which had withstood the rage of centuries, was no more, and human bodies lay in the streets, thrown in fearful heaps, some half-burned and others blackened and dried by the scorching fury of the flames. Roderick stayed not to examine the effects of the fire. He rushed over heaps of yet hot ashes, and threw himself amongst the still smoking ruins of the citadel. A Spanish soldier, whom he had saved from destruction a few minutes before, was his guide, and under his directions Roderick hastened to the dungeons. He hurried from one to the other, releasing the unhappy wretches confined there, and searching everywhere for the doctor, but in vain. At last he heard his well-known voice. The dungeon door was thick, but it could not resist the impatience of Roderick. He could not wait for the soldier to assist him to open it. He burst the fastenings asunder, and in an instant the poor doctor, sobbing with joy, was locked in the monarch's arms. Some of the soldiers of Roderick had followed him to the citadel, and he left it to them and the Spaniard to release the other prisoners, whilst he returned with his dear doctor in triumph back to the camp. End of Chapter 12, Part 2 of Volume 2. End of the second volume. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 3, Chapter 1. When Roderick and Dr. Wentworfen returned to the camp, they found Edric most impatiently awaiting their arrival. He was too much agitated to speak, and the worthy doctor found all his troubles amply repaid by the interest his friends took in his welfare. Whilst Dr. Wentworfen was employed in relating his adventures to Edric, Roderick was occupied by a task far more difficult and important than any he had yet undertaken, namely, that of organizing and of providing for the disorderly multitude that had thronged into his camp from the city. Their number was immense. Men, women, and children crowded round their deliverer, falling upon their knees, blessing him and kissing the edge of his garments. Roderick was affected even to tears. "For heaven's sake, my good friends," said he, "spare me. I have done but my duty. I have been but a humble instrument in the hands of Providence. Address your thanks to him, there they are due." Notwithstanding their warm expressions of gratitude, Roderick was quite aware it was not enough to have saved these people. He knew he must do something to provide them with food and lodging, and if he did not, When the first moment of enthusiasm should be past, unpleasant scenes must inevitably take place. He accordingly made dispositions to this effect with a prudence and sagacity which would have done credit to far more advanced years. Temporary huts were erected, till the streets of Seville could be cleared of the ruins that encumbered them, and the houses in some measure repaired. Shelter for the inhabitants being thus provided, Roderick harangued the magistrates, directing them to take the people under their direction. These sapient ministers of justice gladly gave him possession of the town, which Roderick was too generous to assume without their permission, and acknowledged themselves and the garrison prisoners of war. The peasants, when they found the kindness with which the citizens had been treated, flocked in with provisions, and the camp of the Irish monarch soon resembled an immense fair. Alexis had followed his master during the whole of these arrangements, and had frequently sighed deeply as they proceeded. "What is the matter with the boy?" said Roderick in one of these moments. "I cannot imagine why he looks so melancholy." The boy enthusiastically clasped his hands together, looking up to heaven as though murmuring an inward prayer. "What can this mean?" exclaimed Roderick with astonishment. The boy took his master's hand, pressing it first to his lips, and then vehemently to his heart, and knelt before him, reverentially bending his forehead to the earth. The next moment, however, officers entering for directions, the attention of Roderick was diverted, and Alexis was forgotten. In the meantime, M. de Malet and his daughter, who had been exceedingly agitated by the events of the day, thought not of repose, but sat in the tent prepared for them, conversing upon the merits of their deliverers. "I never saw a finer countenance," said M. de Malet. "So noble, so animated, and yet so good." "Good indeed!" ejaculated his daughter. "Surely, if we could believe a superior spirit would ever descend upon earth, such would be the form he would assume." "How kindly he spoke, and how considerately!" exclaimed the father. "How attentive he seemed, and how delicate!" rejoined the daughter. "Such a majestic figure!" "Such a graceful manner!" "It is so rare to find such condensation in so great a monarch." "Monarch!" cried Pauline. "Were you speaking of Roderick, father?" "And of whom were you speaking, child?" returned her father, turning quickly round, and fixing his eyes upon her. Of Mr. Montague, father," replied Pauline, casting down her eyes and blushing deeply. "Pauline!" said M. de Malet. She started at the sound of her father's voice, and looked timidly up in his face. "Pauline!" repeated he. "My dear child, beware!" At this moment a roar of cannon shook the tent. The sound echoed by the walls of the town, and leaping from hill to hill in lengthened peals, Pauline sank upon her knees, hiding her face in her father's lap. "My child, my beloved child!" cried M. de Malet, bending over her as though to shield her from danger. "Heaven defend thee!" In this painful situation the father and daughter continued till the cannonading ceased. All was now still, and awful was the calm which succeeded such a tumult. Pauline raised her head and looked fearfully around. "Come, my child," said her father, "let us endeavour to ascertain who are victors." Pauline rose from her knees, and, leaning upon her father's arm, accompanied him to the opening of the tent, but she shrank back shuddering at the horrid scene which presented itself. Their tent was situated at the extreme edge of the camp, and commanded a view of the whole field of battle where the combat of the morning had taken place. The plain that stretched to their left lay covered with the bodies of the dying and the dead, whilst a multitude of horses, broken loose, galloped over the field, plunging, snorting, and crushing beneath their hoofs the bodies of their fallen riders. In some places the branches of half-broken trees strewed the ground, whilst their mutilated trunks, perforated with shot, remained as melancholy relics of their former beauty. Swords and helmets, mingled with overturned wagons and military utensils of all kinds, were scattered in wild disorder around. The earth, ploughed up by the cannon balls in deep furrows, save where the ridges had been beaten flat by the feet of the combatants, looked wild and uneven as the waves of the mighty ocean arrested in the moment of tempest. Blood lay in pools upon the ground, and clotted gore, mingled horribly with remnants of human bones and brains, hung to the still-standing bushes, disfiguring the fair face of nature. Pauline shuddered, and turned eagerly to the other side of the landscape, which commanded a view of the town. Here still, however, she found nothing but war and death. It was the moment when the explosion of the petard set fire to the wooden bulwark, and Roderick and Edric leaped through the flames upon the beach. The bright glare of the blazing bulwarks relieved strongly their dark figures, and Pauline distinctly saw and recognized them for a moment, though the next they were lost in a cloud of smoke. She screamed and grasped her father's arm in convulsive agony. Monsieur de Malet was scarcely less agitated than herself, and as the smoke cleared away, they saw distinctly through its opening volumes Roderick and Edric upon the bridge, opposed by a crowd of Spaniards, and fighting with inveterate fury. "Roderick is on his knees," cried Monsieur de Malet. "But see, he rises suddenly, and plunges the Spaniard who had raised his sword to cut him down into the flames." Pauline did not speak, but she gasped for breath, and held her father's arm yet more tightly than before. Edric was now seen grappling hand to hand with the Spaniard, when the fire and smoke closed upon him and hid him from their view. The next instant a tremendous crash was heard, and loud shouts followed by a rush of men. It was the sortie of the besieged. "Oh, heavens!" cried Pauline, turning pale and resting her head upon her father's shoulder. "War is a dreadful thing." "You are faint, my child," replied Monsieur de Malet. "This is no fitting scene for you. Shall we go in?" "Oh, no, no," cried Pauline feebly. "I cannot leave the spot." Here shouts of "Roderick, Roderick forever, Roderick and glory," rang in their ears. Pauline shuddered. A faint sickness crept over her. The scene seemed to swim before her eyes, and she would have fallen but for the supporting arm of her father. At this moment some soldiers carrying a bier passed at a little distance from the tent. Upon it lay the body of an officer, his head hung back, his long thick hair was matted with gore, and a ghastly wound gaped on his uncovered breast. Pauline could bear no more. She thought it was Edric, and she fell fainting into her father's arms. Monsieur de Malet bore her back into the tent, and as soon as she was sufficiently recovered to enable him to think of anything but herself, he dispatched one of the soldiers appointed to attend them to ascertain if the Irish monarch had escaped. The soldier did not return, and Monsieur de Malet, too impatient to remain in his tent, sallied forth to learn the news himself. Scarcely was he gone, however, when the soldier's wife, whom he had called to the assistance of Pauline, perceived the town was on fire. Pauline's agitation now became excessive. She trembled in every limb, and listened till the sense of hearing seemed agony. She could not comprehend the cause of the noise and bustle made by the citizens as they came crowding into the camp. She looked forth, but the throng of half-naked men, women, and children that came hurrying along seemed inexplicable. She stopped a woman who, half-dressed, had her clothes tucked up in one hand, whilst with the other she led two half-naked children. "What is the matter?" asked she. "Roderick!" cried the woman, bewildered in her grief. "God bless the noble Roderick!" "Where are you going?" demanded Pauline of two young men bearing between them a bed containing their sick father. "Roderick!" shouted the pious Spaniards. "Heaven in its mercy, help Roderick!" Pauline was proceeding in her inquiries, though without the smallest hope of receiving a direct reply, the hearts and minds of the Spaniards being so full of Roderick that no other name could find utterance from their lips when she perceived her father. "My dearest father!" cried she, running to him. "Now I shall know all. What is the matter?" "Roderick, the noble Roderick, is safe," repeated Monsieur de Malet. Pauline was chagrined. She longed to hear of Edric, and she envied for his sake the renown of the Irish hero. "Can you too speak of nothing but Roderick?" said she, somewhat reproachfully. "And of whom else should I speak?" replied her father. "Who else deserves to be spoken of, for surely he is the bravest, the noblest of men." "I do not doubt it," observed Pauline coldly. "Every tongue utters his praise, every breast swells with gratitude at his goodness, and every hand is raised to heavens in prayers on his behalf," continued Monsieur de Malet. "Have there been many persons killed?" asked Pauline. "How can you ask so foolish a question?" replied her father. "Do you not see the ground heaped with slain?" "But persons of note, I mean." "Let me see. I think they said there were the generals H and M, and Counts L, P, and T." "Oh, groaned Pauline impatiently. "And besides, I think they say Mr. Montague is seriously wounded." "I feared so," sighed Pauline. "He is so brave." "Yes, everyone says he is brave, and implores blessings upon his name, for he saved the life of Roderick." Pauline's countenance had beamed with triumph at the commencement of this sentence, but it rather fell at the conclusion. She did not quite like her hero to owe his glory to anyone but himself. M. de Malet continued. "His bravery and nobleness of spirit were unequalled. Everyone praises him. There is certainly something very extraordinary in the character of the English. Their daring tempers and love of adventure lead them to quit peace and riches in their native country, to seek glory and distinctions elsewhere. This Mr. Montague is really an exalted young man." Pauline's eyes flashed joy. She felt she loved her father better than ever. She could have embraced him as he spoke, for the praise of Edric sounded as the sweetest music in her ears. Strange that so slight an acquaintance should have produced so strong an emotion, but such and so inexplicable is love. Pauline had no patience to hear the explanation of her father respecting Roderick. She even felt pressure in the repetition of his exploits, for he was the friend of Edric, and she retired to rest, happy in herself and contented with all the world, having been first assured by her father that the surgeon confidently expected Edric would soon recover. Pauline, however, would have been very much puzzled to explain the cause of the excessive contentment that she felt. The situation of herself and father was as hopeless as ever. They were still prisoners in a strange land, without fortune and without friends. But so little does happiness depend upon external circumstances that the breast of Pauline seemed to have been a stranger to it till now. After arranging everything for the comfort of the refugees and his own soldiers, Roderick took a few hours of hurried repose. When he arose in the morning, he sent his compliments to M. de Malet and his daughter to demand permission to wait upon them. This was instantly and gladly accorded, and in a few minutes the Irish hero was in their tent. "I condole with your Majesty upon the situation of your friend," said M. de Malet the moment he saw him. "I hope he is better." The monarch smiled. He forgave the abruptness of the question in favour of the excellence of the motive, and he replied that Mr. Montague was fast recovering. "He regrets exceedingly," added he, "that it is not in his power to pay his devoirs here," bowing to Pauline, "and well can I sympathize with him, as I know what he loses." Pauline inquired modestly the particulars of the combat. "Upon my word, madam," replied Roderick, "I know very little about it." "I thought your Majesty had been engaged?" "That is the very reason. If I had not, the case might have been different. But as it was, I only just saw a great many people who tried to kill me, and a great many whom I tried to kill, and the smoke hid all the rest." "A very satisfactory account of a battle, upon my word!" cried M. de Malet, smiling. "But other people saw more of your Majesty's acts than you did yourself, and they say you performed prodigies of valour." "It is very kind of them to say so," said Roderick, "for I am sure it is more than they know." "Your Majesty's modesty wishes to throw a veil upon your valour," observed Pauline, "but luckily it cannot be concealed." "Your praises, madam, would make any man a coxcomb," returned the monarch. "I own I have not the courage to refuse commendations from your lips." Pauline blushed. She fancied she had said too much, and now remained silent. "I cannot describe how much I admire your Majesty's leniency to the inhabitants of the city," said M. de Malet. "It proves your benevolence is equal to your valour, though indeed it was sound policy to act as you have done, for by this you have conciliated the hearts of the Spaniards. Whereas if you had exercised any cruelty, they would have risen against you en masse. But this, I dare say, your Majesty considered." "Indeed," replied Roderick, smiling, "my Majesty considered no such thing. I only thought as a man. I did not like to see my fellow creatures burnt to death, or poignarded if they attempted to escape. I should not have liked it at all if I had been in a similar situation, and so I did all in my power to save them. That is all I know about the matter. But to change the subject, I have a great favour to beg of you, Mademoiselle de Malet." "What is it?" asked Pauline. "Your Majesty has only to speak to be obeyed." "Oh, for heaven's sake, do not talk of obedience! It is I who should obey. I only ask a favour, and it is that you will permit me to bring daughter and orphan to kneel at your feet and kiss your fair hand in token of his homage." "I would not advise Pauline to let him kneel," said Monsieur de Malet, laughing, "as I fear, if she does, there will be some difficulty in getting him up again." "Your Majesty's commands," said Pauline. "Do not talk of commands," interrupted Roderick. "I hate the word." "Your Majesty's wishes, then," continued Pauline, smiling, "shall be complied with." "This evening," cried the gay monarch, "the doctor shall make his appearance. Till then, adieu." "Will your Majesty have the kindness to present my best wishes to Mr. Montague for his recovery?" requested Monsieur de Malet. "Certainly," replied Roderick. "But am I to tell Edric that Mademoiselle de Malet has no wishes for his welfare?" "I think," stammered Pauline. "My daughter means her sentiments are exactly similar to my own upon the subject," said Monsieur de Malet gravely, for he was not at all pleased with the interpretation he thought the king might put upon the embarrassment of his daughter. "Very well," repeated Roderick provokingly. "I shall tell Edric that Monsieur de Malet and his daughter think exactly alike of him. That is it not?" Monsieur de Malet was about to reply, when the king, nodding and waving his hand, bade them adieu and hurried away. "I don't know what to make of the Irish hero," said Monsieur de Malet the moment he had left them. "With all his good qualities, there is something very strange about him. I don't know what to make of him." Pauline sighed assent, though she did know what to make of him very well, for she fancied he saw and ridiculed her partiality for Edric. This idea roused every spark of pride in her nature. She could not bear the thought of being supposed to give her love unsought, and she determined, when she next saw Roderick, to show by her coldness and indifference when Edric was mentioned how completely he had been deceived. When Roderick left the tent of Monsieur de Malet, he returned to Edric, whom he found pale and feeble. "You are the happiest fellow in existence, Edric," said he. "I would willingly give all my glory, and even my demoniacal renown, which the Spaniards talk so much about, to be able to call up such blushes to the cheek of beauty as your name can raise. Oh, if you had seen Pauline, by heaven, she is the loveliest creature I ever beheld in my life." As he spoke, Alexis, the Greek page, who had been crouching rather than sitting at the foot of Edric's couch, resting his head upon his hands and looking absorbed in grief, uttered a faint cry and rushed out of the tent. "There is something very extraordinary about that boy," said Roderick, looking after him. "There is, indeed," replied Edric, "and I have taken notice that he will often, when he thinks himself unobserved, sit for hours intently gazing upon you, sighing so deeply occasionally that it is quite painful to bear him." "It is very strange," repeated Roderick, musing. "I have remarked something of the same kind myself." For some moments he remained lost in thought, but it was not in his gay and joyous nature to suffer anything to depress him long, and in the next instant Alexis was forgotten. The fall of Seville and the destruction of the armies sent to defend it produced a powerful effect upon the destinies of Spain. The Cortes again sent ambassadors to negotiate with the Irish hero, but, taught by experience, he now received them haughtily, refusing to treat with them but as a conqueror, and to put his threats in execution he determined to advance immediately upon Madrid. "We must follow up our victory," said he to Edric, after he had somewhat contemptuously dismissed the deputies from the shattered remnant of the allied army, who came to sue humbly at his feet for peace. "These people are treacherous beyond description. They do not understand leniency, and they must be treated with sword in hand. I am thoroughly tired of them. Their fickleness and uncertainty have quite disgusted me. I will therefore march to Madrid, establish Don Pedro as their sovereign, and take my leave of them forever." "I am rejoiced to hear it," exclaimed Edric. "You will then return to Ireland and devote your time to your own subjects." "I will try to satisfy them as well as I can. But as perfection cannot be expected all at once, you must not be surprised if some day I should fly off in a tangent and take it into my head to colonize the moon." Edric laughed. "If you promise to wait till then," said he, "I shall be satisfied." "You may not find my project so wild as it appears," rejoined Roderick. "The moon is a very pretty, mild, modest-looking planet, and I must own I should like amazingly to see what kind of inhabitants she contains, and if I should determine to go there, here is a gentleman who I am sure will be quite ready to accompany me." Dr. Entwerfen entered the tent as he spoke. "Of what was your Majesty speaking?" asked he. "Of a voyage to the moon," said Roderick. "Will you go with me?" "With all my heart," cried the little doctor, rubbing his hands and looking all glee at the thought. "There, I told you so," said Roderick, laughing. "I should have thought the many adventures you had met with had cured your passion for travelling," rejoined Edric. "Cured him? Given him a zest for it, you mean?" replied Roderick. "The appetite for travelling always grows with what it feeds upon. And though the doctor may boast that he has fair Seville seen, so is a traveller, I ween, yet I do not doubt but that he is just as eager to explore new places as ever." "Yes," returned the doctor, "I certainly did see Seville." "Every part of it, my dear fellow, from its palaces to its dungeons," resumed Roderick. "Nay, I believe you were very near being indulged with the view of its ropes." The doctor did not quite relish this raillery. "I can assure your Majesty—" "Apropos de Beauté," cried Roderick, interrupting him, "I had entirely forgotten I promised to present you to Mademoiselle de Molay. You have not seen her since you dressed her arm, and if I had not taken care to provide a more attentive surgeon for her, I don't know what might have been the consequence. We will go now. Will you accompany us, Edric? I am sorry to ask you to do anything so disagreeable, but I think it will be but decent to kiss hands, take leave, and all that sort of thing, before we set out for Madrid. Besides, it may be as well to make some kind of provision as to what is to become of them in our absence." "Then you will not take them with you?" said Edric despondingly. "Whoever heard of such a thing?" cried Roderick. "How could I possibly ask the lovely Pauline to endure the inconveniences of travelling with a camp? And with a broken arm, too. I really have not the assurance to attempt it." Edric sighed deeply, and his countenance assumed an expression of so much melancholy that Roderick laughed immoderately. "I could not have believed it possible," cried he, "that you could ever become such a sighing Strephon. The thing's incredible." "The pain of my wounds," said Edric, blushing, for even philosophers don't like to be laughed at. "The pain in your heart," repeated Roderick, mimicking him. "But come, come, I can pity you. I have been in love at least 50 times myself, so I know what it is." "But I am not in love," remonstrated Edric. "Denial is one of the most dangerous symptoms," resumed Roderick gravely. "Experienced physicians rarely think their patients really ill till they are not conscious of it themselves. Let me feel your pulse." "Pshaw!" said Edric impatiently. "Will you go, then?" asked Roderick, laughing, and to avoid being further tormented by his raillery, Edric hastily rose from his couch and declared himself ready to attend him. The injuries he had received, having been only flesh wounds inflicted with a sabre, had now nearly healed, and the only change they had produced in his appearance had been to make him look more pale and interesting, one arm being supported by a sling, and a bandeau bound round his forehead. Pauline's eyes sparkled when she saw him, in spite of her intended indifference, and she could not command her voice so entirely but that its tremulous tone betrayed her inward agitation. Edric's eyes also involuntarily expressed his pleasure, whilst the gay laugh and arch look of Roderick told that he was perfectly aware of what was passing in the mind of each. Dr. Entwerfen, however, saw nothing of the kind, his mind being quite absorbed in the delightful contemplation of his own glory. He had been presented to M. de Mallet by Roderick as his friend and counsellor, the learned and justly celebrated Dr. Entwerfen, and that moment seemed a sufficient reward for a whole life of misery, the doctor's ecstasy upon the occasion being so unbounded that he neither knew what he did nor what he said. Whilst Roderick had been speaking, indeed, he had been in perfect agony, stretching himself out on tiptoe, opening his hands and closing them again with every sentence, as though bursting with impatience to speak, that he might by his eloquence confirm the monarch's eulogium, yet trembling every instant lest he should interrupt it. M. de Mallet had been a dabbler in scientific experiments in his youth, and, pleased to find a person who could talk to him and understand his ideas upon the subject, he soon drew the doctor on one side, leaving his younger friends to be entertained by his daughter. The conversation which ensued may be easily imagined. Lovers are not famed for any eloquence but that of the eyes, and those of Edric and Pauline were sufficiently expressive, whilst the languor of indisposition under which they were both suffering shed a pleasing softness over their ideas very favourable to the development of the tender passion, whilst Roderick, who notwithstanding his love for mischief was really good-natured, no longer tormented them with his raillery. And Edric so well improved his time that when M. de Malet had finished his conference with the doctor, and Roderick informed him of his intention of leaving Seville upon the following day, after appointing him governor of the city, Pauline turned deathly pale, and every hope of happiness seemed to fly from her breast for ever. M. de Malet, however, was not at all aware of his daughter's anguish, and, thanking the king gratefully for the high honour conferred upon him, his fancy began to revel by anticipation in the delights of governorship, and in 10 minutes he had arranged in his mind as many improvements and alterations as it would take 50 years to accomplish. "Farewell," continued Roderick. "I trust we shall meet again, if not here, at least in another and a better world. Permit me, lady," continued he, slightly touching with his lips the pallid cheek of Pauline. "To-morrow with the dawn we advance, and we have so much to do ere then that we must deny ourselves the pleasure of again enjoying your society. Farewell, governor. You will find the necessary papers to install you here," giving him a packet, "and the soldiers have orders to obey you as myself. Come, Edric." Edric advanced, and bowing, took the hand of Pauline and pressed it respectfully to his lips. His heart was too full to speak. Pauline could scarcely restrain her tears, and shaking hands with the doctor, she hastily retired to a part of the tent enclosed for her use. "My daughter is not well," said M. de Malet. "These scenes of blood and war are too much for her nerves, but she will soon recover when you have left us." "I doubt that," murmured Roderick in a half-whisper, and soon after the friends retired. Edric was not insensible to Pauline's emotion, and as he more than suspected the cause, a pleasure unknown before throbbed in his bosom. His eyes sparkled, and his whole appearance presented so complete a contrast to his usual depression that Roderick could not resist the temptation of again rallying him most unmercifully upon it. "Talk of medicine," cried he, "there is no elixir like the magic of a pair of bright eyes. All the physicians in my camp can effect nothing like it. Nay, you need not blush so, Edric. I did not imagine you were so far gone as that." "I do not blush that I am aware of," returned Edric somewhat peevishly, for he did not relish being teased. "At least, I am sure I have no occasion for blushing." "Well, then, don't look so like a bashful maiden, disavowing her first attachment. With a la pas, how can you think so? I did not suppose you were capable of such affectation." "I am not aware that I have been guilty of any." "Come, then, own the truth candidly. You love Mademoiselle de Malet." "How can you think so?" replied Edric, blushing deeply in spite of his efforts to look composed. "You are indifferent to her, then? Dear me, I had no idea of it. I never was more completely deceived in my life. Well, if that's the case, I will resume my first design of trying my own fortune." "How can you be so provoking?" "Why, it is very hard, if you are not in love with her yourself, that you should wish to prevent every one else from being so. Your Majesty's rank, I should think, would prevent your even thinking of Mademoiselle de Malet." "Why should my rank prevent the possibility of my being happy?" "Your Majesty's rank prevents the possibility of your marrying Pauline, and I should hope you would not dare to entertain dishonourable views respecting her." "Dare? Dishonour? Do you remember to whom you are speaking, Edric?" "Perfectly, for I have not forgotten Roderick, though he appears to have forgotten himself." "Edric! But I won't be angry with you. When people are in love, they never mean what they say. In fact, they very seldom know what they are talking about. I remember once when I was in love myself." Alexis, who had waited at the entrance of the tent during the visit his master had paid to M. de Malet, and was now following them, sighed heavily at this remark. Roderick heard him. "What is the matter with the boy?" said he. "Were you ever in love, Alexis?" The page sighed yet more deeply than before, and crossing his arms upon his breast, bent his head in token of assent. "It is to be much lamented you cannot tell us all about it," continued Roderick, "for you could never choose a more fitting moment for such a tale. As you may depend upon the sympathy of Mr. Montague, even if I should be so barbarous as to refuse you mine, we pity faults to which we feel inclined, and to our proper failings can be kind. as one of your own rhymesters says. Eh, Edric, don't you think he's right? I think you are very provoking. That is because I am touching upon a string that happens to be not quite in tune, so no wonder it jars a little. Do you not remember the old proverb? Touch a man whose skin is sound, he will stand and fear no wound. Touch a man when he is sore, he will start and bear no more. How can you condescend to repeat such nonsense? Cried Edric indignantly. It is unworthy the poorest beggar in your dominions. And how can you condescend to be moved at such nonsense, Edric? Replied Roderick, laughing. Come, come, own the truth, for it is useless to attempt any longer to deny it. Say candidly that you are in love with Mademoiselle de Malet, and I will tease you no longer. In love is too strong a term. I admire, esteem, and respect Mademoiselle de Malet. I even think her possessed of 1,000 charms and 1,000 virtues. But as to being in love— well, well, we will not quarrel about words. I do not think you will ever make a romantic lover. You Englishmen are too reasoning and prudent ever to fall violently in love. Your blood is as cold as your climate. Now we take the thing quite differently. With us, love is a devouring flame, a fire that absorbs our whole being, a stream that sweeps everything before it, a madness, a delirium. In short, I don't know what it is. I think not, said Edric dryly. Pshaw, pshaw, continued Roderick. If it could be described, it would not be worth feeling. It is all spirit, all soul. If you tie it down to rules, it evaporates. Don't you think so in Greece, Alexis? The page bowed and, shaking his head, pressed his fingers upon his lips. True, returned his master, I had forgotten. But if you cannot speak, you can write. Take these tablets. I should like to know your opinion. The page took the tablets and wrote with astonishing rapidity. Since your Majesty condescends to ask my opinion, I think that the love which can stay to reason or hesitates to sacrifice everything to the beloved object does not deserve the name. Bravo, my little hero, cried Roderick, tapping him upon the shoulder. Spoken like a true Greek. An Irishman, however, would have said nearly the same. The boy's slender figure trembled in every nerve at his master's touch, and his cheeks were flushed with unwonted passion, though his eyes remained fixed upon the ground, from which indeed he rarely raised them. Roderick gazed upon him a few minutes in silence, as though he wished to read his inmost soul. Then, turning abruptly to Dr. Wentworth, who had taken no part in the last conversation, he demanded gaily what he was thinking of. I was thinking, your Majesty, said the doctor gravely, that it is a long way from hence to Madrid, and that it will be very fatiguing for your men to march so far. Upon my word, doctor, said Roderick, laughing, you have really made a most sublime discovery, and I perfectly agree with you in the justice of your conclusions. That being granted, continued the doctor, if any means could be devised by which your army could be transported to the gates of the city without the trouble of walking there, it would be a good thing. Certainly, said the king, the fact does not admit of a dispute. The only difficulty is to contrive how it is to be done, resumed the doctor, musing. Aye, there's the rub, cried Roderick, laughing immoderately. However, if anyone can do it, I am sure you can, my dear doctor. So rally your energies and consider the best means of commencing operations. I am sure, if you exert yourself, you cannot fail of success. Your Majesty does me honour, and I will endeavour to prove I am not undeserving of the confidence you repose in me, said the little doctor, drawing up himself to his full height, and puffing out his cheeks as he walked on absorbed in meditation. I have it, cried he, suddenly stopping short. What does your Majesty think of an immense raft? Excellent, my dear doctor. I see but 3 objections to making one large enough to convey the whole army. First, that we have no timber to make it of. Secondly, we have no horses to draw it. And thirdly, the roads are not wide enough to admit it. Balloons would do, but we have them not, resumed the doctor, still profoundly cogitating, with his eyes fixed upon the ground, and his hands in his breeches pockets. What think you of packing the soldiers up in bombs and shooting them out of mortars? asked Roderick. "Your Majesty is pleased to jest," observed the doctor gravely, "but ridicule is not argument." "Certainly not," replied the king, "and you mistake me greatly if you think I meant to ridicule the plan. I only wished to remark that I feared it would be rather difficult to put it in execution." "That which can be accomplished without difficulty," said the doctor solemnly, "is scarcely worth the trouble of undertaking, and is quite below the consideration of a man of genius. Difficulties to a man of science are but incentives to action." "Most sensibly observed, my dear doctor," cried Roderick. "However, as we have now reached our tent, I must leave you to contrive some plan to bring us back from Madrid, as I am afraid we cannot wait now to put your designs in practice to enable us to get there. We must march with the dawn. Of course you will accompany us?" "Certainly," returned the doctor, still musing. Then, muttering to himself, "I don't much like the plan of shooting off the soldiers. It would take such large mortars and so much gunpowder. However, there is no knowing what might be done. I will think of it." He retired to his tent, though no sleep visited his eyes that night, so completely had the idea of packing up the soldiers and bombs taken possession of his imagination. Roderick's arrangements were soon made, for nature had certainly intended him for a general. His intelligent mind foresaw everything and provided against every contingency. Brave in the field and prudent in council, the only fault of Roderick as a soldier was that he sometimes suffered himself to be carried away by his ardour, when it would have been wiser to delay. But this very impetuosity had its charms in the eyes of his soldiers, as he never hesitated to expose himself to the same dangers or to undergo the same privations as themselves, and they would all have followed him willingly into the very jaws of destruction. After arranging everything for the morning's march, the Irish hero snatched a few hours of repose. With the dawn, however, the drums beat the Réveillé, and the Irish army left Andalusia to advance by rapid marches upon Madrid. End of Chapter 1 of Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. Whilst these scenes were taking place in Spain, Elvira was beginning to discover in England that it was not quite so delightful to be a queen as she had previously imagined. The contending parties in the state had been roused into action by the late struggle, and party spirit is of all others the most difficult to conquer. Besides this, the choice of Elvira having been rather a matter of feeling than of judgment, men felt dissatisfied at having suffered themselves to be hurried away by their passions, and, as is usual in such cases, they were disposed to vent the ill-humour they felt at their own conduct upon everything which chanced to fall in their way. Thus even the best measures of Elvira's government were warmly criticized, and thus she unfortunately altered some of her laws in consequence of these objections. The critics were encouraged to proceed, and fancying her compliance to be the result of weakness, when it was in fact only produced by her natural candour and love of justice, the people became more outrageous and troublesome with every concession that was made to them. Elvira's intentions were excellent, but by unfortunately wishing to please everyone, she destroyed their effect. This made her counsels vacillating and her measures uncertain. Nothing indeed but the strength of mind and commanding genius of Edmund, joined to his complete devotion to her cause, could have prevented the ruin of her government almost in the moment of its formation. From a mistaken motive of generosity, she had retained in her council those lords who had most vehemently opposed her, though, in compliance with the wishes of Edmund, they were shorn of their beams. This was a fatal error. Half measures are always dangerous. The lords in question should have been discarded altogether, or retained in their former seats. As it was, Elvira had made them enemies, and yet left them the power to sting her. The emissaries of Rosabella were also very active, and the ferment of the public mind excessive. The taste the people had just enjoyed of power had only been enough to make them long for more. They had only just begun to relish its sweets when the dish was snatched away from them, though if it had been left them to devour, they would have soon been cloyed and disgusted by its taste. Discontents became general, disturbances arose, which were no sooner quelled in one quarter than they broke out in another, and these petty insurrections, though almost too trivial to mention, were excessively annoying. For trifling inconveniences, like a host of flies buzzing round a nervous man on a sultry day, are often more irritating to the temper than serious grievances. And the noble mind of Edmund was wearied in subduing such paltry enemies. "They want employment," said he one day to the Queen, after reading a dispatch containing an account of one of the most vexatious of these tumults. "You must build bridges and cut canals to amuse them." The active mind of Elvira caught eagerly at the idea, and she vainly fancied her name would be handed down to posterity as one of the greatest of queens, who, though in the bloom of youth and pride of beauty, did not hesitate to sacrifice herself for the good of her people, and to devote that time to their welfare and the improvement of her kingdom, which others of her age and rank wasted in mere amusements. Delighted with the thought, Elvira did not delay a moment before she prepared to put it in practice. And she was found for several days together, constantly surrounded by her counsellors, and seated at a table absolutely loaded with papers, which she was busily employed in inspecting and arranging. Plans for the erection of public buildings, for hospitals, bridges, museums, and churches, schemes for new manufactories, hints for establishments conducive to the public good, and sketches of discoveries which were to produce wonders, lay in heaps before her, mixed with addresses of compliments, votes of thanks, complaints of grievances, petitions, secret informations, and, in short, all that multifarious collection of paper with which a monarch is sure to be surrounded who is said to be anxious to ameliorate the condition of his people, or who is unhappily reported to possess a genius for improvement. Unfortunate is the man possessed of power, of whom such reports are current. He is directly surrounded by projectors, each presenting a scheme more futile than that of his predecessor, and discontented dependents, each bringing a long list of grievances, half of which are imaginary, but which have been conjured up by the complainants, that they may not lose the precious right they enjoy of complaining. Unhappy he whose fate obliges him to decide between the rival claimants! Certain alike to be blamed if he give or refuse, if he accept or if he reject. Elvira had not yet found the evils of power, but she now tasted of its sweets and was enchanted. It seemed to her the most delightful thing in the world to hold in her hands the destinies of thousands of her fellow creatures, and she thought not of the heavy responsibility it entailed, nor how often her path would be followed by curses instead of blessings. Someone has said that every time a sovereign confers a favour, he makes one ungrateful subject and 9 discontented ones. But Elvira and Edmund, as yet, had not discovered the truth of this maxim. Since their present plan had been suggested, everything with them had been the couleur de rose. I say them, for Edmund was associated with Elvira in all these gigantic schemes of improvement. For as he had conceived the first idea of them, so it was he only who could carry them into execution. His active mind required something to employ it, and the same strong feelings which had formerly been devoted to love and glory were now turned into another channel. The energies of Elvira's mind had also been awakened by the struggle for the crown, and the passion inspired in her breast by the youthful stranger, and she now felt that she could not quietly return again to the commonplace stillness of everyday life. The passions, when once aroused from their dormant state, must have something to occupy them, or they will prey upon themselves. Thus we generally see great warriors or statesmen, or in fact any class of men who have passed their lives in activity, wither away when forced to the dullness of an obscure retirement. Their minds and bodies decay alike from want of stimulants to call them into action. The improvement of her people supplied the stimulus to the mind of Elvira, but alas, she entered upon it rather with passion than judgment, and had not patience to wait to see her plans gradually carried into effect. No, no, she could not endure anything slow. With her, everything must be done by a coup de main. And as the people and the buildings were so stupid as not to be made perfect by the first attempt, she was continually disappointed and discouraged. In fact, by attempting to do too much, she did nothing. When Elvira ascended the throne, she determined no public act should take place without the approbation of her council. And these noble lords were one day debating upon the propriety of a new road that was proposed to intersect the entire kingdom at right angles, when Lord Gustavus de Montfort rose to oppose it, upon the ground of the injury it would do to private property if carried into effect. Elvira could not endure Lord Gustavus. His cold, prudent, calculating manner, without a single spark of imagination, disgusted her beyond description, and the only good quality he possessed, that of being indefatigable in following up his point, completed her abhorrence. Wit and eloquence were quite thrown away upon him, for he understood neither the one nor the other, and when any new or brilliant scheme crossed Elvira's imagination, and she described it to her council, with all the fire of genius and animation, there he sat with his calm, cold, unvarying countenance, ready to dump it with a doubt. Lord Maysworth also was her aversion. His narrow mind, which could only take in such trifles as escape the observation of men of genius, his mean and paltry spirit, and his grovelling ambition were all her detestation. Whilst Lord Noodle and Lord Doodle, who, though ciphers in themselves, yet, like their prototypes, prodigiously increased the weight of the figures placed before them, completed the group. Much, however, as Elvira disliked these members of her council, she felt unequal to resist their combined influence, and she was just upon the point of being teased into their opinions contrary to her own judgment, when Lord Edmund entered the room. Indescribable was the effect produced by his presence, for indeed his commanding talents swayed all before them, and Elvira could not help smiling when she saw her councillors of state shake their wise heads and imagine they were assisting the debate with their wisdom, whilst in fact they were mere tools in his powerful hands. It is true they were the agents that produced the intended effect, but his was the master spirit which set them in motion and taught them where to go. His powerful intellect caught in an instant the comparative merits and disadvantages of the plan now in discussion, and his nod decided its fate, whilst the council, though they implicitly obeyed his will, had not the least idea that they were doing so, as he had the address so to form his opinions as to let each person imagine them the suggestion of his own breast. Whilst the principal personages in the cabinet, fancying they were leading, were thus blindly led, the nonentities of course followed in their train, and our old friends, the lords of ancient family, were perfectly astonished when they heard the magnificent plans and sagacious counsels attributed to them, and sat quite lost in admiration of their own wisdom, whilst their little heads and enormous periwigs kept bobbing with at least threefold their accustomed rapidity. Elvira's accession to the throne had induced both her father and Sir Ambrose to leave the country, the Duke inhabiting his former palace, and Sir Ambrose taking possession of a movable house in its immediate neighbourhood, where the worthy baronet found himself perfectly happy in the society of his old friend and his pretty niece. "I begin to repent that my daughter is a queen," said the Duke to Sir Ambrose one night after supper, when the whole party were sitting cosily round the fire in Sir Ambrose's library. "I have not half the enjoyments I used to have when I could have more of her society. Now, when I see her, it is but for an instant, and she can scarcely stay to ask me how I do before she flies off to some of her new plans of improvement. The face of the country will be quite changed in a few years, if all the plans of the Queen prosper," said Father Maurice in his usual smooth, hypocritical manner. "I hope not," cried Sir Ambrose. "I hope it's no treason, Duke, but I must confess I wish your daughter had never been queen, if she can't leave things as they are." "I am pretty much of your opinion. They are such wild-goose schemes that she takes into her head," said the Duke piteously. "Only imagine, Sir Ambrose, she showed me this morning a plan for making aerial bridges to convey heavy weights from one steeple to another. A machine for stamping shoes and boots at one blow out of a solid piece of leather. A steam engine for milking cows. and an elastic summer-house that might be folded up so as to be put into a man's pocket. It is really provoking, and Edmund is quite as scheming and visionary. I absolutely think, if we were both to die, they would not feel more than a temporary uneasiness at our loss, their minds are so completely occupied in these gigantic projects. I fear so indeed. All things were otherwise formerly. I remember the time, and so on. But why detail the reminiscence? It may be easily imagined how comfortably two old men would amuse themselves over a good fire, commenting on the glorious days when they were young, when all went right, or, what was nearly the same thing, when all appeared to them to do so, quite forgetting that age has other eyes than youth, and that the change was in themselves, not the times. We have other things to attend to. Clara was at a splendid party given by Elvira, and Father Morris soon left the Duke's library to join her. It was a ball, and the splendid court of Claudia seemed yet more brilliant under the reign of her successor. It was the first time Clara had ever been at court, and the effect the gorgeous magnificence of the scene had upon her was powerful in the extreme. She forgot her cares, her sadness, and her love. All seemed enchantment, and the old lady who acted as her chaperone was quite horrorized at her coterie. Brilliant as all was, however, the lovely goddess of the temple far exceeded even the splendour of the shrine, and the beholders gazed upon her with indescribable rapture, beautiful as the fairy image of a dream. Kind, affable, and condescending, Elvira glided through the crowd, followed by her suite to the concert-room. Here all that imagination of man could devise of harmony enchanted the ears, but harsh was every other sound to that which stole upon the senses when Elvira was induced to forget her rank and mingle her voice with the music. Elvira's singing was perfection, clear as a trumpet with a silver sound. The round full notes now swelled upon the ear in liquid melody, and then died away, soft and sweet, yet distinct even in their faintest strains. Prince Ferdinand was at her side, and his ardent gaze bespoke the intenseness of his admiration. Elvira had not before seen him since the night when her conversation with him had so powerfully excited the jealousy of Edmund, and as she now observed his manner had again attracted Edmund's attention, she blushed yet more deeply than before. Edmund saw her blushes, and, stung almost to madness by the sight, rushed violently out of the room. The night was cold and damp, a drizzling mist fell fast, and that peculiar chill which marks the first approaches of winter hung in the air. But Lord Edmund thought not of the weather, and he strode bareheaded through the palace gardens with hurried steps and the actions of a maniac, whilst the thick gloom which pervaded the sky contrasted fearfully with the brilliantly illuminated apartment he had just quitted. The gloominess of the scene, however, harmonized well with Edmund's feelings. He felt soothed insensibly, and though he still walked moodily backwards and forwards, he became gradually more calm. "Ungrateful woman," thought he, "to treat me thus! Does she not owe everything to me? I could bear her coldness, I could resign her to a throne, but the idea of her loving another drives me to distraction. Curses on that fiend, that detested mummy! It must be by his infernal arts that Ferdinand has triumphed, for Elvira evidently loves him, her blushes tell her passion. And Elvira, the cold, the chaste Elvira, could never give her love thus almost unsolicited, and at first sight, if it were not the work of magic. The fiend threatened to be revenged when I refused his proffered aid, and spurned him from me. His impious arts have prospered, and I am wretched. Yet still I do not repent, and still, if he knelt before me, I would trample him beneath my feet. By heaven, I would risk my soul for vengeance on that demon." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon a thicket near him, and he fancied he saw the figure of a man, half obscured by the mist, emerge from its gloomy recesses. He gazed intently, and the figure glided slowly on, with cat-like, creeping steps. The mind of Edmund was worked up to frenzy. He almost fancied a demon had appeared obedient to his wish, to receive his pledge, and work his bidding. "Speak!" cried he in a voice that sounded fearfully amidst the surrounding stillness. "Speak! Art thou a demon or a mortal?" All was silent. The figure glided on, and Lord Edmund, oppressed by supernatural terrors and shuddering at the sound of his own voice, could bear no more. He darted upon the figure, and grasping it roughly, he exclaimed, "Man or devil, I fear thee not, and thus will I grapple with thee." "Gently, my son," replied the well-known voice of Father Maurice. "In what have I offended you?" "Pardon, Holy Father," returned Edmund. "I knew you not. I knew not what I did. My passion blinded me." "And what has caused this passion?" The mind of Edmund is too noble to be lightly moved. "Oh, talk not of the nobleness of my mind, Father. I feel I am but a poor weak worm. Nobleness belongs to God alone. 'Tis blasphemy to apply the term to man." "Tell me your grievances. They must, I am sure, be great, or they would not thus affect you. It is my holy office to console affliction. Speak then, my son, for remember that though joy is doubled by being partaken, grief is lessened by being shared, and woe robbed of half its bitterness." "I have little to confess, Father. I was weak and foolish. But Elvira— And are you astonished at a woman's fickleness? Light as the eider down, and unstable as the changing wind, inconstancy is natural to the sex. They crave incessantly for novelty, and as vanity is their only real passion, if that be gratified, they ask no more." "And has not Elvira's vanity been gratified even to satiety? Have I not idolized, worshipped her? Was it not my power that made her what she is? And is this my reward? To be scorned, deserted, laughed at, and for what? A stranger, a boy, my prisoner." "Whom do you mean?" asked the friar. "Prince Ferdinand," returned Edmund. "Impossible!" cried Father Maurice, starting with well-feigned astonishment. "Elvira cannot surely love Prince Ferdinand. And yet, now I recollect, I saw her talking to him even now, with an appearance of deep interest, when I passed through her splendid chambers." "Damnation!" exclaimed Lord Edmund vehemently, driven to distraction by this speech. For, strange to tell, though we may be certain of the reality of our own sufferings, they always seem to come with double poignancy when we hear them related by another. "Calm yourself, my son," said Father Maurice in his silky tones, eyeing him with about as much compassion as an angler feels for the writhing of a worm upon his hook. "These bursts of passion are unworthy of you." "Oh, Father!" cried Edmund, softened almost into tears, "you know not how I loved that woman. Your grave, serious feelings, disciplined by the restraints of a cloister, mortified by your renunciation of all earthly pleasures, can form no idea of the depth and fierceness of mine. Your passions, Father, are dead within you, subdued by holy penitence to calmness, but mine rage with the fury of a volcano, and destroy me. Oh, that my fond attachment, my long devoted services, my adoration should be thus rewarded. Yes, my adoration, for I have adored her, Father. I worshipped her like a goddess, and though I doted on her charms, and would have endured unheard-of torments to have been blessed with their possession, yet did I not sacrifice my hopes? Did I not relinquish the treasure, when just within my grasp, because her happiness was dearer to me than my own? And now to see her lavish her favours on that boy! She smiled upon him, Father, and he dared to take her hand and press it to his lips. I saw him kiss it, not with the calm respect of a kneeling subject, but with the fervour, the impassionate ardour of a lover. And then he looked at her. Curses on the thought! And she did not reprove, but casting down her eyes, softly blushed consent. Damnation! I cannot endure it. Passion, my son, entails its own punishment. You see everything with a jaundiced eye. Elvira's nature is gentle and yielding. She feared to hurt his feelings by her harshness. 'Tis but the natural consequence of that very softness you so often have admired. Why should you quarrel with it now? 'Tis still the same that charmed you, save that it is now extended to another, and will be soon, no doubt, to all the world. Elvira has been educated in retirement, and seeing only yourself and Edric, you thought her conduct was the effect of partiality for you, when in fact it was but her natural manner. She is now upon a larger theatre, and you must expect to see myriads of kneeling victims worship her beauty and pay homage at her feet. And do you suppose she will be displeased at their attention? No, she is far too gentle. She has no firmness, and the same submission she now pays to you, she will, if you offend her, easily transfer to another. She is not formed to govern. She would obey and be happy, but the weight of government would overwhelm her if she were left alone to sustain it. Shake off then these selfish feelings, and be again yourself. You have often said you only wish her happiness, and if that be the case, even if she should really love Prince Ferdinand, you ought to rejoice to see her in his arms. Sooner would I perish, sooner would I involve all in one universal ruin. But it is impossible. She scarcely knows him. And if it were so, still you would be wrong to blame Elvira for what in fact she cannot help. Her yielding softness is the defect of her character. Fool that I was! That very softness caught me, and my fond heart fell captive to its chains. But it was folly, infatuation. I see my error. Rosabella has more character. She can love. Lord Edmund crossed his arms upon his breast, and was soon lost in a reverie, which Father Morris was careful not to interrupt, but which was broken by the approach of Travers, his lordship's aide-de-camp and secretary. "What do you want?" asked Lord Edmund sternly. "I came to seek your lordship. I feared you were unwell, as I missed your lordship from the party." "You missed me," repeated Lord Edmund bitterly. "You missed me. And did no one else discover my absence? Was it so marked that my servant could observe it, and yet no one else?" "Did not the Queen inquire for Lord Edmund?" asked Father Morris. "I did not hear her Majesty," replied Travers. "How was she engaged? What was she doing?" demanded Lord Edmund. "She was sitting, talking to Prince Ferdinand, my lord." Lord Edmund gnashed his teeth together, grinding them with fury, and rushed back to the house without speaking, whilst Travers followed at a humble distance. "He has it!" cried Father Morris triumphantly. "He has it, and he is mine forever." End of Chapter 2, Part 1 of Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Part 2. Several days elapsed from this period before Elvira again saw Lord Edmund. She was surprised at his absence, as indeed he was so interwoven in her schemes and plans that nothing went on well without him. "Will your Majesty have the goodness to affix the royal seal to this ordinance?" asked Lord Gustavus one morning. "I don't know," replied Elvira. "I can't tell what to do. I wish Lord Edmund were here." "He may soon be sent for," said Lord Gustavus pompously, "though, with all due reference to your Majesty's better judgment, it does not appear to me that his presence is exactly requisite." Lord Edmund, however, was summoned, and he came. But oh, how changed since Elvira had seen him last! His face looked pale and thin, his cheeks were sunken, and his eyes hollow and heavy, whilst his deep voice sounded hoarse and unnatural. Passion had passed through his soul, and withered as it went. Elvira's heart smote her as she gazed upon him. "You have been ill, Edmund," said she, in tones of melting softness. Why was I not informed? Surely you could not think I would willingly neglect you? Could you judge so harshly of me?" The firm breast of Edmund softened as she spoke, and tears swam in his eyes as he struggled to reply with calmness. Yes, tears. The brave, the warlike Edmund, whose strength of mind and firmness had resisted unequalled dangers, now trembled before a woman. "You must have some advice," continued Elvira. "Dr. Coleman, Dr. Hardman, can you not prescribe for your patient?"
"His lordship appears feverish," said Dr. Coleman. "No doubt he has rested ill." "Yes, yes," rejoined Dr. Hardman with a malignant smile. "His lordship's eyes betray his want of rest." "I have been slightly indisposed," said Lord Edmund, rallying his spirits to speak. "But I am better. Is there anything in which my services can be useful to your Majesty?" "Her Majesty wishes you to inspect this bill," replied Lord Gustavus solemnly, "before she gives it her royal assent." Lord Edmund's eyes sparkled. "Then she still thinks my opinion of importance," thought he. "Lord Edmund's illness, I hope, is past," said Dr. Hardman maliciously, "for he certainly looks better ever since he came into the room."
Lord Edmund was better. A sudden revulsion of feeling had taken place within him, and hope was again illumined in his bosom. Passion again rushed through his soul. She shall be mine, thought he, whilst fire flashed from his eyes. She loves me, and she shall yet be my wife. The hated law which prevents her marriage shall be repealed. Difficulties only increase the value of the prize, and they vanish before the determined spirit. What! Shall I, before whose arm whole nations have fallen vanquished, shrink like a coward from the first trouble which assails me? Oh, no, I will not be so weak. Opposition shall only animate my courage. Treasures would be scarcely worth acceptance if they lay beneath one's feet. A brave man spurns an easy victory. I will exert my powers, and Elvira shall be mine. Father Morris was at the levee, and he watched with anxious eyes the fluctuations in Edmund's expressive countenance. "Perdition seize her beauty," muttered he. "With one look she undoes whole months of labour. But he shall yet be mine. Cheops has sworn he shall, and Rosabella shall be queen. Be the mummy mortal or fiend, he is resistless. He has unbounded power over the human heart, and what he wills must be accomplished." Some weeks elapsed, during which Lord Edmund, restored to his former influence in the government, laboured assiduously to prepare the minds of the people for abolishing the law which prevented the marriage of the Queen. With the greatest care he endeavoured to make Elvira popular. For this purpose he persuaded her to remit those burdens which weighed most heavily upon the people, replacing them by taxes levied in a more indirect way. For the mass of a population seldom grumbles at taxation, unless it see the trifles for which it pays. And men do not regard the giving double the real value of a commodity a tenth part so much, as paying even a small direct sum for the use of any of the common necessaries of life. By judiciously acting upon this principle, Edmund made himself adored, and whispers even were buzzed about, lamenting that he was not king. This was the point to which Edmund had wished to bring the people, and he pursued his plan by supporting the poor against the rich, and rigorously punishing the magistrates or officers of justice who attempted to be guilty of oppression. The multitude generally hated those entrusted with the execution of the laws, perhaps upon the same principle as the bleeding culprit abhors the sight of the whip that has flogged him, and their natural conceit and presumption were flattered by the attention paid to their complaints, till, by his judicious management, Lord Edmund found he had obtained the entire devotion of the mob, and could yield them at his pleasure. Time rolled on, and winter had already wrapped its frozen mantle round the world, when one day Father Morris abruptly entered the apartment of Rosabella. "It is all over," cried he, as he threw himself in despair upon a couch. "Edmund has obtained the consent of the people for the Queen to marry, and no doubt in a few weeks he will be the husband of Elvira." "The husband of Elvira!" cried Rosabella, her eyes flashing fire, and her cheeks glowing, whilst every fibre quivered with agitation, and her fine features bespoke the tremendous passions of a demon. "Then may everlasting misery attend the fiend that has deceived us, that has led us on step by step to our destruction, and is perhaps even now mocking our despair. Yes, yes," continued she, as the fiendish laugh of Cheops rang in her ears, and his detested form stood again before her. "I expected this. You come to enjoy your triumph, and mock our credulity. But no, this arm is yet powerful enough to revenge my wrongs. It shall annihilate my rival. And thou wretch, detested, hideous wretch, thou too shalt feel its vengeance."
"This to your friend,"
said Cheops with a bitter smile.
"Fie, fie! How blind is human reason when the passions intervene! All is for the best. Have patience. Wait a while, and my promises will yet be accomplished." "If Elvira had died," murmured Father Morris, a dark frown gathering upon his brow. "You would not be now alive," said the mummy. "But fear not, all is as you can wish."
"As we can wish?" cried Rosabella indignantly.
"Yes, as you can wish," returned Cheops firmly. "Edmund has obtained permission for Elvira to marry any natural-born subject of the realm, but she will not wed him, for she loves another, and that other is a foreigner. He will be enraged at her refusal, and jealousy will alienate him from her cause. He will then naturally espouse that of her rival, from ambition and revenge. Rosabella will be queen, and the law which prevented the marriage of the sovereign being abolished, Edmund will become her husband, if not from love, at least from ambition."
"Oh, Cheops, 'tis useless to resist. We are thy slaves. Do with us as thou wilt."
"Say rather you are slaves of your own passions,"
murmured the mummy, and they parted. It was a clear frosty day in November when Elvira, scarcely knowing why, wandered into the garden belonging to her splendid palace of Somerset House, and, entering a pavilion, reclined upon a couch placed opposite to a window that commanded a view of the river. The pavilion was decorated with the utmost taste. Its windows opening to the ground were shaded with curtains of gossamer net, lined with pink. The walls were beautifully painted, and divided into panels by highly ornamented columns. Books, drawings, and musical instruments were scattered around, whilst tripods, supporting vases filled with the rarest exotic flowers, shed sweet fragrance through the air, and the carpet was so soft and thick that it felt like moss beneath the feet. Even in this temple of luxury, however, its fair possessor was not happy. She sighed as she surveyed the gorgeous refinement around her, and felt forcibly the insufficiency of greatness. Listlessly she turned her eyes upon the figures painted upon the walls. They represented the loves of Mars and Venus. They were exquisitely painted. The artist had given to the life the tender modesty of the goddess, and the ardent passion of her lover. Elvira gazed upon his glowing countenance and sparkling eyes, and then, looking down, sighed yet more heavily than before. She dismissed her attendants, retaining only Emma, and long her eyes were fixed on vacancy, and her mind absorbed in mournful contemplations, when suddenly she was startled by the entrance of a page, and the appearance of Lord Edmund Montague, who followed almost at the moment of the page's repeating his name, his countenance beaming joy, and hope dancing in his eyes. "Oh, Elvira!" he cried, "you are now mine, mine forever. The people permit you to marry. The lords in council have signed the law. The people have proclaimed it with acclamations. You are free. You are no longer debarred from the inestimable pleasures of domestic life. You are independent. You may marry any natural-born subject of the realm. And will you now be mine?" "And so relinquish my independence the moment I obtain it?" said Elvira, smiling. "Oh, my loved, my adored Elvira! Consent to make me happy. Believe me, you shall be free and still as much a queen as at this moment." "Edmund," said Elvira seriously, You deserve more than I can give you, for I will not insult you by supposing you would be satisfied with the possession of my crown without my heart, and that it is not in my power to bestow.
My dearest Elvira, you but fancy this. I know your feelings are warm, your sensibility acute, and your generosity unbounded. Can you then want a heart?
Alas, no, but I have discovered I possess one, only in time to know also that I have given it to another.
And is that other a youth and a stranger?
Asked her lover, gasping for breath. He is, replied Elvira, blushing and looking down.
Then indeed I am wretched,
cried Lord Edmund, and striking his clenched hand vehemently against his forehead, he darted out of the room. Elvira gazed after him with a feeling almost amounting to horror. Terrified at the strength of the passions she had awakened, she appeared stupefied, and stood looking like a child who had accidentally cut the string which confined the wheels of some powerful machinery, on hearing its fearful clatter above its head.
"Oh, madam, madam!"
cried Emma, wringing her hands.
"What will become of us? Your Majesty has offended Lord Edmund for ever."
"Peace, Emma," said Elvira. "You forget my rank. I will not be dictated to."
"Pardon me, dear madam. You know I love you, and—"
"I know also that you presume upon my love. Begone." Emma obeyed, and Elvira was left alone. Dreadfully agitated, and quite unable to compose herself or arrange the chaos of her thoughts, she walked to the windows of the pavilion, and, opening one of them, looked out upon the gardens. It is already said that these delightful grounds were thrown open to the public. But, in consequence of the ease with which they might be enjoyed, a few half-pay officers, attorneys without clients, physicians without patients, clergymen looking out for livings, hished players, disappointed authors and discarded servants, alone strolled through the romantic walks, and paused occasionally to gaze upon the beautiful works of art with which they were decorated. The English were now decidedly the first sculptors in the world. Chemical preparations alone being used to supply light and heat, smoke was unknown, and the atmosphere being no longer thick and cloudy, marble bore exposure to it without material injury. Besides this, perhaps no nation in the world produced more beautiful models of male and female beauty than England. And now that the women had long thrown off those deformers of the human shape yclept stays, their forms developed themselves into perfect symmetry. Elvira, however, thought not of the gardens, nor of the works of art they contained, yet, as she stood at the window, though absorbed in her own reflections, her eyes rested upon the exquisite statues before her. The inanimate marble seemed endowed with soul and spirit, whilst the graceful forms it represented seemed to pause only for a moment, and to be ready to start again into life and action after a short repose. In short, they appeared to breathe. And the spectator felt almost surprised, when his eyes had turned from them, to find them still in the same attitude when he looked again. The river was frozen, and persons glided along it in glittering traîneaux, or skated gracefully with infinite variety of movement, whilst every now and then a steam percussion movable bridge shot across the stream, loaded with goods and passengers, collapsing again the instant its burden was safely landed on the other side. Pleased with the busy scene around her, Elvira stood and gazed till half her troubles seemed to vanish, and a pleasing train of thought crept over her mind. "What have I done?" thought she, "and yet I do not repent. No, no, I could not act otherwise. The noble and devoted love of Edmund deserved my warmest gratitude, and I have done right to own the truth to him, painful as it has been to me to do so, rather than torture his generous bosom by exciting hopes I never meant to realize. Yes, I have done right," repeated she aloud, "and I am perfectly satisfied with my conduct."
"Then you have reason to be contented,"
said the deep voice of Cheops, immediately behind her.
"For few indeed are the mortals who can say that with justice."
The solemn tones of the mummy sank like a foreboding of evil upon the heart of Elvira, and she shuddered involuntarily. "You think I have done wrong, then?" said she.
"I did not say that," returned he calmly. "But had I not known the sex, I might perchance have felt surprised that you should avow, unasked for, a secret to Lord Edmund, which you have sedulously endeavoured to keep concealed even from me."
"Alas!" cried Elvira, "my motives—"
"Were those of a woman," interrupted Cheops, "a being fated to work mischief. I do not blame you, for you have only acted according to your natural instinct."
"What do you mean?" asked Elvira, turning pale and trembling, for the words of the mummy created an undefinable dread upon her mind.
"Listen," said Cheops, "and I will tell you. If you had confided your secret to me, it would have produced good, for I should have aided your passion, and I cannot give assistance unless it be required. But by telling it to Lord Edmund, you have produced evil, for he mistakes your lover for another, and the consequences may be fatal. Thus it is clear that you could not have done otherwise than as you have. For when was a woman known to hesitate between good and evil, and not choose the latter?"
"Mistakes my lover for another?" exclaimed Elvira. "For God's sake, explain yourself."
"He thinks you meant Prince Ferdinand,"
said the mummy coldly,
"and he is now seeking him in order to destroy him."
"Oh God! Oh God!" cried Elvira in the bitterest agony. "What will become of me? Where is Edmund? Let me fly to implore him to spare the prince."
"It does not appear to me," said Cheops still more calmly, "that your endeavours to preserve him are at all likely to produce the effect you wish. For as Lord Edmund already believes you love the prince, and as that belief is the reason for his hatred, your showing a violent anxiety for his welfare does not appear to me exactly the mode most calculated to destroy his suspicions."
"True, true," cried Elvira, wringing her hands. "Alas, alas! What will become of me?" Whilst, as she spoke, a piercing cry rang in her ears, and a sudden rush of all the persons in the gardens took place towards one particular spot. Scarcely knowing what she did, Elvira followed the crowd, and shrieked with indescribable terror as she heard the clashing of swords. Pale and trembling, she hurried forward, and arrived just as Prince Ferdinand, uttering a deep groan, fell beneath the sword of Lord Edmund. Elvira screamed, and throwing herself upon the body, endeavoured in vain to revive it, quite forgetting in the excess of her agitation the crowd which surrounded her, and the interpretation that might be put upon her behaviour. One sole idea occupied her mind, and chilled it with horror. It was that her imprudence had most probably deprived a fellow creature of existence. Lord Edmund, in the meantime, stood in statue-like insensibility, gazing upon her with feelings of unutterable anguish. Her grief, her violent emotion, seemed to confirm the passion she had avowed, and if she loved, his exertions had only paved the way for the success of his rival. The thought was madness. Lord Edmund gnashed his teeth, his countenance changed. Blood gushed in torrents from his side, for he too was wounded, and he leaned fainting against a tree. The confusion which now prevailed was indescribable. It was high treason to draw a sword in the precincts of the royal palace, and the guards who were instantly assembled took the offenders into custody. They were both incapable of offering any resistance, and they were hurried away to prison amidst the exclamations of the mob. Elvira had fainted, and she was carried back to the palace, whilst the whispered speculations of the crowd upon the strangeness of the scene arose in half-stifled murmurs like the distant roar of ocean. The attention of the spectators, however, was soon fixed upon the poor old Duke of Cornwall. He had stood bending forwards, his hands clasped, and his eyes riveted upon his daughter during the whole of her ineffectual attempts to revive the prince. The old man seemed turned to stone. He neither moved nor spoke. His glassy eyes were set, and his livid lips slightly quivered. At last he uttered a faint groan, and fell senseless into the arms of his attendants in a fit of apoplexy. The spectators thought him dead, and fancied his heart had broken, on discovering this unexpected weakness on the part of his adored daughter. Every one was powerfully affected, and every one seemed bursting to speak, though no one knew exactly what he might venture to say. Lord Gustavus looked stern, Lord Maysworth important, and Dr. Hardman sly, whilst the Lords Noodle and Doodle shook their little heads, till they seemed in imminent danger of becoming separated from their bodies. Rosabella's heart alone swelled with rapture, and her eyes beamed with ill-concealed triumph. "The mummy was right," thought she. "Elvira must fall, and Edmund will be mine." End of Chapter 2, Part 2 of Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mummy, A Tale of the 22nd Century by Jane Loudon. Volume 3, Chapter 3. The evening of the day on which Prince Ferdinand and Lord Edmund were committed to prison, Sir Ambrose, as he was writing in his study, was startled by a loud scream, and flying to the spot from whence it proceeded, he found Clara lying upon the ground, insensible, whilst Abelard was stooping over her and endeavouring to render her some assistance.
Good God! cried Ambrose. What is the matter?
"It is all owing to the carelessness of the domestic assistants at the next door," replied Abelard. "Number 7 is just come back from Brighton, and one of the assistants being occupied in making observations on the sky, instead of minding what he was doing, pushed the house a little on one side as it was slipping into the sockets, and poking the horizontal spout through our library window, they have knocked down this shelf of books, and frightened poor Miss Clara out of her wits."
Stupid idiots, said the baronet. She would have been killed if the books had fallen upon her. I beg your pardon, Sir Ambrose, said the culprit, putting his head through the window. I do not conceive Miss Montague would have been injured even if the books had fallen upon her. The weight of her body, I should apprehend, must be nearly equivalent to that of the books. Consequently, the resistance she was capable of opposing, being fully equal to the blow she would have received, the effect must have been neutralized. Confound your explanations, said Sir Ambrose, whose anger was increased tenfold by this speech. You've almost killed my niece, and now you want to drive me distracted. I am always willing to hear reason, but I hate explanations. Your honour must excuse me, remarked Abelard, pausing in his attempt to raise Clara. But your honour's syllogism is not well maintained. Your honour has been pleased to state that you love reason, and yet your honour professes to hate explanations. Now to explain and to give reasons are synonymous. The devil take your logic, cried Sir Ambrose. Clara, my dear Clara, open your eyes, my love. Are you hurt? I would not say anything disrespectful to Sir Ambrose for the world, resumed the man whose carelessness had occasioned Clara's accident. But I cannot refrain from observing to you, Mr. Abelard, that even now his honour's last proposition was by no means self-evident. The copula and the predicate did not agree, for how could the devil, personified in his honour's speech as an active agent, take, that is, seize or lay hold of your logic, Mr. Abelard, a thing which is not tangible? Perhaps his honour spoke metaphorically, observed Abelard, and then you know one is allowed a licence. Oh, if his honour spoke metaphorically, it alters the case completely, returned the man. And you would let my niece lie and die whilst you are settling the point? Cried Sir Ambrose, as he raised Clara himself, and placed her upon a chair. How are you, my dear child? Continued he in a softer tone. What is the matter? Where have they injured you? Oh, my dear uncle, sighed Clara, I am not hurt, but Edmund is in prison, and he will certainly be beheaded. In prison, child? You must be dreaming. Indeed I am not, uncle. I heard the men say so, who are placed in the adjoining house. He has fought with Prince Ferdinand in the palace garden. My boy, my darling boy, cried Sir Ambrose, and rushed out of the room in despair. Follow him, for heaven's sake, follow him, Abelard, said Clara. The worthy butler obeyed, wringing his hands and lifting his eyes up to heaven, whilst Clara remained perfectly motionless and apparently absorbed in thought. I will save him,
said she after a short pause, "or perish in the attempt." In the bitterest anguish of mind, Sir Ambrose hastened to the palace, but he was refused admittance, as he was informed the Queen was in a high fever. He inquired for his friend the Duke. He too was invisible, his late attack having placed his life in imminent danger. Dr. Coleman was in attendance on the Queen, and the Lords of the Council, though they affected to sympathize with the unfortunate father, evidently, though covertly, rejoiced at the disgrace of their most powerful rival. Repulsed on every side, Sir Ambrose now proceeded to the prison, but here also he was refused admittance, and sadly and slowly he returned home in despair, resting his sole remaining hopes upon the advice and assistance of Father Maurice, upon whose gigantic strength of mind he was accustomed to rely implicitly in all the impotency of age and misery. The prison to which Ferdinand and Lord Edmund had been conveyed was situated in a close disagreeable part of the city of London, called Kensington. It had been formerly a palace, and had been surrounded by a noble park miscalled a garden. The devastating hand of improvement had, however, as usual, waged war against all the sublimer charms of nature, and the majestic beauties of Kensington fell victims to its fury. Narrow, unwholesome streets now rose, where spreading oaks had once stretched forth their venerable arms, and verdant lawns had become dirty causeways, whilst ponds were turned to water-pipes, and Jacob's Well kept clean a common sewer. As Ferdinand and Edmund had never seen Kensington in its pristine glories, they could not now regret the change, and it was to them neither more nor less than a place of confinement, a spot very few people show any manifest relish for. Immediately upon their arrival, Prince Ferdinand and Lord Edmund had their wounds dressed by the automaton steam surgeon belonging to the prison, which, being properly arranged and wound up, staunched the blood, spread the plasters, and affixed the bandages with as much skill as though it had done nothing but walk a hospital all its life. As soon as these operations were performed, the prisoners were locked up in separate cells, and left to meditate upon their situations. "Good heavens!" cried Ferdinand, looking round with astonishment at the elegant apartment he was shown into, adorned with a painted velvet carpet, silk curtains, and chairs and tables inlaid with brass and ivory, whilst a sumptuous canopy hung over a bed of down on one side, and divers little cupids supported lights, held back curtains, and performed numerous other useful offices in different corners. "Can this be a prison? Neither Paris nor Vienna possess palaces half so splendid." The surprise of Ferdinand was natural, as he was still almost a stranger in England, and did not know that our happy island had been long blessed with a race of people who thought prisons should be made agreeable residences, and had gone on improving them till they had ended in making them temples of luxury. In spite of all the conveniences of his prison, however, Ferdinand was perfectly wretched. He could not imagine what reason Lord Edmund had had for fastening quarrel upon him. For, as his passion for Elvira, though violent, had been quite as evanescent as that he had formerly entertained for Rosabella, he had not the least idea of having excited Lord Edmund's jealousy. Fatigued at length with forming fruitless conjectures, he threw himself upon his bed of down, and soon lost the remembrance of his cares in a refreshing slumber. In the meantime, Clara was revolving in her mind the best method of putting in practice a wild scheme that she had formed, of visiting Prince Ferdinand in prison. She did not dare to confide her plan to anyone, for she feared that anybody she might consult would either laugh at her folly or betray her secret. Besides, to obtain any assistance, she must give some motive for her conduct, and as Clara did not exactly know her own reasons for thus acting, it was quite impossible she could make out a case to satisfy another. To go, however, she was determined, and when the family of her uncle were all retired, she wrapped herself in a large mantle, and with some difficulty contrived to reach the street. The night was cold and dark. A thick mist fell, and Clara seemed chilled to the heart, yet a feeling she could not account for urged her on. Clara was young and romantic. She loved Prince Ferdinand, and she fancied him in danger. How she was to save him she knew not, and yet it was solely the hope of saving him that urged her forward. She had discovered he was confined at Kensington, and thither she went her steps, but as she passed the palace, she found a crowd of balloons floating around it, laden with persons whose anxiety respecting the Queen had kept them waiting, and induced them to besiege her door personally with their inquiries, whilst the lighted flambeaux belonging to these aerial vehicles flashed brightly in the air and looked like a multitude of dancing stars as they rapidly crossed and recrossed each other above her head. This little incident completed poor Clara's bewilderment, and terrified lest she should be seen and recognized, she hurried on without exactly knowing where she was going, till, perplexed by the different appearance the streets seemed to assume in the darkness, and her own fears, she found to her unspeakable dismay that she had lost her road. In the greatest agitation and distress, she now wandered to and fro, whilst her embarrassment was increased every moment by the ill-timed raillery of the passers-by. At last she became quite surrounded by a group of people, who assailed her with so many questions and jokes that the poor girl, quite overpowered, stopped short and burst into tears.
"Oh, and what are you about to be after, disturbing a poor young creature like that?"
cried the well-known voice of Father Murphy, as the friar's portly figure was seen bustling through the mob.
"What are you after there? Don't you see the poor thing has lost her way in the darkness? And if you bother her so, how do you think she'll ever be able to find it?"
Never did any music sound so harmoniously in Clara's ears as the father's rich deep brogue, and darting forwards, she threw herself in his feet, and clasping her arms round his knees, she exclaimed, "Oh, save me, save me! I am Clara, Clara Montague!"
"Clara!" cried Father Murphy, in the utmost astonishment. "Clara! Why, what in the name of heaven brings you out, child, at this hour of the night?"
"Oh, don't ask me, father," returned Clara, gasping for breath. "That is, I will tell you presently. But take me away, for the love of the Blessed Virgin, save me from these men."
"Come here, my child," said the father, drawing her arm within his own and walking away with her. "Let us leave these people. And now," continued he, when they were all already at some distance from the crowd, "you must tell me, child, what brings you here?"
This question, though it was a very natural one for the friar to ask, was beyond Clara's power to answer. In fact, she trembled so dreadfully she could scarcely stand, and when she attempted to speak, her teeth chattered in her head so violently that she could not articulate a syllable.
"Poor thing!"
muttered the compassionate priest, after waiting a few minutes in vain for an answer.
"She'll be better presently."
And now was dark, and they walked slowly on some paces without speaking, when 4 bright flashes from a neighbouring clock announced the completion of some hour. The next instant the solemn deep-toned bell distinctly pronounced the word 1, and then all again was silent.
"I had no fancy it was so late,"
said the father, whose disposition was naturally too cheerful to let him ever remain long silent.
"Did you think it was 1 o'clock, Clara? I little thought I should ever be wandering with you, dear, in the streets at such a time of night. I can't help fancying it's all a dream, anyhow. So speak, darling, if you can, and tell me all about it."
Clara felt faint, and only replied by clinging yet more firmly to the friar's arm. Father Murphy was frightened and thought she was going to die.
"Oh, murder!" cried he. "What will I do? She breathing her last, sweet creature, and nobody by to help her, and I not knowing how to comfort her."
The delicate form of Clara seemed every instant to become more heavy, as she still clung almost unconsciously to the friar's arm, and feebly gasped for breath.
"Oh, what will I do? What will I do?"
repeated the poor father, looking eagerly around for aid. All, however, was dark and gloomy and silent as the grave. Suddenly a bright meteor-like substance appeared at the edge of the horizon, and the friar, to his unspeakable transport, discovered it to be a night fire-stage balloon. He hailed it, and in a few moments it was hovering over their heads. The accommodation ladder was let down, and Clara and her companion having ascended to the car, the balloon again rapidly sailed along. "Where are we going?" asked Clara faintly.
"Oh," returned the friar, "and that's what I never thought of asking, darling, but heaven be praised that ye are so much better as to be able to bother yourself about it. We are going to Kensington, miss," said the balloon conductor.
"Kensington!" repeated Clara, clasping her hands together in transport. "Thank God!"
It's a very good thing to be thankful, anyhow, said the father, but I own I don't see why you should cry out in such rapture when you find we are going the wrong road.
Oh, no, no, father, returned Clara. Not the wrong road, for Kensington is the goal of all my wishes.
Poor thing, she is certainly distracted, thought Father Murphy. The loss of her cousin has deprived her of her senses. But I will let her take her own way. Perhaps she'll be better presently. Where will you like to be set down? Asked the man.
Near the prison, cried Clara eagerly.
Near the prison, repeated Father Murphy, shrugging his shoulders. Aye, I was right.
Not another word was spoken till the balloon stopped and the passengers were set down. All still was dark, save two lights which gleamed from a tower belonging to the prison, like the eyes of a mighty giant, and showed below a tall, clumsy-looking figure that marched with heavy, measured steps to and fro before the gates, whilst at a little distance lay a party of soldiers bivouacking. Clara shuddered as she looked at them, and hastily turned away, timidly approached the figure, and begged it to let her into the prison. It continued its march, but as it did not speak, she attempted to pass by it.
No admittance,
said the figure, as she touched it in trying to reach the door. I implore you, cried Clara, wringing her hands in agony. The figure did not reply, but continued its solemn tramp, unmoved, its hollow steps falling heavily upon the ear at regular intervals. Driven to despair, Clara again endeavoured to rush past it, but as she again touched it, she was again repulsed, whilst the figure reiterated its monotonous
no admittance.
Clara threw herself upon her knees before it, in agony.
Clara, Clara, dear, cried Father Murphy, attempting to raise her, you are certainly quite beside yourself. Don't you see it is an automaton? Nothing can stop it but the proper check-string, and that is in the little guard-house yonder, round which you see the soldiers lying.
Then they can admit me, said Clara wildly. They are men, and will surely listen to me. Then, before the father could stop her, she flew towards them, and throwing herself at the feet of the commanding officer, implored his pity. The officer was a man of feeling, and touched with compassion at her evident anguish. He promised to endeavour to grant her petition, ere Father Murphy, who was too fat to move with much agility, could reach them. Thank you, cried Clara, kissing the officer's hand. God bless you. The officer smiled at her warmth. Wait here a little, said he. I will soon return and admit you, if I obtain permission. But state prisoners are ordered to be guarded so closely that I dare not take any step respecting them without consulting the governor. So then you'll get in after all, said Father Murphy, who had approached near enough to hear this last speech. Well, what a world this is we live in. Here have been dukes and princes begging for admission unsuccessfully, and yet a little saucy girl, only because she happens to be half distracted, is let in at the very first word. Clara did not reply, but wrapping herself in her cloak, sat down on a large stone near the gates to wait the officer's return. The solemn automaton was stopped for a moment to allow him to pass, but it had now resumed its slow measured step, and Clara's heart sickened at the sound. The mist cleared away, and the night became fine, though cold, whilst the moon, having struggled through the clouds which rapidly scudded across the sky, shed her pale feeble light upon the scene. Clara shuddered as she looked at the dark heavy building behind her, and wrapping her cloak tighter around her, fixed her eyes anxiously upon the heavens, watching the varied shapes assumed by the clouds as they drifted along, and sighing heavily as they passed. "Now tell me, dear," said Father Murphy, seating himself beside her, "what you mean to say to your cousin when you get in to see him. Speak freely, for the devil aware the spalpeens yonder shall hear of what we're going to say, by reason of their being all fast asleep." "My cousin!" exclaimed Clara. "Who? What?" "Your cousin Edmund, that you come so far to see," resumed the father. "My cousin!" replied Clara. "Oh, aye, true. It was my cousin who fought with him, you know, but I don't want to see my cousin." "Not want to see your cousin?" reiterated Father Murphy, his eyes almost starting from his head in the excess of his astonishment. "Why did you come here, then?" To see Prince Ferdinand," said Clara in a faltering voice, looking down and blushing. Father Murphy's astonishment was now far too great for words, and he could only look at her in speechless horror as he revolved some plan in his mind for getting her quietly back to her friends. "How wild she looks!" thought he. "She must be put in confinement. There is no saying to what lengths so strange a delusion may carry her." Whilst the poor father was thus cogitating and repeating to himself divers coaxing forms of words, by the help of which he hoped to persuade her to return, the automaton again stopped, and the prison door flying open, the officer beckoned Clara to advance. She flew towards him. "Clara, Clara, dear," said Father Murphy, "had you not better go home again?" But Clara heard him not. She was already in the prison. The doors had closed, and the automaton sentinel had again resumed his measured, beaten track. "Oh dear, oh dear!" cried the unhappy Father Murphy. "What will I do? How will I get her out? Poor Sir Ambrose! It will break his heart. I dare say he knows nothing about it. This kind of fits always come on suddenly." Thus lamenting, the worthy father walked up and down before the prison in a state of pitiable distress, till a bright thought flashed across his mind, and he set off as fast as his trembling limbs could carry him to put it in execution. In the meantime Clara had followed the officer into the prison, and her heart beat faster as she advanced, for her undertaking now appeared to her in a new light, and she trembled as she thought of the interpretation the prince might put upon her boldness. It was, however, too late to repent. She had not even time for hesitation. The officer is already at the door. The bolts are withdrawn, and Clara finds herself in the presence of Ferdinand. Confused and horror-struck at what she had done, she scarcely knew where she was. Everything seemed to swim before her eyes, and, gasping for breath, she caught firm hold of the doorway for support. For some moments Ferdinand was not aware of her presence, as he sat gloomily resting his head upon his hand, his elbow supported by a table, upon which lay a variety of papers, whilst Hans, a favourite servant, who had followed him from Germany, stood beside him. Awed by his obstruction, and abashed by the presumption she had been guilty of, in intruding unsolicited upon his presence, Clara still stood irresolute, fearing alike to advance or to recede, till the officer, impatient at her delay, cried in a loud voice, "Walk in, if you please, ma'am, that I may relock the door. I shall return to let you out in an hour." The sound of the officer's voice caught the attention of Ferdinand, and he looked towards the doorway, from the shade of which the trembling Clara was now forced to advance. "Miss Montague!" cried Prince Ferdinand, who had seen her at Elvira's parties, and had thought her so pretty as to inquire her name. "This is an unhoped-for pleasure. I did not expect this." I came, stammered Clara, and here she stopped short, for upon recollection she really could not tell why she had come. "I am delighted to see you," said the prince, smiling and taking her hand. "Whatever may be the cause that has procured me this honour." I had rather sit down," stammered Clara, without having the least idea what she was talking about. "Well, then we will sit down," said Ferdinand, and, gently placing her upon a chair, he drew one to her side, and again took her hand. His touch thrilled through Clara's whole frame. She felt his ardent gaze upon her face, and, dreadfully agitated, fearing she knew not what, she turned away from him, and tried to withdraw her hand. I believe I must go," said she. "So soon!" cried Ferdinand, again smiling, for it was impossible to mistake the cause of her confusion. "I thought the jailer said he would not come for you again in less than an hour." "Did he?" repeated Clara, quite unconscious of what she said, and without daring to look at him. "My dear Miss Montague, will you not bestow one look upon me?" cried Ferdinand, in his most insinuating tone, sinking upon one knee before her, and gently encircling her slender waist with his arm, as he turned her towards him. Clara could not resist his imploring eyes. Her heart beat, she blushed, she trembled, she looked upon the ground, when suddenly Ferdinand uttered a faint cry, and started upon his feet. Clara gazed at him with wonder, for that countenance, so lately beaming with love and tenderness, now seemed aghast with horror. She followed the direction of his eyes, and beheld in the doorway the giant form of Cheops. whilst the mummy's appalling laugh resounded in his ears. Involuntarily Clara shuddered and hid her face in her hands.
"By the silver bow of Isis,"
cried Cheops tauntingly,
"I admire your charity, Miss Montague. Why do you hide your face? But so it is, true merit is always bashful, and the beneficial spirit that prompted Clara Montague to visit the distressed, and even prefer a stranger to her own cousin, makes her blush to avow her goodness."
"Mercy, mercy!" cried Clara, falling at his feet. "You know my heart, and I implore your assistance."
"Then you shall have it,"
returned Cheops.
"As for you,"
continued he, addressing the prince,
"what is your wish?"
"Deliver me from this prison, and make Clara mine, and I will be your slave."
"It is well,"
said the mummy.
"Clara, you must retire with me. This is no place for you. As for you, Prince, Lord Maysworth and Father Murphy will be admitted to your presence in the course of a few hours, to consult with you respecting your defence. Follow their advice, and fear nothing. Rely upon me, and you shall be safe. Come, Clara, you must return to the house of your uncle. Father Murphy wisely informed me of your folly, and invoked my aid. I come accordingly to relieve you from the dilemma in which your rashness had involved you. Let us retire, and your imprudence will be overlooked in consideration of your youth. Adieu, Prince, we shall meet again."
Clara now withdrew, following her strange guide, whose dictum, indeed, few mortals could resist, and leaving the prince's mind much relieved, as his confidence in his new friend was unbounded, whilst the discovery he had made of the devoted love of Clara soothed his troubled spirit, and robbed his confinement of half its bitterness. End of Chapter 3 of Volume 3.